So, last month, IGN got together with their buddies Nintendo Life and released a list of what they believe to be the 100 best Nintendo games of all time. And I thought, you know what would be fun? You know what we should do? I think you and I will be the judge of that. I think we'll be the judge of that. So that's what we're going to do today. I think we're going to trawl through this. We're going to go through this list that came out. I have not looked at this at all yet. I've been resisting the urge to go in and delve into this. And we're going to go through 100 to 1 and see just what we make of IGN's top 100 Nintendo games ever. How does that sound? I hope that sounds good. I think it's going to be fun. It's going to be a good time. A little bit more of a chill stream today. Just hanging out. Having a little bit, being a bit judgy today. We're going to be a bit judgy. How are we all doing in the chat today? Hey, Sniper Wolf, what's happening? Hey, peoples. Hey, Marshall. Good morning, Jamie. Good morning to you too, my friend. Thanks for tuning in. All right. So has anybody, like I said, I haven't seen this. I don't know if any of you guys have seen this. I've already looked at it. Apparently it was also a video that they released, a compilation. I haven't seen any of those as of yet. Hey, Zeppelin, what's cracking, buddy? Good to see you. So I'm going into this completely blind. And we'll see how we go. All right, are we ready to get started? Are we ready to get into this? Ready to tear this bitch apart like a phone book? Or give it props where it deserves? I think, like, obviously the concept of the channel, as you would know, if you're subscribed, if you watch my stuff, the whole concept of my channel is me going back and playing like retro games that I missed out on playing from my childhood, of which there are many. So I expect as we go through this list, there's going to be quite a few times where I'm going to be saying, I haven't played that, I haven't played that, I haven't played that. All right. In those instances, I'll defer to you good people in the chat to pass judgment on whether the position is warranted or not. Another blind run. Oh, goody. Excellent. Outstanding. Sounds like some people haven't seen this either. That's great. All right, let's get on into it. Hey, so I was wondering when I heard about this, like, what do they mean by Nintendo games? Like, do they mean first party Nintendo games? I had a little bit of a read of their little opening blurb here, and apparently what they mean is like, yes, first party Nintendo games, but also games that are just sort of synonymous with Nintendo consoles. Like maybe they were a Nintendo exclusive for a long time, even though they're not first party. Games that you sort of like, when you think of the game, you think of a Nintendo console, that sort of thing. So that's fair enough, I think. Tear it where it is wanted. You goddamn right. All right, here we go. Let's get into it. Number 100. You ready? So, if any of you guys tune into my live streams regularly, you'll know that my buddy G often comes out and hangs out in the chat. I love G. He's a good friend, absolutely beautiful human. Gives me a lot of shit on the stream though. This is his favorite game of all time, I believe. All the way down here at the very bottom. At the very bottom of the barrel. You know what? You know how these top 100 lists go, right? Like there's like 50 good games, and then you get like about another 20 all right games. And then when you're making the list, you're like, fucking hell, we've said it's got to be a top 100. We need 30 more fucking games. Like just find what else was released on Nintendo consoles? Anything at all. You get another 20 pieces of shit, and then you've still got 10 dregs that you've got to cram in there just to make out the hundo. And here we are, G's number one game of all time, at the very, very bottom of the list. The very dregs, the scum at the bottom of the barrel. Now, I'm not saying that there's 99 better games than G's best game of all time. I'll let the professionals say that. I want to just say straight Nintendo first party and everything else. It'd be interesting trying to do a top 100 just first party Nintendo titles, wouldn't it? I knew it. You knew it. Exclusive, but third party developed. Yeah, I think that's going to be a theme on the list, to be honest. Like, a lot of exclusives that aren't necessarily Nintendo third party, and they do say as much. Was that on GameCube? It was on GameCube. Apparently it's quite good. Like there's a reason that G loves it, right? I'm not a horror guy. I know he badly wants me to play this on stream at some point. I don't know how I would actually go about doing it, but I give it a shot because apparently it's pretty out there, right? Like it's a pretty weird out there game from what I understand. They started throwing darts at a dartboard when it got past 30. Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right. Anything. Just get it on there. Was it on a Nintendo console? Put it on there. I played through it twice. It is cool, but the cult around it overrates it pretty hard. Okay. That sounds like some straight up shade on G, and I'm all about it. That's great. All right, there we go. Number 100. The worstest Nintendo game that's ever been released. G's number 1, Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem for the GameCube. All right, moving on. 99, Chinatown Wars. So I actually own this. I've got this on my shelf behind me for the DS, I believe. Was it DS or was it Game Boy Advance? I can't remember which one it was. Does it say there? DS. Yeah, it was the DS. I haven't played it. I watched my brother play it. It's funny how it came into my possession. Is I actually bought this for my brother as a gift when he got a DS. And then many years later, 20 years later or whatever, I reacquired it when my mum was like clearing out old shit out of like, you know, the attic sort of thing, and came across a bunch of old games, and this was one of them. And I was like, oh yeah, I'll have that for the shelf. I don't think my brother even got a look in, to be honest. So yeah, I mean, I like GTA. I like GTA games. I'm sure I would enjoy this one. Has anyone played this? I know G is fuming behind Eternal Darkness. Good. It's about damn time. Yeah, I'd be interested to give this a shot one day for sure. It's probably, I'm trying to think if it's the only GTA game I haven't played. It might be the only one I haven't played, potentially. But yeah, there we go. 99, better than Eternal Darkness anyway. Oh, here we go. All right, now we're getting into it. Now we're starting our list. Number 98, Star Fox. Also known as Star Wing to us here in Australia and all PAL regions. I think it was a German company that was called Star Fox, and so they had to re-license it with a different name to release it on PAL systems. I played this for the first time this year. Does Star Fox belong all the way down at number 98? That's a bit of a contentious placement for an absolute classic, or what a lot of people would consider to be an absolute classic, I think. So the first Star Fox, yeah, this is the first Star Fox on the SNES, on the Super Nintendo. That's what we're talking about here. I think my controversial hot take is that this is a good place for Star Fox. That's my opinion. I think Star Fox is an incredible concept for a game, but not executed terribly well. Like if you're not familiar, surely everyone knows what a Star Fox game is, but especially when it first came out, it's like an Ikaruga R-type Gradius like shmup, a shoot 'em up, but from a third person perspective. Genius idea, absolutely fantastic idea. But man, did this thing fucking struggle on the hardware. Holy shit. I think they shot for, I'm just reading here. Look at this, look. The cartridge couldn't get the action to run even at a targeted 12 frames per second. That was the goal. 12 frames per second was as good as they were trying to get it. And as somebody who's just recently played it, I can assure you, it did not even hit 12 frames per second very often at all. This thing fucking chugged. This is the definition of playing a slideshow, for sure. And that hindered for me, definitely, its playability. I think, I also think they misstepped trying to go down the like 3D polygonal kind of route that they were shooting for with Star Fox. Like that hindered its performance to no end. If they had have like, I don't know if anyone's played like Super Star Wars, and they've got like the sections, like the third person kind of vehicle sections in Super Star Wars, but they're all like 16-bit sprite based. And they look great. If Star Fox had some like gorgeous 16-bit sprite work, but still the same concept, man, that would have been good. Holy shit, that would have been good. It would have been so much better, in my opinion. And it would have done wonders for the frame rate as well. But because they tried to like do the pseudo 3D polygon thing, and even using like the chip that the SNES had Yeah, the Super Effects chip. That's the one here. Man, this thing, like you could almost smell the smoke coming off the SNES, I would imagine, as this thing like struggles to render all of these like quasi polygons. I think I can agree with this placement. All right, good. Star Fox on the SNES equals Microsoft PowerPoint. That was it. It was the absolute definition of playing a slideshow. It was crazy. And it got so bad. In like, if there was a lot of explosions going off and stuff on the screen, this thing dived to like 3 FPS. It was like fucking borderline unplayable. But people love it. And I'm trying to think like, because obviously I don't have the connection from having played it when it was released, right? So I can't look at it. It's hard for me to, I guess, look at it from like how groundbreaking was this when this came out on a home console. Like, and I think a lot of people must have just gotten starstruck by seeing like what appeared to be the third dimension, right? For the first time in a video game, that sort of like overweighed the kind of shit gameplay and performance of the game, you know? Like, I think that's my guess as to this why this is held in such high regard. You know, I certainly had an interesting time with it. I'll talk more about that when we do our end of year tier lists. But yeah, this one, I would not say that Star Fox has aged terribly well. If you haven't played it before, you can pretty safely skip this one. Just go and play Star Fox 64. That's the game they were clearly trying to make and wanted to make, and they succeeded beautifully on that iteration for sure. The original Star Fox, oof. Anyway, moving on. There we go. Star Fox 98, 97. What do we got? Oh, Super Castlevania 4, all the way down here. Oh, damn. Isn't this considered to be like arguably side by side with Symphony of the Night, like the best Castlevania game? I thought that was like, they kind of like there was a bit of like contention as to which of the two was the better game, but like they're both fucking S tier games. Ouch, my heart. Yeah, this is gonna hurt a lot of people, surely. 97. There's 96 better games on Nintendo consoles than Super Castlevania 4. Really? No way. I haven't played this, but I can't fucking wait to play this. Like, this is on my to play list. You'll be seeing this one fairly soon on the channel, I think. I've been itching to get into this game. I played its predecessor, the original Castlevania, on the NES earlier this year. I think it was one of the first videos on the channel, actually. And this, of course, is the SNES remake of that game, I believe. And I can't wait. I can't wait to play this. Like, Castlevania is one of those franchises that have completely missed me by, even though, like, it's absolutely 100% my thing. Like, I would have loved these games had I have had access to them, I think. And I can't wait to delve into, like, a whole stack of them. But this is definitely one of the top tier ones on the list to try. Hey, Super Gazelle, what's cracking? Just how bad is this list then? Well, we're going to find out. It's only early days, but given that Super Castlevania 4 is all the way down at number 97, that might be an indicator of things to come. Oh, man, they're going to get some fucking blowback on that one. Surely. I wonder what their reasoning is. Look, here. Super Castlevania 4 remains a masterpiece. Well, apparently there's 96 better masterpieces than it, you know? Subsequent entries would arguably take the franchise to the next level of brilliance, but one thing is clear. I think what a lot of people love about Super Castlevania 4, and again, having not played it, but correct me if I'm wrong, is that it does not follow the Metroidvania kind of like gameplay loop. Like, this is just a straight up action platformer. And I think a lot of people like that's why people love it, because it doesn't require that huge investment that Symphony of the Night sort of like steered the franchise towards needing, right? Like, because Metroidvanias aren't everybody's cup of tea. Sometimes you just want to get in, smash out a few levels, kill some vampires and zombies and be done. And I think that's why Super Castlevania sort of sticks around in people's memory, because it just sort of does that, right? Wii Fit or Nintendogs for number 1 or Riot? Holy shit. We'll see. Remains a better masterpiece. Then tell me why is it 97? Exactly. 96 better masterpieces than Super Castlevania 4. I can't wait to see what number 96 is after that. 97. That seems crazy. I want to play it even more now just to see like how wrong they are. All right, let's have a look. What's better than Super Castlevania 4? Here we go. Oh, no way. 999. You guys remember that classic Nintendo title, 999? No, me either. I got no fucking idea what this is. I never even heard of it. What the fuck is this? That's apparently better. Has anyone ever heard of this? What the fuck is 999? 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. It was on the DS apparently. A haven for visual novel fans. Wait, hang on. Whoa. Hang on. Hold up. Are you telling me that a visual novel on the DS is better than Super Castlevania 4? I demand a recount. What the fuck? I have no idea what this is. Never heard of it before. I doubt it's better than Super Castlevania. I'm not giving it any more time. Let's move on. Oh, here we go. Here's a chunky one. Fire Emblem 3 Houses at 95. So I have played this and I did not get along with this game at all. Not because it was a bad game though. Just because it didn't give me the experience that I wanted. I think the original Fire Emblem definitely gave me much more of what I was hoping for. I love that style of game, like those strategic turn-based those sort of turn-based battle games, you know, like things like Advance Wars, things like Fire Emblem, XCOM, they're the ones that, you know, the big hitters that come to mind. I love those style of game. Final Fantasy Tactics is another big one. I love those. And I think that's the experience I kind of wanted out of Fire Emblem 3 Houses, because this was actually the first Fire Emblem game I ever played. And I'd heard about Fire Emblem. I mean, I've been playing the characters in Smash Brothers for years and years and years, but never actually played a Fire Emblem game. I was like, man, these are supposed to be like a genre of game that I should really love. I'm going to try one out. And this is the one I chose to try out. And it just wasn't that. It wasn't that genre. It was very much more a JRPG with some turn-based strategy sort of like tacked on. That's how I felt about it anyway. I've yet to play 3 Houses and I hear so much negativity about it. Really? I hear nothing but positivity. Like, people rave about this fucking game. People love this game. I've only heard good things. That's why I went and tried it out and picked it up, because I just heard it was fantastic. And I think if you're a JRPG fan and you're a turn-based tactical strategy fan, this is like your fucking game, right? Like they've made this just for you. I'm not a huge JRPG fan. And so because it was like, it felt to me anyway, when I was playing it, like 80% JRPG, 20% turn-based strategy, I only got 20% of the game that I actually like was coming in for. So that's not like, yeah, I didn't get on with it, not because it was a bad game, just because it wasn't the experience I was chasing personally. I imagine there would be people that are upset that it's all the way down at 95. Like, I do think this game has a lot of fans. And if you love your story, like your narrative, this has a great narrative, apparently. I've played the other titles. My first one was Fire Emblem 7. Oh, nice. I'd love to delve more into Fire Emblem. Like, I did genuinely enjoy playing the first one on the Game Boy Advance. And you can go back and check that video on the channel. There's been some people asking for a full playthrough of that. I don't know if I could do a full playthrough, because I think my voice would wear out. There's a lot of there's a lot of visual novel elements to it. There's a lot of dialogue. But it was fun. Like, the actual gameplay was really good. Exactly what I like. All right, let's kick it on. 94, Professor Layton and the Unwound Future. This is another series that I feel like I would quite enjoy, but have never delved into because I'm not a huge puzzle game fan, but I am a big mystery fan. Like, I love a good mystery. Absolutely love a good mystery. And I think sort of this like kind of Sherlock Holmesy sort of like the art style looks really cool. I've always been fascinated by Professor Layton games, but I've never actually pulled the trigger on trying one. The sort of like puzzle game nature of it has sort of kept me out. I don't know if you guys have ever played one and can tell me like how how puzzle, like, are they a puzzle game or are they a mystery game with puzzle elements? Do you know what I mean? Like, I would love to know. And maybe I should just try one out one day and just see. Like, this is definitely one of the, I'm sort of morbidly curious to have on my list. But I know, again, it's a series that's got its fans for sure. Hey, random guy, what's happening, dude? Super Mario 64 has to be at the top. We'll see, man. We'll see. Like, I don't know what to think now that Super Castlevania is like all the way down at the bottom of the fucking list. Like, shit could be anywhere. If Super Mario 64 isn't in the top, I'm flying to Japan tonight. Oh, well, it's IGN made it. They're the ones you got to talk to. I don't know if you're going to be able to do much in Japan. You'd think, but it's IGN. They'll go for the niche pick just to appear hip. Well, look, we'll find out. We'll find out. All right, that's 94. Professor Layton in the Unwound Future. I'd definitely be keen to try out one of these games. I need to try one out at some point. I might try and pick up a secondhand one, like one of the earlier ones in the series, just to see what they're about. I just want to see whether they're my cup of tea or not. Because if they are, then there's a lot more of them that I can delve into. You know, I want to dabble a little bit. But yeah, definitely a series that's popular, has its fans. There's a lot of them for a reason. 94, better than Super Castlevania, a shitload better than fucking that GameCube shit that G likes. That's for sure. What was it fucking called? I can't remember the name of it. Was that dog shit? Oh, WWF No Mercy, 93. All right, here we go. So I'm a pretty big professional wrestling fan. I love, like, especially like the golden era of professional wrestling. I don't sort of like dabble in the modern stuff very much, but certainly like the 90s era. I think I'm a bigger fan of it now than I was in the 90s, actually. I don't know. Maybe that's got something to do with midlife crisis kicking in or something. I don't know. But I played, even back then, I liked it pretty well. And I played a lot of the WCW games on the Nintendo 64. I absolutely loved WCW versus NWO World Tour. I loved WCW NWO Revenge. That was my favorite one. But WWF No Mercy was always touted as like the fucking godfather of that genre of games, right? Like this was the king. And I didn't play it because I was a WCW fan at the time, right? I didn't really have anything to do with WWF as it was known then, WWE now. And so, like, you know, The Rock, Triple H, Edge, all those guys, they just didn't mean anything to me. I didn't click with them like I did with, you know, like the Hulk Hogans and the Ric Flairs and the fucking Randy Savage. And I know all those guys that originally started at WWF and then came over to WCW was about the time when I was getting into it, like Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, all those guys. Like that's my era. And at the time they were all WCW based. So that was sort of of the two, that was my pick of the two. But I do need to go back and play this somehow. I don't know how I would get my hands on this in a playable way, really. But I'd love to check this out because, like, WCW NWO Revenge was like my favorite brawler on the N64. I fucking loved that game. It was so good. Like I can still like hear the music, you know, that NWO like bow 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 bow, that music like. The bash at the beach, like all the music, that like the tunes, the tracks, the crowd when you were fighting, all the crowd sounds, loved it. That's true. They'll pick like N64 bowling for number one. Now we're talking. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, this is. I don't think this is a very controversial pick. Like fucking people love this game, man. I don't know how to feel about WWF being 93. Is in that it's too high or too low, Sniper? I couldn't get into the fake WWE stuff. It was never the same after I found it out it was staged. That never bothered me, to be honest. It never bothered me. Like, it's redneck theater, isn't it? And I fucking love it, you know? Like, I still appreciate the athleticism and the choreography and the improvisation, the physical fucking difficulty of it all. Like, there's so much to love. I love it in the same way that I love, like, choreographed fight scenes in a movie. Like, I know that's not real, but still fucking entertaining. You know what I mean? Too low? Yeah, okay. All right. And I think you'll have a lot of people agreeing with you, Sniper, because, like, yeah, this is a big hitter. This is a big hitter on the N64. And one of the, like, big glaring omissions that I missed out on because I was in the other camp at the time, right? But now I need to try and get my hands on and play this somehow. Being into wrestling in the late 90s as it was happening was just something else. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yep. It's like being it's like if you were around in 1998 for when Pokemon and Pokemania took over. Like, you just can't explain that to people. You had to be there. You just had to experience it. And yeah, you're right. I think being into professional wrestling in the 90s was a similar sort of thing. Like, you just had to be there. I was expecting WWF to be around the 80 range. Okay, all right. So not too far off. Like, it's on the list, so that's good. It just could have been a bit higher up. I mean, still better than... What was that fucking game? I can't remember what it was called. Eternal Darkness. Way better than Eternal Darkness. That's trash. All right, moving on. 92. Kirby Planet Robobot. In one of the stupidest fucking game titles ever released. On the Nintendo 3DS. So, like, Kirby is another pretty big omission for me. Like, I haven't really dabbled in a lot of Kirby. My main experience with Kirby is, again, through Super Smash Brothers. So, up until this year, actually, I'm trying to think if I'd ever played a mainline Kirby game. So I played Kirby's Dream Land. Is that what it was called? The first one, the very first one on the Game Boy Advance. I played that this year for the first time. And it was pretty good. I was quite surprised, actually. Short, but fun. Good experience. Enjoyed it. But I'd also played Kirby's Adventure on the NES. I played that with my daughter. That was her first retro game ever. That was only like a year or two ago that I did that. And that seemed pretty cool as well, actually. Like, I think that's probably the best looking NES game around, to be honest. It's a gorgeous game. But I think beyond that, like, certainly back in the day, Kirby just didn't really hold much appeal to me personally, right? Like, if I went down to the rental store to pick out a game for the NES, Kirby wasn't what I was landing on personally. So I missed out on a lot of Kirby. So I've got no real, like, gauge for Planet Robobot in particular as to whether it was a decent sort of platformer. And that's the other thing too. I wasn't a platformer guy back then, right? Like, that's only a fairly recent thing that I'm starting to discover, getting into platformers and seeing what they've got to offer. Back then, I fucking hated platformers. So that was just another reason why Kirby was never going to get a look in. Come on, they had to have just spun a wheel. 92 is... Bzz. Have you made a prediction for the top 3 to 5 at all? That's interesting. Like, what do we think will be at the top? I don't want to guess. I want to be surprised. Yeah, I don't think I want to even speculate. I'm just going to roll with it and see what comes up. Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland on the GBA. Okay, all right. I'll have to put that on the list. I never even heard of that one. The first Kirby game I played was the 64. What do you think about that one, Sniper? Because that's on my playlist as well for the channel, Kirby 64. Again, just one that I totally missed. Another platformer. I was like, yuck, platformers. No thanks. But now, being a little older and a little wiser, a little better educated, I'm curious to go and give that one a shot. And the new one too, Forgotten Land. I don't know if anyone has played Forgotten Land. Apparently that's great. And it looks great. I think that one looks fantastic. I'm yet to try that one out as well. Too many games, not enough time, guys. It's just a problem, isn't it? First world problems. Anyway, Planet Robobot. Better than Super Castlevania 4. Better than Eternal Darkness. We all knew it. It was fun for you? Okay, all right. It should be number 1? It should be number 1? What? Get out of here. That's crazy talk. All right. 93. Here we go. Oh, wait, what? 90s. Oh, 90. Yeah, I'm going down, Jamie. Down. Numbers go down. 91. Diddy Kong Racing. 91. Oh. That feels low. That feels low for Diddy Kong Racing to me. I like Diddy Kong Racing. I played it back in the day. I played it more recently. I actually didn't like it very much when I first played it because I was such a Mario Kart fan. And anything that, like, you know, when Mario Kart came out, all these fucking imitators came out, right? As is always the case. And Mario Kart 64, that was my first Mario Kart, my first love, my first entry in the genre. And that's a really important, like, kind of landmark game for me personally, because that's what sort of made me fall in love with gaming, was Mario Kart 64. Like, that's like a landmark game. And I can look at before Mario Kart 64 and after Mario Kart 64 in terms of my relationship with video games. Like, Mario Kart 64 changed everything for me. Before that, video games were just kind of a fun enough way to pass the time. That made me like go, holy shit, I fucking love these things. And I've got so many good memories around Mario Kart 64. So when Diddy Kong Racing came along, I mean, I didn't have any Donkey Kong connection because, again, wasn't a platformer guy, didn't have an SNES, hadn't played Donkey Kong. And it just like, it wasn't Mario Kart. You know what I mean? Like, I was sort of that age where, like, if it's you're very closed-minded, or I was very closed-minded and opinionated around that sort of stuff. Like, if it wasn't Mario Kart, I didn't want to know about it. So I did try it. I remember trying it at a sleepover. We rented it out one time and thought like, oh yeah, it's good enough, but it's not Mario Kart. And I didn't really give it a second thought. But this did a lot of really interesting things. Like, first, you know, the way that it did its races was really fascinating. Boss battle races was really interesting. Like, this did a lot of cool shit. It looked great. Like, it looked fantastic. The 3D sort of like, the 3D art in it was great. It was colorful. It was vibrant. It was fun. It was a good fucking game, man. I think the one thing that lets it down for me was that, like, it's not as easy to just get in and have a race like Mario Kart is. Like, if you just want to chuck the cart in, and within like 20 seconds you're racing, Diddy Kong Racing didn't really let you do that. Like, you had to fuck around driving around like a 3D menu essentially to get to the different cups. Like, there was like open world exploratory kind of collectathon stuff there to do as well. That was a cool idea, but it did hinder, I think, the playability of just being able to get in and have a race. You know what I mean? Diddy Kong Racing should be top 50 at the bare minimum. I'd be inclined to agree. 91 seems like it's way down, right? Like, even like, and when I played it more recently, I got a much bigger appreciation for it. Like, much bigger, going back for a second shot at it, like about a year ago or so. I had such so much bigger appreciation for it. Oh. All right, we back? Sorry, guys. Things dropped out on me there. I hope we're back. Let me know in the chat if we're back. Collectibles in the races too. Yes. Yep. A lot of that sort of like a lot of like that extra sprinkling of stuff, right? My cousins and I must have spent over 100 hours just doing the battle mode on Icicle Pyramid. Yep. We are back. All right. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Sorry about that. Don't know what happened there. Nice. We are back. Thought it was only on my... No, that was my end, guys. That was my bad. All good. Yeah, this feels way down to me. I would be inclined to agree. I don't know if I would put it in top 50, but it certainly belongs in higher than the fucking 90s. That's for sure, I think. Yeah, good game. Very clever game. I just wish it was a little bit quicker to actually get to the part that I'm there for, which is the racing. That's my one gripe with it. Like, I wish there was like a separate mode of like, if you want to drive around the menu and like collect stuff and explore, or just jump straight into a race. Like, I wish that was just a menu option that you could just do right out of the gate. Other than that, though, yeah, had a good time. And the boss battles were very, very interesting. Very interesting. Hadn't come across that in a racer before at all. Yeah, cool game for sure. Number 90, The World Ends With You. So I've played gosh, there was like I don't know, I think they remade this or they re-released this on, I want to say, the Switch, right? And I think I played a bit of this. Well, I should say, excuse me, I didn't play it. My daughter played it. And I was sort of just there to check it out. Very interesting game. Very quirky, different sort of game. But I don't know if that version that we played was a remake of this or if it was its own separate title. I feel like maybe it was its own separate title. So I haven't ever played The World Ends With You. I love how it looks. I've always loved how it looks artistically. It reminds me of the art from like Kingdom Hearts or something like that. I don't know if it's the same people. I think is this Square? I think it's Square, right? I don't think they're going to tell us. I can't see it there anywhere. I feel you guys might know better than me. Watch Super Smash Brothers Melee be top 10. Well, I mean, there's a good chance. Maybe. Depends how, how much they're spinning the wheel. Rare made great games then. Oh, man, how good were Rare. In the N64 days, dude, that was their console. That was absolutely their console. Incredible, incredible stuff. Yeah, I don't have a lot to comment on this one. I haven't played it. It's not really my cup of tea. I don't know if I would want to play it. I just like how it looks visually. I think it's an interesting idea. But yeah, haven't ever tried it out. Bit of like an RPG mixed with a rhythm game, I think, is sort of the general gist of it. All right, here we go. That's the 90s, guys. That's the first 10 done. All right. Well, the first 11. This is we're moving into the 90s now. The 80s, I should say. Here we go. 89. Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. At 89? What? Hang on. So, wait, no, hang on. So Captain Toad Treasure Tracker is better than Diddy Kong Racing and better than Super Castlevania. What? No, I can't believe it. I can't believe that. Better than DK Racing. Yeah, that's right. That's no way. Like Treasure Tracker was like a fun enough kind of puzzly. It almost felt like a mini game, you know? Am I missing something here? Am I drunk? No, you're not. I mean, you might be. No judgment from me, but you may as well be. This is crazy that this is better than those games. I can't believe that. There's no way in the world. I haven't played much of. I've played a little bit of Treasure Tracker, and I thought it was like a fun enough sort of. I don't know. It just felt a bit like, meh. Okay, yeah, that was all right. Like it didn't wow me. I don't know. Like maybe they're making a big deal of it because it's Toad's first game. They're sort of talking about here. I mean, fuck, number 89 best Nintendo games ever. I don't know, man. I don't think so. Did you come into this not expecting to get angered by people who have never played these? I didn't know. I had no expectations, random guy. None at all. It's an IGN list. The list has already thrown some curveballs. Absolutely. Yeah, this is one of the biggest ones. That's wild. It's a shame we never got another one of these, they say. Yeah, I mean, did it even do that well? I don't think it even did that well, did it? I don't know. This list is throwing the ball straight into the parking lot. Yeah, I don't know. That seems like they're fucking smoking the crack pipe on this one. That's crazy. This is above Super Castlevania, especially. Like again, I haven't played it. Every single game I see that is apparently better than Super Castlevania that I think's a bit meh just makes me want to play Super Castlevania more. You know, like that's crazy. That's fucking wild. And there's no way that this is better than Diddy Kong Racing. There's no fucking way. No shot at all. Anyway, like I'm surprised this is even on the list, to be honest. I thought this would be like in the high 90s if it's on the list at all. Wow, that's nuts. All right, there we go. 89, Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. What a pile of shit. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Here's a big hitter. Golden Sun: The Lost Age. All right. I know people love this. I know people like this one. Big time JRPG, very popular. I actually, I owned the first one. This is the sequel, right? There were 2 Golden Sun games. This is the sequel. I owned the first one on my GBA because I bought it purely based on the cover art and nothing else. I saw the box and just went, holy shit, I need to own that and play it. And then it turned out it was a JRPG, which is not my kind of thing. And I didn't put any time into it at all, other than, 10 or 15 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that. And it just wasn't, again, it wasn't what I thought I was getting. I thought I was getting like some sort of fucking crazy Diablo-like or something. But I think I need to go back and try these out, right? Like these are very well respected, very well loved games. And I wonder, again, being sort of a bit older, a bit wiser, a bit more open-minded, how I would go playing through something like Golden Sun now. I'd like to try one out. I would. Like, I actually have Golden Sun on my to play list. I don't know if or when we'll get to it, but I put it on there because I'm just sort of curious to go back and give it another shot. Oh, look out. Scott's in the chat from Streets of Scrage. He's come to weigh in. I had my fun time with Treasure Tracker and I've played it more than DK Racing. Well, look at that. There we go. Scotty's sticking up for Treasure Tracker. We got a Treasure Tracker fan. The one. You bought the one copy, Scott. I knew I had to be somebody. I knew somebody had bought it. Okay, Golden Sun. Yeah, I think I'm wondering about placement. Because I think it's like a niche game, but the people who love it really love it, right? It's one of those sorts of games. I'm keen to go back and try it out at some point, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how many Golden Sun fans are in the chat watching, but like, I thought it would probably show up on the list somewhere, and they've gone with number 2. What's their reasoning for that? Golden Sun was already an absolute feat with its creative synergy and Jin systems, gorgeous environments and music, and surprisingly robust open world. In the sequel, they quadrupled the size of that world. Holy shit. Added even more synergy and Jin and classes, and came up with more banger songs and environments, and opened a second act with a wild party-switching twist that would go on to be subverted further in a triumphant march to the final battle. There we go. Golden Sun and The Lost Age are nuts in the best way. The Lost Age even more so, and are among the best GBA games of all time. Yeah, I think that's a fair call. That's one of the first fair calls I've read on this list so far. Scott says, I agree that Treasure Tracker shouldn't be on this list. Yeah, that's wild. I'm still reeling from that, to be honest. That's crazy. Fucking Treasure Tracker better than Super Castlevania, Scotty. All right? Make not just better than Super Castlevania, significantly better than Super Castlevania, according to IGN. Nuts. All right, here we go. Let's kick it on. 87. What do we got? Mario Golf Toadstool Tour. Okay. Interesting. All right. Originally driving off on the NES before approaching the 3D world of the N64, it's Toadstool Tour on the GameCube, where the plumber really nailed the action on the green. So I played my first Mario Golf game this year with Scott, actually. You can go and find that video on the channel. Fucking hell, that was a laugh, that one. I think we spent more time laughing than playing the game. A really good time. I got absolutely trounced. So I haven't really explored any of the Mario sports games. That's like one of the big omissions, I think, on my gaming repertoire, is that I don't mind a sports game if it's got like a little bit of a quirk to it, right? Like if they Mario Karted up a little bit, or if the base gameplay is just really fun. And it just doesn't make sense that I never tried any of these back then. Like, I don't understand why I missed Mario Golf and Mario Tennis and all those sorts of games. And I've been enjoying going back and seeing what they're all about now. So I had a great time, even though I got my fucking ass handed to me in Mario Golf 64. I had a great time playing with it. It's a fantastic game. Tons of content. Holy shit. That's a loaded cartridge. That's a stacked cartridge. If you picked that up, you got your money's worth in that cart for sure. I can only imagine that Toadstool Tour is the same but better, right? These seem like the kind of people who see better graphics and more content and immediately assume it's better than others with less. Yeah, maybe. I watched that the other day. It was really funny. Yeah, that was a good video. That was a good time. Always a good time hanging out with Scotty and playing some games for sure. But there we go. Toadstool Tour number 87. Yeah, I'd try this for sure, especially having now played the first one and seen what it's about. I'd definitely, because the GameCube had this kind of thing where it would take series that kicked off on the N64 and just kind of turn them up to 11 a bit, wouldn't it? And I missed so many of them. Even though I had a GameCube, I didn't own very many GameCube games at all, really, like just a couple. And so I missed out on some serious like heavy hitters like F-Zero GX, like you know, all the sequels to, like, you know, Mario Golf and Wave Race and fucking 1080 and all that, all those series that the 64 birthed, that the GameCube just sort of like amped up. I never really got a look in on any of them, really, except for Smash Brothers. That was a great video. Still waiting for the mini golf match. Oh, we'll bring it up at some point for sure. Yeah, we got to go back and try that out. We're both big mini golf fans, so it'll be coming at some point. Absolutely. I got to get my revenge. I got to get one back on him. Like that was ridiculous, that video. He's a freak of nature. It's insane. All right. 86. What do we got? Super Monkey Ball 2. Oh, interesting. Is this like, I guess so. Like this would have been GameCube era, right? Yeah. 2002 GameCube sequel is stuff with 140 stages. So yeah, like I always just imagine Super Monkey Ball and Sega, but I never really like think about Nintendo. But I guess, yeah, it was like a GameCube exclusive for quite a long time, right? I've got a Super Monkey Ball game on my shelf. I haven't tried it yet, like one of the ones that was on the Switch. And I picked it up just because I'd never played a Super Monkey Ball game, just to see what it was all about. But again, another game that I think has its fan base, is fairly niche, but the people who love it fucking love it, right? Yep, GameCube, yeah, yep. Interesting concept too. Like this really is a game that was kind of designed for the Wii U and the Switch, really. Like that sort of feels like it would be its natural home. I'm interested to see like how this would have worked on the GameCube, whether they bring this out on Switch Online so we can get a shot at it and have a check. A mini golf, fingers crossed, will be epic. Yeah, hopefully, Scotty. Yep, definitely. We'll tee it up at some point. Tee it up, get it? Huh? Later release on iOS as well, I think. Yeah, this would be great on phones too, right? Like anything that's got like a gyro in it. There are at least 3 Super Monkey Ball games on the Switch. Okay, I don't know. I don't remember what the one I've got. I think I bought it when I was... Did I buy it with you, Scott? I can't remember when you came to visit. Maybe not. Maybe it was a trip before that. But it wasn't all that long ago that I picked it up. I'm yet to try it out though. But there we go. Super Monkey Ball 2 for the GameCube. Number 2 specifically. All right, 85. What do we got? Oh, here we go. We're sticking with GameCube. A lot of GameCube in the 80s. We're on a bit of a GameCube run here. This is definitely one of the bigger GameCube titles. Beautiful Joe. I think this one has this come out on Switch Online, or did they line it up as being one of the potential releases for Switch Online? I can't remember, but I've got a feeling we're going to see this one and I'm going to be able to play it because again, this is another one I missed out on back in the day that people fucking loved. And just the art style of it, the look of it, really unique, really interesting, especially at the time that it came out for sure. Kind of like a 2D beat 'em up side scroller action game. Like that's my kind of fucking game. I don't know how I missed out on this. I really don't. Like a superhero, kind of like quirky superhero game. All these things are my cup of tea, and yet I never tried out Beautiful Joe. I hope this. If I really hope I'm right about it coming to Switch Online, because this is one I definitely want to check out and try. I think I'm going to like it a lot, and I think I've got a sequel too, right, on the GameCube. There's a Beautiful Joe 2 as well. I don't know how well it did financially, but I know it's like a cult classic for sure. Like this belongs on the list, right? Like no question that this belongs on the list. I don't think we're going to get any arguments about Beautiful Joe showing up. I think it'll only be like its positioning. Beautiful Joe is gold. Yeah. It's huge fan. Like people who, again, it's one of those niche games where the people who love it fucking adore it. And yeah, I'm looking forward to checking it out. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed it comes to Switch Online. I'm pretty sure I saw that it is. Yeah, I would love that. I would love that if it does. All right. 84. What do we got? Oh, at 84. Oh, wow. Okay. Holy, I knew this was going to be on here somewhere. I didn't know I thought we wouldn't be seeing this one for a while. I didn't think we'd be seeing this one for a while, right? I thought this would be like top 30 material. F-Zero GX, man. So I was just talking about how I missed out on a bunch of like the amped up versions of games that came out on the N64. I played a lot of F-Zero X. I fucking love F-Zero X. It's one of my favorite games on the console. But for some reason, just never got my hands on F-Zero GX. I know this one is definitely on Switch Online, so I can go and check this out, and I need to do that. But man, like I think this is a lot of people's favorite in the series, right? Like F-Zero X kind of like like it was 60 FPS on the N64, which was fucking crazy. That was crazy tech back then. Absolutely insane tech. But this one just sort of like, it was like, again, just dialed it up to 11. It's so much more like fucking speed and flashing lights and color and noise and all the shit that you love about F-Zero. They just pumped this game full of it from what I can tell. Yeah, I need to get this played for sure. And there's no question that I'm going to like it. It's just, the only question is, will I like it more than F-Zero X? Like, what do you guys think who have played this? Which is the better game, this or F-Zero X? I'm super curious about that. Let's do a quick little poll. A quick little poll. Which is better? F-Zero X or F-Zero GX? All right, let's have a look. What do you all think? I mean, I have to say F-Zero X because I haven't played GX. And I think a lot of people have a lot of nostalgia for F-Zero X, right? Like, even though F-Zero, also a great game, also one that I played for the first time this year, that came out on the SNES many years earlier, I think F-Zero X, like when I think about F-Zero, and I think when a lot of people think about F-Zero, F-Zero X is what we think of, or certainly what I think of. Interesting to see what you guys say. F-Zero GX, okay. Thought that would have been a bit higher. Yeah, I'm surprised to see it down here. I really am. I thought this would be top 30. I feel like I'm maybe in the minority on liking F-Zero X more. Like, I feel like this is the F-Zero game that you know, people think about when they think about F-Zero. Bring it back, Nintendo. Like, I don't buy that bullshit that there's not enough room for this in Mario Kart. What an absolute load of shit, man. They are such different games. They're such different experiences. I'll fucking buy it if you release a new F-Zero game. Just fucking do it. Stop sitting on it and just do it. People have been asking for it for years. Great childhood memories. You have no idea. Oh, hook it to my veins, John. It's good shit. I lent my copy to my friend and his house got robbed. Oh, and they stole my copy. Oh, is this on Beautiful Joe you're talking about? Holy shit. Oh, wounded. And back then you couldn't just go and buy a fucking another one, right? Like that was a lot of fucking money. I owned F-Zero GX and I can honestly say I've never won a race. That sounds like my F-Zero X experience. You know, the F-Zero GX movie is going to be awesome. Are they making a movie, a GX movie? Is that real? Is that a real thing? Or are you shitting me right now? But a new Kirby Air Riders has room on the market. Yeah, right? To be fair, Kirby Air Riders is more different from Mario Kart than F-Zero is, all right? To be perfectly fair. But I still think F-Zero is different enough from Mario Kart that it warrants a release. Like that high-speed, frenetic, fucking hold on by your fingertips kind of racing. Like, if they released an F-Zero game, it would fucking sell. There's no way people would go like, oh, I'm not going to buy that because I already have Mario Kart. Or I'm not going to buy Mario Kart because I want... That's such a load of shit, right? It's like saying, like, I'm not going to buy Smash Brothers because Street Fighter is also on the console. Like, it's fuck off. Like, it's a ridiculous thing to think. They haven't announced it yet. But you'll see. All right, John. Prediction, eh? It's coming after the Star Fox movie and the Metroid movie, but it's coming. All right. We'll mark it down, John. Prediction. Man, a Metroid movie would go hard. It'd go so hard. All right, looks like GX is the choice. Okay. Well, there you go. Yeah, it's got its fans. People love it. And I can see why. Yeah, I got to get it played. I've got to play it. I just need to, and it's right there for me to do as well. I've just got to do it. All right. 83. What the fuck? What the fuck? Are you serious right now? Are you fucking kidding me? Ring Fit Adventure at number 83. The 83rd best Nintendo game of all time. Okay, of all time, not just not just 100 best first-party Nintendo games, not just the 100 best Nintendo games of a specific console. We're talking about the 100 best games, like synonymous with a Nintendo machine of all time. And you're telling me that Ring fucking Fit Adventure is number 83. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? This is insane. Are you kidding me? Now, I own Ring Fit Adventure. I've actually played Ring Fit Adventure. I can comment on this one. And there's no fucking shot that a goddamn fitness activity, right, dressed up as a rail shooter is better than half the shit that we've already looked at on this list. And it's certainly not fucking better than F-Zero GX. Is this a fucking joke? This is rage bait. This is fucking straight up rage bait. They've done this on purpose so that people like me will come along and make videos about the list and get fucking angry and react to it and put more eyes on their goddamn website. That's the only reason this shit's here. This is insane. Oh my God. Surely Wii Sports is number one then. Wii Sports is a shitload better than Ring Fit Adventure. I'll tell you that right now. The 83rd best Nintendo experience you can have is flinging a hula hoop around your living room. Oh, I can't believe this. This is the most fucking unhinged shit we've seen so far. All right? There's been some stuff on the list. I'm like, I think that should be higher. Oh, I'm surprised that's down here. The fact that this is on the list at all is crazy. Now, as a fitness exercise, I can see that Ring Fit Adventure is an interesting way to get kids up off the couch and actually using their bodies and doing a bit of exercise, right? It's a neat idea. I don't think it's superly well executed, personally. I think they could have done a much better job on the execution, but it felt like a step one, you know, as in like Ring Fit Adventure 2 would be like the game that this was sort of trying to be. You could see like, oh yeah, I can see what they're trying to do here. They haven't quite nailed it here, but I can see what they're trying to do. It's a good idea. It's not the 83rd best fucking Nintendo game ever made. That's fucking hell. I'm gonna need some blood pressure medication after this. This is crazy. There's going to be a Virtual Boy game on here, isn't there? ET's going to show up on here somewhere. You just know it, right? We're going to get an ET on here somewhere. IGN Top 100 Try Not to Rage Edition. That's wild, man. That is fucking wild. It's all right. Like, it's not, I don't even consider it a game, to be honest. Like, it's a thing that you do. It's like Wii Fit. You know what I mean? Like, if Wii Fit, is Wii Fit a game? Not really. I mean, this is just kind of a prettier Wii Fit. Yeah, that's nuts, man. That's crazy. Better than Super Castlevania, better than Diddy Kong Racing, better than F-Zero GX, better than Beautiful Joe. I mean, it probably is better than fucking... I can never remember the name of that game. What was that game that G likes? It's probably better than that. Let's be real, okay? Like, it's probably 99. This is probably 99. If it's going to be on the list, it should probably be at 99, right? 83. Holy shit. That's fucking crazy. Jesus Christ. All right. Moving on. Here we go. You ready? What's better than Ring Fit? Fucking anything. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. All right. All right. We're back on track. We're back on track. All right. We went off the rails there for a little bit. We hit some rough ground. We're back on track again. Here we go. Phoenix Wright. So Phoenix Wright is a game that I own and that I started playing. I need to get back to it. Again, it's just a time thing. And this was another one. This is like Professor Layton, right? Like, this was one that I was just really curious about, like, not really understanding what the game is and having to just kind of like play it and try it for myself to finally see if it's something that I'll like or not. And I need to get back and do that. If I had more time, I would have kept going. I think I only played through the first like tutorial case and started like the actual game proper a little bit, just to try and gauge what this actually was. But yeah, another well-loved series. People fucking love Phoenix Wright. It's been around for a while now. Like this is the first one they're talking about, yeah? Yes. Nearly every moment of Phoenix Wright's original courtroom adventure is iconic. Yeah, I do need to get back and try this out. Maybe this is one we could play through on the channel. That'd be kind of cool, actually. This would be an interesting stream game, I think, wouldn't it? Especially if people haven't played it before. I mean, like I said, I've only just gone through the tutorial, but this could be a fun one to do together and figure out together. I might put that on my list, actually. I'll make a little note of that, I think. Let me do it right now, or I'll forget, because that's what I do, because I'm an old man. Where are we at? What do you all think about Phoenix Wright? Anyone played Phoenix Wright? Any Phoenix Wright fans? Here we go. Where's my list? All right. Whew, man, this is number 61 on my full playlist. There's a lot of games in my full playlist. Phoenix Wright. Yeah, nice. Chat Detective sounds interesting. Yeah, that'd be fun, right? Like, I feel like that'd be fun. Like trying to solve it and figure it out together. As long as people who've played it don't like spoil everything. But I think that could be a fun time. I'd be down for that. Anyway, there we go. 82. Again, I understand why this is on the list. I think, you know, I'm even a little bit surprised that it's not higher, because I know, again, the people who love it fucking love it. It's better than Ring Fit, that's for fucking sure. Even with the tiny little amount of time I've put into it, I can tell you that. Always thought it was a weird concept, but I know nothing about it. Would love to see you give it a go. Yeah, I think this is definitely one that I think would be a fun channel game to do together, to figure out together. Yeah, it's on the list now. We'll see when it shows up. That could be a good time, I think. All right, there we go. 82. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. Oh, 81. Castlevania 3, Dracula's Curse. All right, Castlevania fans. Is this infinitely better than Super Castlevania 4? What do we think? Considered by many to be the apex of the classic Castlevania entries. Really? Do they mean like of the original NES games? I'm guessing that's what they're talking about. Yeah, that must be what they're talking about. Dracula's Curse remains a wonderful example of a talented group of developers pushing aging hardware to its maximum potential. This is also on my to play. I mean, all the Castlevanias are on my to play list, but I know this is a good one. I know people like this one. This is another one that I've got on my to play list at some point. I'm looking forward to getting it to it. They actually go into it down here a little bit. Indeed, many consider this to be superior to the first 16-bit entry in the series, Super Castlevania 4, which arrived just a short time later in 1991. Wow, only 2 years. And probably less than 2 years, really. Damn, there you go. Yes, all right, Magnus is happy. We've got a Castlevania 3 fan. Yeah. I wonder how many Castlevania games we're going to see on this list. Like, I was surprised that we hit Super Castlevania so early. Like, I thought that would be up the top somewhere. I figured Castlevania 3 would be on here. I'm guessing we're going to see some of the Game Boy Advance games on here because they're very well loved as well. I'll be interested to see where they fall, you know. And obviously, we're not going to see Symphony of the Night because that was a PlayStation game. But yeah, there we go. Number 3, better than number 4, according to IGN. How about that? All right. Oh, here we go. Speaking of niche fan bases, Mother 3, number 80. So I wonder where this is going to place in relation to the original Earthbound. Let's see if we get some info here. Is there a non-localized game that has garnered more attention than Mother 3? Earthbound's follow-up could have been more of the same, more satire, more charm, and it is both of those things, but Mother 3's story of family, capitalism, and corruption will deeply touch anyone who plays it. Okay. So they like it more than Earthbound. It's also a smart evolution of Earthbound's turn-based combat, using rhythm mechanics to let you flex your skills. Its tear-jerking moments may transcend the games, but there's so much more richness within Mother 3 that it deserves to be played by all, if only it were easier to access. All right, so whoever, Alana, apparently sounds like she likes this better than Earthbound, which makes me wonder if we're going to see Earthbound on the list. Now, Earthbound is on my to play list for the channel. I'm looking forward to it. Again, one that I had no interest in because not a JRPG guy, but it looks quirky as fuck. And I'm always about trying things that are a little bit different, right? They're a little bit off the wall, a little bit unusual, something you haven't seen before. And that's exactly what Earthbound looks like to me. I'm looking forward to playing through that one, actually. But Mother 3, yeah, I haven't even thought about. So there we go. A difficult one to get played, though, by the sounds of things. So probably not one that many people are going to have an opinion on, really, at the end of the day, if you can't really get it played, right? But I know Earthbound has its fans. All right, here we go. 79, Elite Beat Agents, another quirky DS game. This one reminds me of like what was the one we saw earlier? The World Ends With You. I know it's not the same sort of game, but they sort of like, in terms of like those like kind of quirky, offbeat, kind of weirdo DS games that tried something new, tried something different, and actually got a fan base for doing so. This is another one of those that ended up doing that. Haven't played this one myself. Don't have any opinions. I'm not a rhythm game guy. I've got the rhythm of a fucking potato. So not something that I'm going to be gravitating towards, but I know people love it. 79's high though, I think, for this. Right? Again, like everything I see now, I'm like, that's better than F-Zero GX? Really? I don't know about Elite Beat Agents being better than F-Zero GX, right? That's a big call. That's a big call. All right. Oh! 78! Donkey Kong Country 2 Diddy's Kong Quest. Not that Diddy's Conquest, this Diddy's Conquest. Damn. Trying something new, also known as weirdos now. Hey, look, I'm one of them, Gazelle. I'm a proud weirdo. Man, 78. Ooh, this is going to rattle some cages. This is going to rattle some cages. Isn't this considered to be the best Donkey Kong Country game? By like pretty much everybody? That's wow. I thought this would be top 30 material. Donkey Kong Country 2, hell yes, but should be higher. Yeah, this is nuts. I thought this would be in the top 30 for sure. Like this one specifically. I thought maybe we might see the original down a bit further. But wow, yeah. Another real curveball they're throwing at us here. Now, I've only played the original Donkey Kong Country. I haven't played number 2, but I did watch my buddy Dom do a playthrough of the Donkey Kong Country 2 on our old channel that we used to be in together. He fucking loves this game, man. Like, he loves this game. The Donkey Kong Country games were that's his childhood. And it was really cool to sit in and watch him go through them again now as an adult. But fucking hell, like... I really thought this would be higher. I really did. Man, I find 1, 2, and 3 about equal. Is that right, Magnus? Okay, all right. I don't know that that's the general consensus, though, man. I feel like this is a pretty well loved game, right? For the most part. It'll be very interesting to see if the first one shows up higher than this. You know what I mean? Like, I was always under the impression that this was the best in the series. Scott, you'd be able to weigh in on that. Probably better than I can. I know it was Dom's favorite when he played it. He told me that this was his favorite. That's crazy. Number 78. Wow. Okay. So I've got a controversial opinion on the Donkey Kong Country games. I think they are ugly as sin. I do. I think they're fucking hideous. I hate that, like, 3D model scanned in as a sprite. You can see all the fucking JPEG artifacting around the outside. I think it's a horrific looking game. I have to admit that it did start to grow on me after having played the first one for a little while. Like, I started to, like, look past that a little bit more, started to appreciate it, especially with like the cycling backdrops and things like that. Like, there's some interesting stuff going when there was backdrops. Sometimes there's no fucking backdrops in a Donkey Kong Country, is there? Sometimes it's just a black screen. But I don't think they're very good looking games. And that's what a lot of people love about them is how they look. I would have way preferred some like beautiful, gorgeous 16-bit, traditional 16-bit sprite work. I think it would look fantastic rendered like that, more so than what it was rendered as. Donkey Kong Country 2 is great. Objectively, I think 1 is better, but 3 is rubbish compared to 1 and 2. All right, there you go, Scotty. So Scotty likes 1 better. All right, well, we'll see if number 1 pops up higher on the list somewhere. But that's low. Yeah, I'm very surprised about that. Not as surprised as I was to see Ring Fit Adventure on the fucking list anywhere, but I'm surprised to see that at 78. All right, 77. Here we go. Oh, another big hitter. Super Mario Sunshine. Now, this is a divisive game, isn't it? Like, there's people who, like, of all the 3D Super Mario platformers, I feel like this one's the most divisive, where people love it or hate it. And there's a decent amount of people who hate it. Which you know, and I guess never understood what it is about it that people don't like. Like, why do the haters not like it? Because like 3D platformer like Mario games are one of those like universally you can take it to the fucking bank that it's a decent game. But not necessarily the case with Super Mario Sunshine, which is interesting. They're not necessarily nice looking, but they have charm. Yeah, I guess so. I guess as an artifact of an era, I can see how if you were looking at it for the first time, you were like, "Ooh, this is 3D," but it's not really 3D. But like it would have appeared that way. Like again, I had kind of like the Star Fox factor, right? Where you kind of like the ooh-ah kind of like, but it was at least a good platformer as well. Whereas Star Fox was not a great game, I didn't think. Anyway, moving on. We'll talk about Super Mario Sunshine. I really enjoy Super Mario Sunshine. Takes some getting used to, but it's really good. So yeah, so you're in the pro Sunshine camp then, Scott. But I know there's some people who find this really frustrating. Flood is janky and a bit of a chore, but it's decent. Yeah. And see, decent, like I don't know another 3D Mario game that's described as decent. You know what I mean? Like one of the mainline platformers. That's not high praise, is it? That it's decent. Ring Fit Adventure is decent. You know what I mean? Anyway, this one's not on my to play list. I played Super Mario 64 this year for the first time. Loved it. Thought it was great. I'd like to delve into more Mario games now that I've tackled that one and seen that actually this is something that I enjoy, that I like. But Super Mario Sunshine, I don't know. It just doesn't massively appeal to me for some reason. And I can't even really put my finger on why that is. There's just something about the look of the gameplay that just seems like, I don't know, kind of tedious to me. And this is purely talking as a layman looking from the outside in, right? Like I haven't played it myself. Yeah, it's not a patch on 64, Galaxy, or Odyssey. Yeah, but why is that, Gazelle? Why? That's what I don't understand. Like it looks kind of tedious to play to me, but having never played it, like that's just purely a shot in the dark, right? Based on like gameplay and trailers and stuff that I've seen. Like what is it that makes this one not stack up to its siblings? That I'm just never quite like I can't put my finger on it having never played it, but it's an interesting one, isn't it? You know? I'm curious. I'm very curious. Anyone in the chat? Any detractors of Super Mario Sunshine? Why? It's an amazing game, says John. All right. Yeah, you love it. See, this is what I mean. Like, you don't get this divisiveness on any of the other ones. They're all just universally loved. This is the only one. Like what? And that always makes me interested, right? When a game comes out and people either love it or hate it, that always sort of like, oh, okay, what's going on here? But like I said, like having watched it, I'm just like, it just doesn't excite me. It doesn't like pull me in. It just kind of looks like a little bit of a chore to me. Cleaning graffiti is not for everyone. Yeah, true, right? I never knew people who disliked it. Well, we all live in our own little like bubbles, don't we, with that sort of thing, especially growing up. Interesting. Yeah, interesting one. Maybe I should put it on the playlist. I don't know. If you think it should be on there, let me know. I can't say that I'm rushing out to try it. But I bet if people wanted to see it, I'd give it a shot. I'm open to it. It's a very good 3D Mario, just not quite a great 3D Mario. I can't think of a reason right now as to why. It's just not got it. It hasn't got the it factor. Scott says, I like Super Mario Sunshine more than Galaxy 1 and 2. Wow. Flood adds an extra element to gameplay that's great to use at times and frustrating at others. Plus, Yoshi is in it and rideable for the first time in 3D games. Okay, all right. So if you're a long-time Mario fan, then that gives it a little bit of something, right? Because Yoshi, up until that point, had kind of been, you know, he'd really only been in the spotlight in the 2D games, really. So having him for the first time interactable in the 3D environment, I can see why that would be appealing if you're a Mario fan. But yeah, divided opinions, even in my own little chat here. It's interesting, very interesting. All right. There we go. Number 77, though, Super Mario Sunshine. I'm not surprised to see this on the list, but I'm also not surprised that it's not higher. Like, this feels like, oh yeah, it's about, that's, you know, I expected to see it somewhere around here. First time I've ever heard someone prefer it over Galaxy. I respect the hustle. Also, first appearance of Bowser Jr., Scott says. Okay, all right, so a lot of firsts. I've got to say, simplifying Super Mario Sunshine to cleaning graffiti is kind of insane and says a lot about how much you played it. More to it than that. All right, there we go. All right, whoa. All right, we people love it and people hate it. That's okay. Well, not even hate it, but just don't think it quite holds up to the others. And maybe that's a big part of it, right? Maybe it's not that it's a shit game or a bad game. Maybe it's just not what people were expecting to get after, you know, the titan that was Super Mario 64. Maybe it felt like a letdown, even though if you just judge it on its own merits, it's actually all right, you know? Maybe that's got a big part to play in people's opinions of it. All right, there we go. 77, Super Mario Sunshine. Let's roll on. Oh, Secret of Mana Never 76. This is on my to play list, and this is one I'm really looking forward to trying out. This is my kind of game right here. This is me. This is a bit of me. So this, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's a JRPG, but it's like a Diablo-like, right? It's like a isometric, well, not isometric because it's on the SNES, but you know what I mean? Like not top down. I guess it's like kind of an isometric perspective, like action RPG. Like that's me all over. I love that shit, right? So I'm really looking forward to digging into Secret of Mana. Like I know my friend Sam from Vagrant Sam Plays, my good buddy Sam. He loves this game. He's a big fan of it. I've watched him play it. I thought, oh shit, that looks good, and it's a fucking gorgeous looking game as well. Beautiful sprite work. I mean, look at the artwork there, the gorgeous fucking watercolors and stuff. Love it. Yeah, this is one I'm really keen on. I've got this on my to play list, and I'm eager to get to it. But it's not one that I hear talked about a whole lot, to be honest. Like it doesn't come up when you're talking about, like, you know, I think a lot of people would consider it to be one of the greatest SNES games, but I don't hear it. Like, my buddy Sam is the only person I've ever seen play it or talk about it in all the people I know who play SNES games. You know what I mean? Like it seems like a fairly niche title. But what I saw of it, I was like, whew, that looks like a bit of me. That looks like a bit of me, you know what I mean? Know what I mean? Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one, for sure. What's to say? The 2018 remake was welcome, but didn't quite match up to the original, which tells you everything you need to know about how highly this game is regarded by fans. And this one's on Switch Online as well, so it's super accessible, easy to play. Yeah, I'm looking forward to giving this a shot at some point in the future. Absolutely. Secret of Mana, 76. Oh, 75. Ogre Battle 64. Now, did we get this? Did we get this in PAL regions? I don't know that we did. Maybe? Because again, this is a bit of me right here. Like this, the Ogre Battle games. This is you're singing my song here. Like a bit of what it's got, a bit of turn-based and real-time strategy and RPG all blended into one. I don't know that we got access to this. You would know that better than I would, Scott, if you're hanging around. Did we get this in PAL? Because I think if we had of, I would have tried it, but I do wonder, having played StarCraft 64, which was not a great port of that game and not a great way to play that game, how it would have actually gone. I mean, they've put it on there's their 75th best game of all time for Nintendo games, right? But they've also put fucking Ring Fit Adventure in their top 100 games. So I don't know. We did have it. Okay, I don't think I ever saw it. I never came across it. It mustn't have like got a very widespread release. I mean, not that I'm like the fucking arbiter of 64 games, but you know what I mean? Never played it or any of the others. No, me either. I just never even came across it. I've only ever heard about it. Secret of Mana should be higher on the list, Josh says. Yeah, I think a lot of people would feel similarly to you, Josh. I know it's got its fan base, and I'm hoping to add myself to that fan base. IGN reviews are always questionable. Yeah, true. Yeah. Dude, if you're only just joining in, Josh, there's been a lot of questionable shit. We'll say that, all right? You have to go back and check it out. A lot of questionable shit so far. We're only at fucking 75. Holy shit. All right, there we go. Ogre Battle 64. I'd love to try one of these. I think it'd be right up my alley. I'd be eager to give it a shot. I just don't know how I'd actually go about doing it. But man, yeah, if I could figure out how to try one, I'd love to try one. Oh! What are you doing? What are you doing? Wave Race 64 at number 74. Oh, my heart. I love this game. I love this game. This is one of my favorite games on the Nintendo 64. It would be one of my most played games on the Nintendo 64. I think this is a fucking gem of a racing game. Holy shit, one of Jay's sacred cows. That's right, all the way down here, Scott. Can you believe it? This is ridiculous. God, this is a good game. And not only is this a good game, it's still a fucking good game. This holds up so well. This still is so much fun to play. It's still so unique. There's no other racing game that's quite like Wave Race. This is such an interesting idea. Having a racing game, like it's for anyone who doesn't know, never played Wave Race, it's a jet ski racer, right? But what Wave Race does that makes it so interesting is that it's a fairly bog standard, straightforward arcade racer with different racers that have different stats that are better at different things, right? You pick your racer, in you go, you race laps around a water circuit. But what makes it interesting is contending with the waves. It's how you manage the environment, because you're racing a fucking jet ski. You're not glued to the road all the time, which means every now and then you have no traction because you hit a wave and you're shot up into the air and you've lost traction. And it's how you manage the weather and manage the waves that determines who wins the race, not necessarily who's fastest. And I love that about it. The unofficial game of 90s video game music to chill and study to thumbnails. Oh, yes. The music in Wave Race. So good. It was like its own whole vibe, wasn't it? I love it. I love everything about it. I love how colorful it is. I love how fun it is. It's just a joyful game. Like joy is the word that comes to mind when I think of Wave Race. It's just such a fun, good time. There's no fucking cynicism or negativity about it anywhere to be found. It's just like color and chill music and fun times. And I've got so many good memories around it. And I just think it's such a good game. But outside of my nostalgic attachment, I genuinely think it's like one of the best racing games on the 64. And the 64 had some fucking good racing games, right? This being at 74, I think is kind of nuts. Like for me personally, I would put this a lot higher. But it is kind of niche, right? Like I don't know if anybody watching in the chat or even watching later on, leave a comment if you have actually played Wave Race 64. I don't know, I feel like it was more popular than I thought it was, but back when I owned it, I was the only person who'd ever heard of it. Like I was the only person in my friend group who owned it, who played it, who even knew what the fuck it was. Like nobody gave a shit other than me. But I fucking loved it. I still love it. It's so good. It's on Switch Online. If you've got Switch Online and you've got the expansion pack and you've got the access to the N64 games and you've never played Wave Race and you don't mind an arcade racer, oh, dude, go and give this one a go. It's so fun. I'm probably way overselling it, but man, I do think it still to this day offers a racing experience that is completely unique, that hasn't been matched other than its own sequels. Like nothing has really done what Wave Race 64 did. And it was gorgeous. Like graphically for the time, this was a fucking powerhouse. An absolute powerhouse. This looked amazing for back then. The water effects, incredible. Amazing game. I would put it higher. I don't know if anybody else would. Clearly IGN wouldn't. But I'm glad to see this on the list somewhere because it's so fucking good, guys. Honestly, it's so good. All right, moving on. Sin and Punishment Star Successor. I've never played a Sin and Punishment game. I think it's a rail shooter. Yes, on rail shoot 'em up with yeah. So I've never played one of these. I'd probably enjoy it. I like rail shooters. Think Space Harrier in how your character appears hovering on screen, and then add some amazing level design, top-notch baddies, and excellent use of the Wii's motion controls for targeting. Yeah, I'd give this a go, for sure. This sounds like something that you and I both would find fun, actually, Scott. This sounds like a bit of Wild Guns, a little bit of Time Crisis-y. Not really Time Crisis, though. More Wild Guns, I think, is what I'm thinking of, and Space Harrier, like they say here. We should call this list 100 Ways IGN Has Committed Crimes Against Games. They're doing their best. They're doing their best, Josh. You know, you gotta like best is a flexible term. Okay. Best means different things to different people. They're doing their best. All right. For high score chasers and lovers of stiff challenges, this one is hard to beat. Scott, have you played this? This sounds right up your alley, man. This sounds exactly your kind of game. Never heard of Sin and Punishment, but sounds interesting. All right. You might have to try and track this one down, dude. This sounds like a bit of you right here. I'd give this a shot for sure. I'd try it out. It sounds like a little bit Lilac Warsy. Yeah, I'd give it a go. I've got to play Space Harrier. I still haven't. I've got it on my to play list. I still haven't tried it, but it looks like, again, it looks like kind of what Star Fox was trying to be, I guess. I think it looks like a good time. I'm going to give it a go at some point. All right. Ooh, that's a big boy right there. 72, Star Wars Rogue Squadron 2 Rogue Leader on the GameCube. I know. My boy Scott likes a bit of this because he just played it on his channel not too long ago. Yeah, damn. This is a big one. A big well-loved one. Interesting that this... Again, this raises the question, are we going to see the original Rogue Squadron higher on this list, or is it just not on the list at all? Is this taking the place of both games, you know? Because it's kind of more of the same, but I guess better, right? In every conceivable way. I'm calling it, it's going to have Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild in the top 3. You think so, Josh? I don't know, man. Maybe. Like, we've seen some crazy shit on the list so far, dude. We'll see when we get there, I guess. Anyway, Rogue Squadron 2. This has its fans. I know people love this game. I've only played the original Rogue Squadron on the 64. I'm not a Star Wars guy. Like, I like it well enough. I think it's okay. I don't hate Star Wars. But like, you know, The Phantom Menace is my favorite Star Wars movie. That should tell you exactly where I sit in the Star Wars fan base, okay? A very casual lightsaber enjoyer. And I think that's why I never really got into Rogue Squadron, is because like I had Star Fox 64. Like that gave me everything that I wanted out of that type of game, and it wasn't Star Wars because I didn't really give a shit about Star Wars. So I didn't play a whole lot. I remember hiring it out, like renting it out from a rental place one time, giving it a shot, thinking, oh yeah, that's fun enough. But I just, you know, I owned Star Fox 64. That's what I went, or Lilac Wars as it was called for us. That's where I went if I wanted this kind of game. But I know that Rogue Squadron, like Star Fox was a rail shooter. This is very much like a more open level. It's almost like GoldenEye in a spaceship a little bit. I kind of think of it like that, right? Oh, here we go. Look out. Rogue Squadron 2 should be higher. One of the best Star Wars games ever. Yeah, I think you're definitely not alone on that, Scott. Like a lot of people love this one. Those were a few of the games that gave something other than a 7 to... Oh, Breath of the Wild, you mean, Josh? Yeah. the old IGN 7. The catch-all. No way, I'm not the only one. What's that, Gazelle? Like, not the biggest Star Wars fan, you mean? I've never been a huge Star Wars fan. I'm a Star Trek boy through and through. And I didn't actually get into Star Trek until I was an adult, actually. I was never into either. I just didn't like sci-fi in general as a kid. I was a fantasy kid, through and through a fantasy kid. But Scott actually introduced me to Star Trek as an adult, and I'm like fucking head, shoulders, and toes into that. I love Star Trek. Absolutely adore it. But yeah, again, Star Wars is okay. I appreciate it. I like it for what it is. I don't dislike it. I'm not a hater of Star Wars. It's just not my favorite thing in the world. I'm not going to go out and like get a Star Wars game because it's Star Wars. You know what I mean? So yeah, I never played Rogue Squadron 2 because I thought the first one, even though a lot of people like it, it wasn't my bag necessarily. So I never got on the Rogue Squadron 2 plane. But yeah, people love it. I know people love it. 72, like, I know Scott would put it higher. Do you think, like, on your personal list, Scott, I know it would be higher. I wonder whether you think this is a fair ranking overall if we're talking about the 100 best Nintendo games of all time. I feel like this is a fairly fair position for it to be. Maybe a little bit higher, maybe in the 60s, maybe. But I think, you know, we're in the ballpark here of probably where it is in terms of like the pantheon of Nintendo games and the 100 best Nintendo games. A shitload better than Ring Fit, that's for sure. I'll say that. I'm not the biggest fan, no, but I meant that Ep 1 is my favorite one of the films. Hey, you're the other person, Super Gazelle. I knew there had to be more than one of us, right? I knew there had to be more than one of us. Yep, you can't beat a bit of fucking Liam Neeson and Ewan McGregor, I think. Love it. Love it. All right, there we go. Oh, do you remember seeing, just as like a slight adjacency to this, like seeing episode 1 in the cinemas for the first time? Like, that was kind of crazy. That was kind of fucking wild to see like that much CG in a movie. Because there hadn't been a movie pre-episode 1 that I think it had special effects in almost every shot or something like that. I can't remember what I read. Like, there was like 90% of the shots that had CGI in it or some huge number that, you know, now is just fairly fucking normal for any kind of big budget fantasy action thing. But back then, it was kind of nuts. Like, it was pretty wild to see that on the big screen. I'd put Rogue Squadron 2 in the 60s to 50s, depending on what comes up after. Okay, yeah. So we're getting close to the ballpark here. That's fair, Scott. That's fair. I've never criticized you of being anything other than a fair man. All right, here we go. 71. What's better than Rogue Squadron 2? You ready for this, Scott? You ready? Here we go. Wii Fit. Oh, Xenoblade Chronicles X. Specifically the definitive edition. So they're talking about the Switch version. Yeah, the re-release on the Switch specifically. Okay, 71. I have played the original Xenoblade Chronicles. I didn't finish it. I didn't play all the way through it. This is one that I play with my kiddo. I actually got it because I thought it would be a for her. Like, we put a sort of, I think probably 10 hours or so into it, maybe. So we put a little bit of time into it. Oh, we've dropped out again. What is going on with my OBS? What is happening here? All right, I think we're back. Sorry, guys. It was only a little blip, that one. Yeah, but it didn't like, it didn't fully click for her. So I liked what I saw. Like, it was an interesting looking open world kind of like RPG action game. I don't personally have the time to play these types of games. Like, these are huge investments. So I think like there's an alternate universe out there somewhere where I love this shit, because I think if I had the time, I would absolutely play Xenoblade and try it out, because it does look really interesting. It almost looks like a more action-based Final Fantasy. Not that that's saying much, because Final Fantasy has kind of gone that way recently, right? But certainly before it did start to go in that direction, Xenoblade gave you that experience. Like, I wish this wasn't turn-based. Well, then you've got Xenoblade, which kind of gives you like a similar kind of vibe, a similar kind of world, but more actiony. So yeah, there's a universe out there where I think I would really enjoy this. I just don't have the time to try and put into them, you know. I wish I did, but I don't. I think I was 9 when it came out, and I was glued to the cinema screen. It looked incredible at the time. It really did. Yeah. Yeah. Phantom Menace was fucking unhinged at the time it came out in terms of like visuals and CGI and stuff. All right, there we go. Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition. So they are specifically, like I said, talking about the re-release. I wonder why. I wonder why the re-release specifically is what they mean. I guess it's just the same but better, right? Like remastered, better visuals, all that sort of shit. I'm assuming that's the reason why they're going the re-release. They haven't fucked it up by changing things too much. But there we go. Xenoblade. I know there's, again, a lot of Xenoblade fans. It's got definitely a big following. This is one of the ones that I wish I could get into. I definitely wish I could get into Xenoblade. But sadly, you know, maybe one day. It'll be around. It'll still be around when I've got the time one day, I'm sure. All right, rounding out the 70s, we got another RPG, another JRPG. Man, they're big on the JRPGs in this list so far, I feel. Live Alive. Is it live alive? Live alive? Live alive? Live alive? Live alive? How do you pronounce this fucking game? I've never known how to say it. I think it's Live Alive. Just realized we haven't had a Pokemon game yet. That's true, actually. We haven't had a fucking Pokemon game yet. What shit? You've just given me like an existential crisis. What does that mean? That we haven't seen any Pokemon games yet. There's a lot of them. And they're good. Does that... Man, I swear to God, if Ring Fit fucking Adventure is on this list and they skimp out on some of the decent, like, old school Pokemon games, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Oh, I never even considered that as a possibility. It's pronounced Live a Live. Okay, thanks, Zeppelin. Got it. All right, Live a Live. Zeppelin says it's Live a Live. All right. I think it's Live Alive. I'm pretty sure when I've seen it said, for fuck's sake, heard it said, it's Live Alive. I think. Yeah, I don't know anything about this. Again, not my kind of game. Probably not one I'm going to go back and have a look at. Although if you look at the logo, look down here, it's Live Evil. That's probably a better name, really. What's the spin on this? This is when we like playing through multiple different lives or something. A time-traveling epic which spans multiple scenarios and boasts a varied cast of protagonists. Square's 1994 classic, wow, I didn't know it was 1994, is unlike any other game in this genre. It's a shame then that it was considered a commercial flop at the time of its original release. There we go. Thankfully, the 2022 remake not only spruces up the presentation, but it also gives Live Alive a global release for the first time, allowing a much wider audience to experience its amazing quality. I think if you like JRPGs, this is going to be like a must-play, right? Like any of those like sort of like quirky that were really popular in Japan but never made the jump over here, or just didn't get a big sort of highly publicized release over here, and now they've come back. Like that's kind of cool what we're seeing now. We're seeing games like this make their way over in like sort of some gorgeous remasters. I know some of the Dungeon Quest games, for example, like I've never played a Dungeon Quest game. Never had access to one, but I've been eyeing off those like HD 2D remakes and thinking, yeah, maybe I should give a Dungeon Quest a playthrough at some point. You know, yeah, I never say never. It's not on my list to play. The art looks lovely. I really like the fucking art style of it for sure. They probably put gold and silver at 101. They fucking better not have, Gazelle. Don't even wash your mouth out. That's it. Not even IGN would be unhinged enough to do that. Surely. All right, here we go. 69. Oh, Mike Tyson's Punch Out. Hey, I just played this. This is good. I love to see this on the list. This is great. This was a fun game. I really enjoyed this. This was like talking about games that I played that like subverted my expectations. I had no idea what I was getting myself into when I decided to try Punch Out for the first time. I know a lot of you guys had asked for it. It had been on it was on my list already to try out because it's just an absolute fucking classic. But man, I did not expect it to be what it actually turned out to be. You know, I thought it'd just be kind of like a sports boxing game, but it's not that at all. Like it's a puzzle boss battler wrapped in a boxing sort of like outfit. It was really interesting, and I liked it. I liked it a lot. I had a good time with that one. And I think I ended up getting pretty like halfway through the game or something on my first ever attempt, which is very fucking unusual for me, that's for sure. But yeah, I enjoyed this. I'm glad to see this on the list. I thought Super Punch-Out would probably be the one on the list. I wonder if we're going to see Super Punch-Out or whether this is standing in for both. Adapting 1984's Punch-Out and Super Punch-Out arcade games to consoles, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out saw the boxer lend his likeness to a game that, if you're of a certain vintage, you can only have sweet memories of. That's right. So Punch-Out, like the original Punch-Out, was only an arcade game, and Mike Tyson's Punch-Out was the console version. Is that right? I thought it was the other way around. I thought Mike Tyson's Punch-Out was the arcade, and it just got converted to Punch-Out when it came to consoles. I didn't realize I had it the other way around. Well, there you go. Yeah, great game. Enjoyed it. If you haven't played Punch-Out, again, it's on Switch Online. Give it a shot. It's a very interesting game. I'm trying to think of, like, what would you compare Punch-Out to? Like, there's not a lot of games. What if you were trying to describe it to somebody, to tell them like this is what you're getting yourself into, how would you describe Punch-Out? It's almost like if you take all the run back, and this is very base level, right? It's almost like, I almost think I could recommend this to people who like Dark Souls. That's kind of how I feel about it. Or Monster Hunter. It's kind of got that feeling, but with all the shit taken out of the way, and it's just boss battles. That's sort of how it feels to me. I don't know if that's like a fucking unhinged comparison to make, but that's kind of where I'm at with it. And I like Monster Hunter. Like, I like that sort of thing. So tell them it's a bit like Super Punch-Out. Nice one. Oh, okay. Why did you just say so? There we go. Punch-Out, number 69. Glad to see it on the list. Yeah, this belongs here, I think, for sure. Just because of its uniqueness. Especially its uniqueness at the time that it was released. Like, there was nothing like this for a long time, right? Probably not really until, like, when did Monster Hunter first come out? That would be like the first thing to kind of like take this formula and flesh it out into something like a bigger, more varied experience, right? Like that's how it feels to me, anyway. A much simpler Shadow of the Colossus, yeah, like that style of game. That's another good comparison. Shadow of the Colossus, yeah, something like that. Another game that's on my to-play list, by the way. I've only ever watched my buddy play through Shadow of the Colossus. Fucking fantastic looking game. I'm looking forward to trying that one out at some point. All right, good one. Punch-Out. Wario Land 4. So I'm back in I've got no idea what I'm talking about boots here, because again, I wasn't a platformer kid. I would not have gravitated towards 2D platformers on this was Game Boy Advance, I believe. Is that right? Or what are we on? Does it say? Oh, GBA? Yeah, I think GBA. So yeah, this is not what I would have played on my GBA, that's for sure. But yeah, again, this is another one I have on my to-play list. Like, I've never played a Wario Land game before. What's the difference? What's the thing that sets this apart from Super Mario Brothers? Like, is it literally just the same shit but with Wario? Or is there some different, like, a little bit of something extra going on with Wario Land that sets it apart? Does anybody know? Maybe they'll tell us here. If in the early 90s you had been asked to imagine a Mario spin-off platformer, it's unlikely that you'd land on anything quite like the Wario Land series. The boisterous movement, grotesque power-ups, and vocal sample-filled soundtrack couldn't be further from the pleasantries of the Mushroom Kingdom. And nowhere is this funky format better presented than in Wario Land 4. Okay, so it sounds like just a more extreme kind of off-the-wall kind of version of Super Mario Brothers. I'd give this a shot for sure. Like I said, it's on my to-play list. I'll check it out at some point, see what we think of it. But there we go. Wario Land 4, obviously pretty highly regarded, given that it's up here at 68. Oh, let's crack on. Otherwise, it's going to be like a 4-hour stream. Not that I've got anything else to do today, really, so that's not true, actually. I've got to go to work. All right. 67, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. Again, another one I haven't tried out. I mean, this blends back then. Like, when did this come out? Was this on GBA as well? Yes, GBA as well. So, yeah, I didn't like Mario games at the time. I didn't like JRPGs at the time. If you put them together, it's probably going to be something that I'm not all that interested in. There was never a hope in hell that I was ever going to play a Mario and Luigi game back then. I'm more open-minded now. I'd definitely give this a shot these days if people wanted to see it, if people recommend it. I think I'd probably rather play Super Mario RPG first, though. I think if I'm going to dabble into this style of game, I think I've got to start with the OG. I'd feel better starting with the OG. Super hard final boss. I just beat it this year. No shit. Okay. Interesting. Well, there you go. 67, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. I think some of the more recent games in this series have not done terribly well either, right? Like they haven't been super well received. You got to go back. You got to go back to the early days of the series to get the good stuff. I'd try it. I'd give it a shot, especially if I end up liking... Oh, Paper Mario is another one I haven't played that I'd probably go to before I jumped into something like this. You finish the first stage and then you start the second stage with 1 HP and you have to immediately dodge a bunch of attacks till you get your turn. Oh, okay. Damn. That's some cold shit right there. And you beat it, John, I'm assuming. Nice one. Well done. That sounds like, frustration in a bottle to me. A little bit, I'm going to be honest. All right, there we go. Number 67. 66, the original Donkey Kong on the arcade. I'm surprised this is so high on the list. I'll be honest. I'm surprised to see this up here. I thought it would be on the list somewhere, but 66? Like, I understand that it's an important game. Like, I respect it. Is it better than, like, the 60 fucking so other games that we've seen on the list so far? Like, is this better than Rogue Squadron 2? Is it better than F-Zero GX? Is it better than Super Castlevania? Like, no, it's not. Like, I know that a lot of people have like a nostalgia for this one. I think this is more a respect thing, right? Like, you got to respect the OG. And this one, I think, deserves that respect. But it's not the best game in the world. Like, I've played it a few times. I think, it's okay. It is what it is. It's all right for what it is. But I wouldn't rank it at number 66 best Nintendo. Maybe that's a crazy fucking take. I don't know. But I don't think it's that great. I think it's important. I'm glad it exists. I don't think it belongs at number 66 of the 100 best Nintendo games ever made. I don't. Is it better than Ring Fit Adventure? Yes. Okay. All right. True. That's true. It is better than Ring Fit Adventure. I'll give you that. But it's not great. All right. Okay. So if we got like fucking Sanity's Requiem at number 100 down in the dregs piece of shit garbage trash games, then like we'd have Ring Fit Adventure at like number 99 and maybe Donkey Kong at number 98. Like something like that. Like I get why it's on the list. 66 I think is kind of fucking crazy, honestly. Like that's a bunch of nostalgia talking here, I feel. I don't know. That's what I think. That's my take on it. Crucify me in the comments if you disagree. 65. What do we got? Dragon Quest. Speaking of, as I was just saying, never played Dragon Quest before. I'd be keen to give Dragon Quest a shot. Obviously, I'm a big Toriyama fan. I like his work. But I'd never even attempted a Dragon Quest. Not that I ever really had access to one, to be fair. So this is Dragon Quest 11, Echoes of an Elusive Age. Now, when was this? Is this a Switch? No, 3DS. 3DS and Switch. Okay. Interesting. Haven't played it. Again, wouldn't have played it probably when it came out, but we'd be more open to playing it now and trying it out. Didn't know they were including arcade games. Well, it's just the 100 best Nintendo games, Scott. It's not specific to consoles or anything like that. Because, like, I guess they included Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, which is just a port of an arcade game. I'd expect to see maybe a couple of other arcade games show up on here. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right. Yeah, I don't have much to say about this one. The two HD 2D remakes are they've caught my eye because they look absolutely gorgeous. And if I'm going to go for a Dragon Quest game to try for the first time, it's probably going to be one of those earlier entries rather than jumping into a more modern one, just personally. Oh, now this is a game that I did play. Number 64, Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. Now, was it Ultimate? I'm trying to think. I think it was Ultimate that we played, Scott. I've got it on my shelf. Hang on. Is it Ultimate? Yes. Yeah, it's Ultimate. Ultimate's the one. So Scott and I both played this together, actually, at the same time. This was a great game. I love this game. I think it's fantastic. I would rank this very highly in my... Like, if I was doing a top 100 list, it wouldn't be high on my top 100 list, but it would be on there somewhere, possibly. This was my first ever Monster... No, was this my first ever Monster Hunter? Did I play this before Monster Hunter Tri on the Wii? No, I played Tri first, then I played this. And this is a better game, I think. I think it is. But being able to play online co-op on your 3DS, that was pretty fucking cool. I've got good memories definitely of Scott in the chat and our buddy Gary co-oping a good chunk of Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. This was fun. Yeah, it's still Monster Hunter though. Like if you don't like the Monster Hunter formula, and to be fair, there's a lot about the Monster Hunter formula that I personally don't love. Like I hate grindy, repetitive games, and that's fucking what Monster Hunter is. There's no two ways about it. That's like penultimate fucking grindiness there. I still like the big monster boss battling, puzzling, like trying to figure out how to beat this thing, track it down. Like that whole side of Monster Hunter I really enjoy. And I had a good time with this one, although I didn't stick it out all the way through because I just got sick of the grind. Like I can't, I wish you could just fight each monster once and move on. I'd play so much fucking Monster Hunter if that was the case. I think Monster Hunter World is probably the one I've poured the most time into, and I did very much enjoy World up to the point where it started to get very grindy as well. But yeah, great game. I wouldn't put it at 64. I'd put it on here, but I think this might be in the 90s on my personal list, maybe. Maybe a bit higher. 64 is very fucking high. Like it's a good game and I enjoyed it. It's very niche, but that feels very high. Is it better than F-Zero GX? I don't think so. Not for me anyway. My friend and his brothers and I used to play Hunter Freedom Unite. Oh yes, on our PSPs for over 500 hours easy. Yeah, yep, Freedom Unite was a big one for sure. God, yeah, they're just good. Like, again, if you had the time to sink into it, that was good. Actually, I don't think I'd put it on the list, to be honest. I hated the grindiness too. Yeah, that was the worst part of it for sure. Like, I think the things that I like about it eclipse the things that I don't like about it. Like, Pokemon's another good example, right? Like, Pokemon can be a very repetitive, grindy game, but the stuff I love about it outweighs that. I kind of feel similar to Monster Hunter, but I can't stick with Monster Hunter as long as I can stick with a Pokemon game, you know? Like the grind is so much more prevalent here and in your face and unavoidable that, yeah, I haven't played a single Monster Hunter game that I haven't burned out on at some like fairly quickly in like, I'm talking like in the scope of the hours you can sink into a Monster Hunter game, you know, maybe like 20 hours or so I put into it and go, you know what? I think I'm done with this, but I have a good time during that time. For sure. And I've got to be in the mood for it. Like this is not a game that I can just sort of chuck on and play the Monster Hunter series. I've got to feel like having this particular experience. And every now and then I do, which is why I played World very recently. Yeah, nice. Happy to see that here. Didn't expect to see it here. Oh! Street Fighter 2 Turbo at 63. Oh, wow. What do we think about that? At 63. Oh, Jesus. It was the friends that made my experience, not the game. Yeah, it definitely is a more fun experience co-op, isn't it, Scott? For sure. I wouldn't have enjoyed it anywhere near as much if I was playing solo, which is probably why I end up liking it more than Tri, for that very reason. Yeah, what do you make of this one, Scott? I know you're a big Street Fighter 2 fan. Is it the 63rd best Nintendo game? God, what's going to be above Street Fighter 2? Like this is a gargantuan hitter in terms of like video gaming. Like not just Nintendo gaming, like but video gaming full stop. Street Fighter 2 is up there as I think widely considered one of the best games of all time, let alone Nintendo games of all time. I think that's a fair comment to make for a lot of people. It's a great game. I love it. I'm rat shit at it. I'm absolutely atrocious at it. Scott in the chat is very good at it, and loves it. What do you make of this one, Scotty? Where does this sit? And also for the rest of you, like, have we got any Street Fighter fans in the chat, or is this another one that's sort of like gone past people? I hope it doesn't speak for the Street Fighter 2 series. If so, it's way too low. Okay. Would you put Hyper as your number one? I'm guessing, Scott, like as your top tier. I'm surprised. I feel like this is absolutely speaking for Street Fighter 2 as a series. I don't think they're going to put more than one Street Fighter 2 game on a top 100 list. Like this is the stand-in for the entire series. I'd almost guarantee it. I'll be amazed if another Street Fighter 2 game shows up on this list. Just Dance is obviously better. It makes me wonder what could be higher. There isn't too much that is better. Yeah, this is interesting. I was exposed more to Mortal Kombat, but I did play this as a kid, but couldn't get into it. Okay. I liked this more than Mortal Kombat because I liked the art style more. Like, I love everything about Street Fighter more than I like the game itself. Like, I love the characters. I fucking adore the art. Like, some of my favorite art, some of my favorite sprite work, the soundtrack. Like, I love the fucking anime. I love the movie, like the animated movie, I mean. There's a lot, not the fucking Van Damme movie, Jesus. Oh, Christ. That's trauma. That's hours in my life I'll never get back. But I'm a big Street Fighter fan, even though I don't play the games a lot. I love watching Street Fighter. I love watching people who can play. Like, that's, like, to me, like Evo every year, that's like my Super Bowl. Like, I love chucking Evo on and watching like the top 8 or the top 16 in the whatever Street Fighter that they're playing. God, I wish Street Fighter would go back to sprite-based stuff. Like, was it Street Fighter 2 Ultimate? Is that what it was called? The Switch, the one that they released at the launch of the Switch. I think it was Street Fighter 2. I think it was Ultimate. Where it was basically a re-release of Street Fighter 2, a really overpriced re-release of Street Fighter 2, but they had updated the sprite work while maintaining the spirit and aesthetics of the original, and it's just like one of the most gorgeous fucking games I've ever seen. It is so beautiful. I wish Street Fighter would go back to that. Like, I miss that so much. I'm just not a 3D Street Fighter fan at all, or a 3D fighting game fan, really. Like, 2D sprite work is where it's at. Hyper Street Fighter 2 is peak Street Fighter 2 and includes all the others and their different versions. Yeah, I thought that would be your pick, Scotty. I wonder why they put this one on the list and not Hyper. That's interesting, isn't it? I wonder why Turbo. They don't really, from what I'm reading here, get into it. They don't really say why. But I would almost guarantee that this is the stand-in for the series. Man, yeah, 63. That's kind of wild. It is better than Ring Fit, though. Like, let's be honest, it is better than Ring Fit. So we've got to be thankful for that. But I'm curious to see what's better than Street Fighter 2. Like this is we're getting into big hitter territory here. You know what I mean? Like this is like putting a Zelda title at 63 or something. Like, this is a big one. I feel, anyway. All right, 62. What beat Street Fighter 2? Okay, Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island beat Street Fighter 2. Is that a fair call? Ooh. Is it a fair call? This is still on my playlist. I've only played Super Mario World. I haven't played the sequel. So I've still got to give this a shot. I understand it is a little bit different. Much more Yoshi action, obviously. But it looks great. It's got a good aesthetic. Looks gorgeous. Now that I enjoyed Super Mario World as much as I did, I am eager to get into Super Mario World 2 and give that a shot and try and like compare them and weigh them up as to which one I like. Again, this as has so often been the case on this list. Does this mean that Super Mario World is not on the list? Like, is this ranked that out? Or are we still yet to see Super Mario World? I think surely we're still yet to see Super Mario World. There's no way in the fucking world you could do a top 100 Nintendo list and not have Super Mario World, the original, on there somewhere. That would be that would be insanity, right? Street Fighter 2 Turbo was Capcom's response to arcade mods and launched to super fast-paced style of those games. It changed the series. Oh, I see. Okay. It sped things up. Which is probably why it's not my favorite Street Fighter 2. I like the slower ones. Super Street Fighter 2 is my pick. Super Mario World 2 is completely different to Super Mario World and launched Yoshi's style of games. Okay. All right. So in that case, I'm fairly confident that we're going to see Super Mario World on here in that case, if they're as different as you say. All right. One I'm eager to play. Yep. You'll see this one coming to... It's IGN. Don't rule anything out. Yeah, true. We haven't seen Wii Fit yet. We haven't seen Wii Fit on the list yet, guys. Okay? It's still coming. It's still coming. Here we go. It's going to be right now. Watch this. 61. Oh my God. Wow. What were you just saying, chat? Don't rule anything out? Wow. Twilight Princess at number 61. Not even in the top 50. That seems fucking crazy to me. Now, Twilight Princess is not my favorite Zelda. Okay? Like, I like Twilight Princess, but I don't love it as much as a lot of the others. I didn't like Zelda going towards like the grim, dark, fucking edgy teenage boy route. I was quite happy it being sort of like more whimsical and fairy tale like. So this, when it released, I was actually like, I wouldn't say disappointed by Twilight Princess, but I was like, really? When it came out? On a second attempt, like I wouldn't say that I bounced off it, but I didn't love it when I first played it. And I didn't finish it when I first played it. But then I came back not too long after that and I played through it with my buddy Gary and I liked it a lot more the second time through. I sort of like let the expectations settle. And I know like I'm in the minority here, right? I'm totally in the fucking minority. Like everybody wanted this. Everybody fucking wanted this and they didn't want fucking Wind Waker, right? This is what everybody was after. The grimdark Zelda. So I know that I'm definitely in the smaller camp, the much smaller camp. But because it was so popular and so many people loved it, and it is a very good Zelda game. It is. 61. 61? Holy shit. I'm playing this as we speak. No kidding, John. Nice. Wow. Only because Breath of the Wild and Tears Kingdom are going to be in the top 10. Well, that's sure, okay. But as far as like the traditional Zelda formula goes, right? If we're talking about games that follow the traditional Zelda formula, it's pretty hard to beat Twilight Princess, I think. Like it's fucking up there, man. I didn't finish it when I first played it either, only because my dad threw my GameCube out. Oh, that's right, John. I remember you telling us about that fucking trauma. But I agree that Wind Waker is better for me. Okay. Whilst a little contentious, Twilight Princess should be higher by about 15 to 20 slots. I think it should at least be in the top 50. At least in the top 50. Like, are you kidding me? 61. I can't wait to see what's better than Twilight Princess. Like, this is going to be fucking fascinating. Because this is a good fucking game. It's not my favorite Zelda, but I respect it. I like it a lot. I need to go back and play it again because I haven't played it since like the year after it came out. That's the last time I touched this. So I definitely need to give it another shot. Like, just fucking put these on the Switch, Nintendo, for fuck's sake. Like, just make your Zelda series available on the Switch. Please. Just fucking do it. Like, it's not hard, dude. Put them on there somehow. For fuck's sake. All right. Twilight Princess, 61. That's crazy. I can't believe that. I can't believe this isn't in the top 50. even if you don't like I feel like you got to respect it even if you don't like Zelda games. Like, it's just a good Zelda game. Like it's just like almost like the atypical Zelda game, almost. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. All right. What's better than Twilight Princess? Okay. Ooh. We've hit our first Pokemon. Our very first one, Black and White 2. Dang. We hit Zelda before Pokemon. Madness. Well, yeah, only just. Only just. Hey, Jamie, Twilight Princess or Skyward Sword? I haven't played Skyward Sword yet. I've got a real soft spot for Skyward Sword. I like Skyward Sword more than most people do. Yeah. So for me, Twilight Princess is a better game. It is. Twilight Princess is a better game than Skyward Sword. Objectively speaking, it's just a better game, right? But I think for me, the first third of Skyward Sword, if that was the game, it would almost be my favorite Zelda. The problem with Skyward Sword is the last 2/3. That's where it runs into issues. It gets very repetitive, I found anyway. But the first third, at least play the first third. It's so fucking good, I think anyway. Controversial opinion, maybe? Hey, it is what it is. So I like Skyward better, but that is by no means the general consensus at all. At all. Oh, good timing. Yeah, perfect timing. Let's talk about Black and White 2. So I have played Black and White. Well, I played Black, I think it was. Enjoyed it. Liked it a lot. Gave it a lot of shit when it came out. Wasn't interested in it when it came out. Didn't like the look of the designs for the Pokemon. And didn't play it when it was released. I know a lot of people felt the same way when Black and White came out. I went back retroactively only, gosh, I want to say a year or two ago and played it for the first time and realized how fucking wrong I was. It's such a good game. And the thing that I love about it the most is that it has a region-only Pokedex. Oh, man, that's the good shit. That is so good. I want that in every Pokemon game forever. Because it's the first one that has brought back that same sense of wonder that Red and Blue gave me. Because like every time you stepped into the long grass, you were seeing something new that you'd never seen before and had no idea about and didn't understand what it could do, what it was about. Like that sensation, we haven't really had that since the originals because they all carry the Pokedex forward. And yeah, we get new ones introduced. So you've got but that gives it a sense of familiarity that I think robs the Pokemon franchise of a lot of that like explorative wonder that the originals captured so well. Black and White was the first one to bring that back, and it fucking sung because of that. I loved it. So yeah, I rank Black and White pretty highly. I enjoyed it. I have Black and White 2 on my shelf. I've got White 2 on my shelf. My buddy G actually gifted it to me very, very generously. And so I've still got to play White 2, but I was waiting until I'd played the original first. I've done that now. So now I'd like to go back and try White 2. Maybe we can do that on a channel together. Maybe that's another one I can put on the list to run through at some point. Because I know in terms of like what a cartridge offers you in terms of content, that this is like the ultimate Pokemon game. There is so much fucking content on this cartridge. It is stacked beyond belief. Like finishing the campaign is like a third of the game in Black and White 2. There's so much to do in the post game. It's crazy. And that's the content that I'll probably never see myself. But if you owned this back in the day and this was the only game you owned on the DS, man, you were fucking good for a long time, right? Sadly, I have to go now. Really enjoyed watching and chatting along. We'll catch the rest tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Thanks for tuning in, Gazelle. Appreciate it. Glad you could stop in. Hey, Green Cobras. What's cracking, dude? Been replaying Black 2, and I certainly like it better than Black 1. And I also hated on these games when they first came out. Yeah, I was in that camp. A lot of people were. It's just like stupid, young, closed-mindedness that, you know, you grow out of eventually and realize what a fucking moron you were for a lot of these things. That was certainly the case for me. I had a good time with Black 2, with Black, and I'm very much looking forward to playing White 2 when I get round to it. Absolutely. There's still like a couple of the older titles that I want to try that I haven't tried first before I get onto that. But I think I'll add this to the playlist because, yeah, I'm keen to see what it's about for sure. The only thing I think I'm trepidatious about is that it reintroduces the classics back in, which I guess is not that bad because it's a sequel, right? Like they've kind of done that trick already in the first one of having the region-only Pokedex. But I wonder, so yeah, that's probably a good thing that they added some of the classics in for the sequel. But I loved that. I loved the region-only Pokedex, man. Absolutely loved it. And that's what everyone fucking hated it for when it was released. Hated it. What do you mean I can't have my fucking Charmander? People hated it. But it ended up being the best thing about the game, I think. My friends and I played Black and White 1 when Black and White 2 came out. I just remember being disappointed with the legendaries being fused. I wanted Pokemon Grey to exist. Yeah, true. It's interesting because they don't do sequels very often, do they? You know, like, is this the first direct numbered sequel? I think it is, right? So, yeah, that was an interesting, certainly an interesting thing that we hadn't seen before. I probably would have preferred, although, like, Pokemon Grey, if we had got that, it would have been playing much the same thing again. At least Black and White 2 gives you a whole new experience, and you get to go back to the same region, but like several years later, and experience it from a different perspective and see what has changed in the time since Black and White 1, you know, took place. I think that's really fucking cool, actually. Like, that's really interesting. Like, imagine playing like a sequel to Red and Blue, right? Set like 10 years after Red and Blue. That'd be pretty fucking cool, I think. Do it, Nintendo. Make it happen. Yes, it was, and I did enjoy the regional Pokedex also for the same reasons. Yeah. I know that's a lot of work, and that's why they don't do it. But fucking, like, now that I've seen it done and had it, it's like every time it's not done, it just feels disappointing, you know? Here we go. Our first Pokemon game, number 60, Black and White 2. So, what's going to be better than Black and White 2? And what's not going to make the list at all and be worse than Black and White 2? There's definitely some in there that I would not put on the top 100 list, personally. But I'll be curious to see what they think is better than this. All right, moving on. What the fuck? What are they doing? What are they doing? Are you kidding me? Oh my God. I'm going to need like something stronger to drink. This is crazy. I'm glad it's better than Ring Fit Adventure. I'm a little worried that we're seeing Perfect Dark before we see Wii Fit. And I can't believe that Perfect fucking Dark is not in the top 50 Nintendo games ever made. That's wild. Oh, Jesus Christ, on a bicycle. Holy shit. That's nuts. Okay, so this tells us that they've probably ranked GoldenEye higher. Surely GoldenEye is going to be on the list, guys, right? Surely it's going to be on the list. And it means it's going to be higher than Perfect Dark. I do agree with that in my heart, as I talked about at the end of the GoldenEye playthrough, right? Even though I think objectively Perfect Dark is a better game, nostalgia just kind of wins out for GoldenEye for me a little bit too much, right? But man, they are fucking close together. Like, they're, you know, when I say I like GoldenEye Perfect Dark, it's GoldenEye Perfect Dark. You know what I mean? Like, they're really close. 59. Wow. Yeah, okay. I don't know what to say. I don't know what I can say, man. I remember being impressed with Perfect Dark, and I don't like FPS. It was crazy. It was crazy tech for the time. Adding bots into a console shooter that you could also play multiplayer was nuts. Being able to sit down and play an 8-player game by yourself on a console was crazy. Not to mention how good the gameplay was, how awesome the arsenal was, how it looked for the time. This has wounded me more than anything I've seen so far, I think. This hurts more than Wave Race. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Perfect Dark, 59. There it is. There are 58 better Nintendo games of all time than Perfect Dark. Speaking of GoldenEye, have you played the GameCube version or the next gen version? You have superpowers. No, I avoided all the GoldenEye impersonators. Like every time they announced it, every time I heard the word, I'd get excited, and then I'd see that it wasn't just a remake of the original and they were fucking around with it in some way, and I just wrote it off, and I never had any interest in them. So no, I've never played any of these subsequent GoldenEyes, and I don't intend to. I don't think they were very good games, really. Jesus. Okay, all right. I'm going to need to recover after this one. 59, Perfect Dark. Well done, IGN. You're doing a bang-up job. Donkey Kong on the Game Boy is better than Perfect Dark. Oh, God. Okay. What is this on? Yeah, the original Game Boy. All right, dude. All right. Whatever you say. What the fuck? I mean, I'm not even going to entertain that. I'm sure it's a fine platformer. I'm sure it's an all right game. Being better than Perfect Dark, that's nuts. Like who is it? Logan fucking Plant owned this as a kid, and this was the only game he owned for his Game Boy. You just know that was the case, right? You just fucking know that was the case, and that's why it's here. Jesus. You have to understand, Jamie, these IGN writers aren't really gamers. Oh, man. At first, I thought IGN did a typo and meant Donkey Kong 64. That still wouldn't have fucking belonged in front of Perfect Dark. No fucking Donkey Kong does. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Donkey Kong fans. It's not better than Perfect Dark, and it never will be. Oh, Jesus. All right. Here we go. 58, Donkey Kong. 57, Splatoon 3. All right, now we're cooking. We're back again. We've hit some rough road again. Hey, look, every now and then we just veer off the road. We crash into a few rocks. We take out a few pedestrians. We go through somebody's house, but then we end up back on the road. We're back on the road here. Splatoon 3. Splatoon is the best original IP that Nintendo has come up with in the last 20 years. That's my opinion. I think Splatoon is fucking awesome. I love it. I think it's so good. It's such an interesting take on the team-based competitive shooter. I remember being at the very first ever PAX Oz. The very first time PAX came to Australia. It was 2013. It was held in a fucking showground. So you were walking around on grass looking at video game displays that were set up in tents. It was so fucking budget and thrown together. I'm glad they moved it to the exhibition centre, the Melbourne Exhibition Centre, the year after, because that was definitely the better experience. But I was there. I was there 5,000 years ago in 2013, where they demoed this brand new IP on the Wii U called Splatoon. And they had this awesome fucking booth set up where you could go in and try it out. There was a line to try it out. And I remember being there and just standing there and watching people play it and thinking, damn, that looks like a fucking good game. That looks interesting. Now, for whatever reason, I don't know why, I never played the original Splatoon when it finally got released. I think it was a few years later. I think that's probably why I didn't play it. I think I forgot about it, right? But Splatoon 2, I played a shitload of. And this right here, this is my kiddo's favorite game of all time as well, which also goes a long way to helping, right? Like, she fucking adores this game. And it's just so good. It's such an interesting concept. It's like an area control competitive shooter with a lot of other bits and bobs sort of bolted on, a lot of customization, a lot of ability to build loadouts and to really like make yourself unique and find what works for you. You're not playing like a pre-customized, predetermined hero. You get to craft your own hero, right? To play the way that you want to play with the weapons that you like, with the abilities that you like. It's great. If you haven't played Splatoon and you like games like Overwatch, if you like games like Team Fortress, if you like that style of like competitive team-based shooter and you've never tried Splatoon, man, trust me, give it a go. There's nothing, and it's so unique. Like, there's nothing else out there that's even remotely like Splatoon, which is like, it's such a Nintendo, like this was like a slam fucking dunk for Nintendo. They don't make many of them anymore, I don't think, but this was one of them in recent times. Great game. Glad to see it on the list. This will be a stand-in for all of them because I believe Splatoon 3 is regarded as the best. Really happy to see it on the list, for sure. Deserves to be here. Oh, Mario Party Jamboree. Holy shit. So is this the entry for all Mario Party? Now, I don't have I haven't played Mario Party Jamboree. My kiddo's getting it for Christmas. She'll never watch this, so she doesn't know that. But she's getting it for Christmas. So I'm going to be playing Mario Party Jamboree on Christmas Day for the first time. I'm very keen to do it. I love myself a Mario Party. Love a good Mario Party game. Grew up playing the originals on the N64. Great way to test your friendships, right? Amazing way to test your friendships, especially if you're a cheeky little smartass like I am. And I loved it. I loved that experience. The chaotic randomness wasn't for everybody, but I loved it, and I still do love it. We've got what's the first Switch one? Whatever the first one on the Switch was, we've got that. I thought that was all right. I didn't play Superstars, which I believe remixed some of the original stuff, but I'm keen to play Jamboree because I think they've finally wrestled, like Mario Party has taken a long winding road over the years of trying different shit. Some of it worked, a lot of it didn't. Like, what was that fucking one where you're all in a car going around the board together? Jesus Christ, what a piece of shit that was. They've tried some stuff. I respect that they tried some stuff, but they've had some big fucking misses over the years. Jamboree, by all accounts, sounds like a classic Mario Party game, and that's all I want. Okay, so I'm really keen to give this one a shot. I will report back after I've tried it. But I'm glad to see, like, I wonder if this is the stand-in. I think it would have to be the stand-in for Mario Party as a series, right? Surely they're not going to put more than one Mario Party in the top 100. Maybe they will. Fucking who knows? They could do anything at the moment. I don't know. But I'm glad to see Mario Party had to show up somewhere. It definitely had to. Nothing causes arguments quite like Mario Party. You're in for a roller coaster ride. Just skim through the list. Oh, brilliant, John. Thanks for that. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. Good to see you. We'll catch you next time. All right, moving on. Oh, Bayonetta 2. Nice. So Bayonetta, another series that I haven't tried out, but is on my to play list. I'm looking forward to playing Bayonetta. I never was a big fan of, like, you know, games like Devil May Cry. I didn't mind Ninja Gaiden. I thought that was pretty all right. But like that style of like frantic third person action game, it never really appealed to me. I was like a more slow, methodical strategy gamer, RTS gamer, that sort of thing. But I'd love to go back and play a Bayonetta as well. I've actually got the first Bayonetta on my to play list. I'm looking forward to trying it out for the first time, seeing what it's like. And again, by all accounts, Bayonetta 2 was just the same, but better. So I'm not expecting to see the first Bayonetta show up now that this has been here. I have not played Jamboree, but I played the other 2 games on the Switch, and the one with the retro boards are fun. Yeah, that was Superstars. That's the one I missed out on. But the first Switch Mario Party I do like with the special dice. Yeah, that was cool. That was a cool idea. Definitely an interesting mechanic, doing something a little bit different. Yeah, I liked that part of it for sure. But I'm looking forward to Jamboree. Jamboree, I've heard nothing but good things. Nothing but good things. All right. 54, Animal Crossing New Leaf. Okay. So, again, this is one of my kiddos' favorite games. My daughter has put an ungodly amount of hours into Animal Crossing New Horizons, sorry. An ungodly amount of time into New Horizons. I wonder if New Leaf is the stand-in for Animal Crossing. Or if we're going to see surely this is the stand-in for Animal Crossing, right? Like they wouldn't have more than one of these? Maybe they will. I don't know. Because I thought it would be New Horizons on the list, which makes me think that maybe we will still see it. I know a lot of people liked New Leaf as an evolution of the formula, and making it portable, like making this experience a portable experience was like the natural evolution, right? Like that was kind of like a bit of a genius idea. Not my cup of tea. I'm not, like I've said, if you watched my Harvest Moon video, I'm not a cozy gamer. Like I don't get a lot out of doing, menial chores for a long time in my video games. Like I do that enough in real life. I don't want to do that in my leisure time. But I know a lot of people obviously love Animal Crossing and love this style of game. So yeah, I expected to see Animal Crossing on here. I'm curious as to whether this is the only time we'll see it. I really am. If this is the only time we see it, then I am surprised that it's at 54. I thought it would be higher. I've got over 200 hours in New Leaf and over 100 hours in New Horizons. Nice. Hitting it hard. Like my kiddo has got more hours than you in those 2 games combined. Easily. That's the best $60 I ever spent in my life was New Horizons. I've never spent a better $60 ever in terms of like how long it's lasted and how much time it's been played. Never in my life. All right. 53. Oh, Metroid Dread. Okay. All right. There's no way this is standing in for all 2D Metroids. There's no way. There's no shot. There's no shot that Super Metroid's not going to be on this list. Metroid Dread, I bounced off of pretty hard, actually. Not because it was a bad game. I don't like how it looks. Like, I just don't like, like when games do that, like, it's a 2D game, but we're going to use 3D graphics. I just don't like that at all. I just give me, like, I'm a big fan of, like, 16-bit sprite work for two-dimensional, or even 32-bit sprite work for 2D games. Just give me that, right? Like give the Street Fighter 2 Ultimate treatment to Metroid in a 2D game. Oh man, that'd be good. Holy shit, that'd be good. So I didn't like how it looked. And I think I just wasn't in the mood for a Metroidvania when I tried it. I think that's the main reason I bounced off it. I just like, because I have to be in the mood for that kind of game. I have to want that experience. I can't just jump into it and just like be absorbed by it if I don't really, that's not really what I'm chasing, So this is one, again, that I would like to go back to at some point when I am feeling like I want that kind of play. I know G's a big fan of this one. My buddy G loves Metroid Dread. I know a lot of people like Metroid Dread. I think they had to patch it to make it easier or something, right? Do I remember that right? That they released like a patch to like lighten it up a little bit. Very cool to see this on here. Like on our top 100 Nintendo games of all time, that Metroid Dread, like a very recent release in a series, a very well-loved series, still climbed into the top 100 is kind of nuts, really. But there's no way this is the last time we're going to see Metroid. I expect we're going to see Metroid at least 2 more times on this list, at least. 52, WarioWare Inc. Mega Micro Games. Never played it. Never played a WarioWare game. Can't really comment on it. Not sure how it would work on the Game Boy Advance. This seems more like a console title where it would shine. But maybe I just don't really understand what WarioWare is. It's kind of like Mario Party adjacent, right? I don't know. An easy patch? Come on. I'm sure I read that. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm sure they patched Metroid Dread to make it easier. Yeah, don't really have much to comment on this one. Surprised to see it at 52, to be honest. I know people like it, but they like it better than some of the fucking massive heavy hitters that we've seen so far. Better than Perfect Dark? I don't think so. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Don't know about that. Oh! Oh, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Advance Wars 51. Wow. That's cool. I did not expect this to be so high. I love Advance Wars. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I adore it, especially the like the art style of those original GBA games. So fucking good. I'm surprised to see this so high. I never thought it was that much of a popular game, to be honest. Like I didn't expect it to be as well widely loved by like something like IGN, especially as 51. That's cool. That's a rare win for this list. We haven't had many wins on this list. I would obviously rank this higher, but I think that's pretty fucking respectable, honestly, for a game that I thought was very niche. Again, I was the only one who'd heard of it, played it, cared about it when I had it. I didn't know anybody else who gave a shit. That's cool, man. That's really cool. Catch up on the rest later. No worries, Zeppelin. Cheers for stopping in, bud. Good to see you. Nice one. WarioWare is a mini game collection. Top 100 Nintendo games? No way. Yeah, that's and not just that, but like the 52nd best Nintendo game ever. Pfft, I don't know, man. I don't know. All right, let's round it out with that's the bottom 50. The bottom 50. So Advance Wars just missed out on being in the top 50 Nintendo games of all time. But I'm so glad to see that here. It's a fucking banger. If you like turn-based strategy, I'd struggle to think of a better turn-based strategy game, to be perfectly honest. This is the formula right here. This is the template. It's so good. All right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to take a very short break. I'm going to just go and relieve myself, refill my water bottle, and then I'm going to come on back in about, a couple of minutes, probably 2-3 minutes, and we will try and buzz through the top 50 games of all time. This is taking a lot longer than I thought I would. I didn't realize it was going to be such a mammoth undertaking. So we'll buzz through as quick as we can the next 50 and stop and comment where we feel necessary. There is 52 games better than WarioWare on the NES only. Nice one. Nice one. I'm sure there are. Yeah, I'm sure that I'm very surprised to see that this far up in the list for sure. That's kind of wild. But then again, it's been a wild fucking ride, hasn't it? Like there's been a lot of wild shit, and that's only in the bottom half of the list. Now we're in the big hitters, the big boys. This is where we get into the good stuff. I can't wait to see what's on this top 50, man. Holy shit. All right, guys, hang around. I'll be right back, and we'll keep on kicking on, and we'll smash through the top 50, all right? Go and get yourselves a drink, relieve yourselves, purge yourselves, if you will, and we'll come back and hit it. All right. Settle down. We're back. Thank you for your patience. The old doesn't hold up like it used to, you know what I mean? They don't tell you this shit when you turn 40. There's a lot of things they don't tell you when you turn 40. That's one of them. All right, let's crack on. Advance Wars, number 51. Here we go. Top 50. You all ready? We're just going to smash through this. Easy. Here we go. Double Dash. Mario Kart Double Dash, number 50. Okay, interesting. Again, no way that this is going to be the only time we see Mario Kart, surely. That this cannot be the stand-in for Mario Kart in general. I don't believe that. I'm not a Double Dash fan. I'm going to be honest. I feel like I'm one of the only ones. I'm not a big fan of that. I like it. Like there's not a Mario Kart game that I don't like, right? I like them all. I'm a big Mario Kart fan. But if I was going to rank the series, Double Dash, it wouldn't be near the top for me, personally. Maybe I need to play it again. Maybe I need to give it another shot and give it another chance. But I thought it was good. And that's probably about where it would land for me. I know, like Scott, my buddy Scott, Screech the Scrage, this is, I think, his favorite Mario Kart game. He's a big fan of Double Dash. I know a lot of people are a big fan of Double Dash. I didn't love the two racer mechanic, to be honest. Like I didn't think that was that great. Multiple Mario Karts for sure. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt there's going to be multiple Mario Karts. Woohoo, the Mario Kart whose every original level is a banger. It did have some good tracks. I will give you that. It did have some good tracks for sure. I just didn't buy into the two racer gimmick personally. It was an interesting idea, an interesting gimmick. But I prefer a lot of other Mario Karts to Double Dash. I know, sacrilege. I know everybody loves it. That's just my take. But I'm glad to see it here. I knew it would be on here because people fucking love this game, right? 49, Luigi's Mansion 3. Okay. I don't think we'll see any other Luigi's Mansions, so this has got to be the only one of these for sure. I thought it was good, decent. I played through this with my kiddo. She liked it more than I did. But yeah, I thought it was good. I think the controls to me were clunky. I think that's what they were serviceable, but I thought they could definitely be better than they were. There was something, I don't know, and I can't even tell you what it was about the controls that felt off, but something just kind of felt off with how you controlled things. I love Double Dash growing up, but Mario Kart 8 is my favorite. Nice one, Green. Yep, I think a lot of people agree with you. Mario Kart 8 is like Mario Kart perfection, I think. Not my favorite, but it's great, and the unique items need to come back. Yeah, true, actually. I'd agree with that, Scotty. Bring some of those because there was a lot of that we only ever saw in Double Dash, wasn't there? All right, Luigi's Mansion 3. I'm surprised this is this high. I think it's a great idea. Like, I like the concept of Luigi's Mansion. It was a gorgeous game, beautiful game. I love the set pieces. I love the idea of the game. I just wish it controlled better. That's all. We're using the same controller you used to play GoldenEye. No, I'm trying to think about what was it about the controls that threw me off. I don't know. They just kind of felt a bit unresponsive, a bit clunky. There was just something about them. They just weren't, it didn't quite control how you thought it should. I think it was like the combination of the movement and the aiming for the fucking vacuum. There was just some they just kind of butted heads a little bit. I don't know. But I liked it. I definitely liked it. Like it was a very good game. I haven't played the other Luigi's Mansions to compare, but I did enjoy my time with this one very much. And like conceptually, I think it's fucking great. Like the concept of this game is so cool, so colorful, so funny. Yeah, great game. I just wish it controlled better. That's all. Wii Sports, here it is at number 48. I don't disagree with this. I personally wouldn't rank it at 48. I would put it on I would put it on my top 100. But I don't know. It would be slightly lower down for me. But I don't disagree with this at all. Wii Sports was a fucking banger. It was. It was good. And you can hate on it. You can shit on it. You can talk shit all you want. The fact of the matter is that this game sold a concept to multi-generations of people who otherwise would never have touched a video game at all and had no interest. I played this game with such a huge spread. Like, I played this with my grandparents. I played this with my parents, my brothers, my friends, strangers. Everybody knew Wii Sports and instantly understood how to play it. That game alone sold millions of Wiis. And bundling it in, right? Let's not forget that. Packaging this in with the console. What fucking happened to that? You know? Where's that gone these days? That was genius. Like, because you had this new tech that you'd never seen before. Here's a game that teaches you how the new tech works in an approachable, understandable way that anyone can get on with. Everyone knows how to swing a golf club. Everybody knows how to throw a bowling ball. Everybody knows how to swing a tennis racket, right? It was fucking clever, man. It was a genius move. A totally genius move. It brought people together. Yeah, absolutely. I've got so many good memories playing Wii Sports. Wii Sports Resort, yes, probably arguably the better game, but I like the original better. Because I think that's just the memories. I've got more memories attached to the original than the sequel. Good old Reggie's idea to bundle it in. Yep. Reggie, he fucking knew what he was doing, old Reggie, didn't he? A lot of the time. Miyamoto hated the idea to bundle it in. Why the fuck would he hate it? He'd been bundling games in on the fucking SNES for years. Like fucking Super Mario World sold consoles. Why would this be any different? You imbecile Miyamoto. Jesus Christ. Certainly a lot better than Wii Play. Oh, yeah. Wii Play was like barely a game, right? No, this was great. I agree with this. I agree with this placement. IGN, I think, is that 2 picks that they've got right? I think that's 2 picks out of 4, out of however many we've done so far, like 60 something picks now that they've, you know, like, well done, IGN. That's you're 2 up. Oh, my doggo's going nuts. The Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening. Zelda, hey, I'm talking to you. Come here, kiddo. Here we go. Don't be barking at the postman. It's okay. Link's Awakening. So they've even specified here all versions, right? Hey, no, that doesn't mean just run back over to the front door. Down. Good girl. All right. This is one that I've got a funny history with Link's Awakening. A really interesting history with Link's Awakening here, right? So I owned the original Link's Awakening on the Game Boy. I had a Game Boy Pocket, a silver Game Boy Pocket, and the only 2 games that I owned for it were Pokemon Yellow and Link's Awakening. And the reason I owned Link's Awakening for it is because I had already played Ocarina of Time. Ocarina of Time was my first ever Zelda game. I thought, hot damn, I love this shit. Give me more of that. Where can I get more of that? Oh, Link's Awakening. I bounced off that shit like a rubber ball off concrete, man. Like, it was not like Ocarina at all. I don't know what the fuck I was expecting either. Like, it's a completely, like, my expectation problem there, because a lot of people like this fucking game, but it just was not at all. Imagine going from Ocarina of Time as your first experience with this franchise to black and white Link's Awakening, no backlight, fucking pixelated, tiny, top down, like they were just nothing alike. And so I just completely bounced off it and didn't play it. Now I'd love to go back and try it again. And I actually bought the remake, the one that's pictured here, right? For the Switch. I'd really be keen to go back and give Link's Awakening a shot, because by all accounts, it's a very unique Zelda game. And I like that, right? I want to experience that, because I'm obviously a big Zelda fan. This seems like a big omission out of my Zelda repertoire, having never really given Link's Awakening a proper shot. So yeah, interesting that this is above Twilight Princess. Let's keep that in mind. Link's Awakening ranked higher than Twilight Princess. That's a fucking call. I don't agree with that. Even I would struggle to say that even for the champions of Link's Awakening, that they would think it's better than Twilight Princess. That's a bold fucking call to make. I played the original Zelda on the NES first, so Awakening was fine compared to... Yes. If you had gone in the other direction, like you did, Helgard, absolutely no question. It would have been like just an awesome evolution of that formula. Like Link's Awakening would have been fucking incredible if the original was your experience so far. I went the other way. Which is why I haven't really had any experience with any of the 2D Zelda games, you know? Link's Awakening is considered great largely due to its story. Yeah. Got a really cool, interesting, unique story for sure. Link to the Past is at the top of the Zelda mountain for me. Yeah, I think, and that's true for a lot of people as well, Helgard. Another glaring omission on my list that I need to rectify. But there we go. Interesting. Link's Awakening, higher than Twilight Princess. I think that's a bold fucking statement to make. I'm glad to see it on the list. I'm looking forward to trying it out at some point. I don't know that it's better than Twilight Princess. Geez, I don't know. Wow! Oh my God! F-Zero X! Number 46. I didn't think we'd be seeing this. Holy shit! I was right! That's what you get. Poll in chat. F-Zero GX better. Get out of here with that shit. Man, that's crazy. I really thought GX would be the stand-in for I didn't think we'd see X on the list at all. I thought GX was the favorite. It was your guys' favorite in chat. I haven't played it, so I can't compare, but fuck me, I love F-Zero X a lot. This is one of my favorite games on the Nintendo 64. Didn't actually like it very much the first time I played it, funnily enough. I bounced off this pretty hard because I played a lot of like very traditional arcade racing games, you know, like cars with wheels on roads going reasonable speeds. So when I played this, like I actually didn't really like it the first time I played it. But then like, I don't know, I came back to it. Like I just kept renting it out. Like I come back to it and I come back to it and I come back to it. The music had a big part of that, I think. The color and just like the gameplay, like it won me over, but it was a gradual thing. Like I didn't immediately play it and love it. I played it, didn't like it all that much, and over time became a big fan of F-Zero X, which was interesting. I'm here, never fear. Hey, G, what's cracking, buddy? Good to see you, man. Cruising USA. Yeah, Cruising USA is one I played a lot of. San Francisco Rush, Mario Kart 64, you know, MRC. There were a lot of good arcade races on the 64. And that was my experience, right? F1, World Grand Prix. So F-Zero X was a very different game, but over time, I ended up just really loving it, and it became like a staple of like sleepovers, you know? Like if we were having a sleepover, none of us owned F-Zero X, but it'd be always one of the games we looked for when we went down to Blockbuster. Always check if F-Zero X is in if we're having a sleepover and grab it. Yeah, great game. Amazing game. I'm very, very surprised to see that not just above GX, but this far above GX. Like, yeah, wow. Hey, there you go. Look, even a racist clock is right twice a day. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Sometimes I'm right, occasionally. All right, 45. Holy shit, the original Super Mario Brothers at 45. Ooh, man. What do we make of that? Now, I've confessed to not being the biggest Super Mario Brothers fan. I'm only sort of just starting to dabble in the Mario games now. I avoided them my whole life because I wasn't a platformer fan. I never even owned Super Mario Brothers on the NES. I'm pretty sure it was like a bundling game for some of those consoles. Like it didn't have like a 2-pack with Duck Hunt or something like that. But yeah, my buddy Gary owned this, so that was where I played it. Didn't think much of it then when I went over and played it there. Like just again, like moving to the right and jumping on platforms just didn't really interest me, but I respect it. I absolutely respect it. And I'm surprised, but I am surprised this isn't higher. I really am. That's got a sting. Yeah. Just dropping off some platelets. Figure I need some rage baity to watch. Oh, we're your blood bank entertainment, G. That's awesome, man. I'm glad you dropped in. That's cool, man. Not the best Mario game, but it created a revolution. Yeah, like it's an important game for sure. And it really is like Mario is in the concept of like a 2D platformer has not strayed from this template much at all in like what? How many years? 40. Oh, it says right there, 40 years. That's a long fucking time for a game concept mechanically to endure. Isn't it? Really? Without much iteration at all, if any. You could argue none. I think there's a fairly big argument to be made for next to none. They added some items But I'm talking about the actual base gameplay for a 2D Mario game hasn't changed really much at all since the original. That's pretty fucking impressive. Really. I sure say maybe put it in the 20s. Yeah, I think it deserves to be. I'm surprised. Again, I wouldn't put it higher than this, but I'm surprised that it's not higher than this. Like I for sure thought this. I thought this might even be top 10 material, to be perfectly honest. 20s is a fair call. But 45. Man. That's going to rattle some cages again, isn't it? Like they're taking some pretty big fucking swings with this list. All right, what's better than Super Mario Brothers? Banjo-Kazooie is apparently better than Super Mario Brothers. I would agree with that. This one is on my to play list for the channel. It's been asked for quite a bit. And having now played Super Mario 64 and gone, these 3D platformers, they're not so bad, actually. They're not so bad. I've got Banjo-Kazooie on the list to try as well. My buddy owned this in high school. I watched him play it, but I was never interested in it myself. The art is really cool. The color is like, it's just like a joyful, fun, like this is like it's almost like the quintessential video game, isn't it? Banjo-Kazooie. Like this is what a video game is. If you'd had somebody who'd never played a video game before, this would be in contention for the first game that you show them to show them what a video game is, I think. That's my take on it. Banjo is a banger. Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying this one out. I was kind of dreading it pre-Mario 64, but post-Mario 64, yeah, I'm looking forward to checking Banjo-Kazooie out and finally crossing this another rare banger off my list and an N64 heavy hitter. Have I missed Golden Axe Warrior on the list? You have, man, because it's the top 100 Nintendo games. Nintendo games, G. That's you're not going to see Golden Axe Warrior here. You're still not going to see it on the channel, I'm afraid. Hey, Meeks, what's cracking, brother? Good to see you, bud. Yeah, Banjo-Kazooie. I think this would be higher. I wonder if Banjo-Tooie will be higher. I wonder if we'll see Banjo-Tooie at all. If we don't see Banjo-Tooie, but we did see Ring Fit Adventure, what the fuck did that even mean? I don't know. We'll find out as we go along. But yeah, is this a stand-in for both? I don't know. But glad to see it on the list. I did think it would be higher than this, but I was pretty confident that it was going to show up somewhere. Very, very well loved. All right, we're getting a little bit of a roll of agreement here in the top 50. I don't know what's going on. Wow. Super Mario Brothers Wonder, number 43 of all time. He's going to ask if Sonic is number one. Banjo-Kazooie isn't that rare. Everyone anyone has played it. A good one. Nice one. Mario Brothers Wonder, better than the original. For me, yes, I would agree. For a lot of people, that's contentious, I think. Mario 64, Ocarina of Time is number one. Yeah, they're good guesses, G. Mario 64 certainly has had a lot of picks for number one in the chat. Or since it's IGN, probably COD. Yeah, true. Some totally fucking off the wall modern warfare shooter. What do you make of this one, G? You're probably the bigger Mario Brothers Wonder advocate that I know. I thought it was an okay game. Again, like in a genre that I'm not super enamored with. I had a decent time with my time playing Wonder. I didn't play it for long, I'll admit. I didn't finish it by any means. But I had fun playing it, playing what I played, right? COD on the Wii. You fucking imagine. It'd be COD on the Wii, number 2, Wii Fit, number 1. You watch. I didn't mind Wonder. Yeah, I thought you liked it pretty well. Is it the 43rd best Nintendo game? No, I don't think so. I don't have any issue with this being on the list because I think it is a good platformer. It's not top 50 material, I don't think. It's not better for me than a lot of the games we've seen so far. Even a lot of the platformers that we've seen so far, if I'm being really honest about it, right? Like, it wasn't Odyssey, but it was decent enough. Yeah, that's true. It was no Odyssey, that's for sure. Not 43rd. No, I don't think 43rd either. Have not played it. Never been a fan of 2D Mario games though. Well, that's I'm in that camp as well, Cobras. But I didn't mind Wonder because it did some different, interesting things. Like again, the formula hasn't changed, but it just puts some interesting spins on that formula, enough to make me go, "Huh, that's kind of." It's like it was a cute game. It was a cute game, you know. Like it was a fun, completely inoffensive, approachable, try it with anybody kind of Mario platformer. But I don't. It's not the 43rd best Nintendo game ever made. That's a little bit nuts to say that. It's not better than a lot of the stuff that we've complained about being lower. I think for sure. OG Mario, Mario 2, and Mario 3, Mario Land all beat one. Yeah, I would agree with that. G, 100%, 100%. I would agree with that. All the original platformers I enjoyed that I've played, I have enjoyed more than I enjoyed Wonder. Just bring a fucking elephant. Just bring a fucking elephant. Bring in a fucking elephant. Boom, new Mario game. That's it, man. Done. Easy as that. COD Zombies on the Wii U would be somehow on here. Well, hey, never say never. We'll see. Wow, okay. Mario Kart World in at number 42. All right, so another Mario Kart. I was disappointed by Mario Kart World. I'll say it. I was super excited about this game. I was like fucking picking up what it was putting down. I love the idea of the rally in concept. Everything that it was selling me, I was like, yes, this is going to be great. And it just fell short for me. It's not bad, but I'd probably, like, for me, rank it in a similar sort of vein to Double Dash. Like, it's all right. It's a fun enough Mario Kart. But it, like I said when Mario Kart 8 like got the deluxe version on the Switch, that like I have no idea how the fuck Nintendo is going to beat this. No idea how they're going to, like, because Mario Kart 8 is basically Mario Karting perfection, right? How do you improve on perfection? Well, they took a swing here and I think they missed. They took a swing trying something new, trying something different. And the ideas are good. They're not bad ideas. It's just that I think the fundamental baseline of the idea is flawed. And what I mean by that is that you can't tell me what your favorite Mario Kart World track is. Right? Like everyone's got their favorite Mario Kart tracks on every game. Mario Kart 8 especially. You got the ones that you love, and you got the ones that pop up and you're like, oh, fucking hell, here we go, this piece of shit again, right? You can't do that with Mario Kart World. And that loses something that I didn't appreciate until I played it. That was like a real kind of like, oh, moment, right? Like, oh, fuck. It's good. I think like, graphically, it's not a big enough improvement over 8. Like, I think there's parts of 8 that look better than World. I don't love the, like, floaty, fucking wobbly physics that they've got in World. You never really feel properly grounded. You're always kind of, like, bobbing and fucking wobbling all over the place. Like, your suspension is just on its lightest setting. It's all right. It's okay. It's fun. Like I think the Knockout Tour that's a win. The Knockout Tour is a great idea, and I'd love to see that brought into a traditional Mario Kart game where like every lap of a track, the last 4 races get knocked out. That's a fantastic fucking idea. That's the best part of Mario Kart World for sure by a mile. The tension when you're like racing a Knockout Tour online is like, yes, this is what I'm here for. This is the good shit. But the rest of the game is just like, it's okay. The open world got way oversold. It's just, there's nothing to do. There's like little knickknacks to find, but there's no real, like, it's so shallow. It's so shallow, the open world thing. It's not, like, I remember having this conversation with Scott. There's not multiplayer in the way that it looked like it was supposed to be. I don't know, man. It's just like I was so excited, played it, and it's it's not bad. It's not a bad Mario Kart game, and yet I was still so disappointed. Look at this, right? Like, I want you to look at like the shape here. Like the contorted fucking chassis on the cars that make them all feel like they're made of rubber, and like they all feel like balloon animals. Like you're driving around in a fucking balloon car. That's how it feels to play. There's parts about it that I like when you get hit by an item, you maintain your momentum, but that also negates like, you know, good item play, because the items feel less impactful now. And I know why they've done that, because now they've made it 24 races and it's so fucking crazy chaotic that skill kind of goes into the background in more. And, you know, like there are people who are fucking good at Mario Kart 8, right? Like you go online and you race Mario Kart 8, you are going to get your fucking ass handed to you. In Mario Kart World, it's just so frenetic and chaotic that skill just doesn't really seem to play as much of a role as it used to. And to some degree, that's okay. But it's not necessarily like what I'm looking for, I guess, you know? Don't have a Switch 2 yet, so I have not played Mario Kart World, but I heard it's disappointing. The other thing that is really disappointing about it is that it was the only fucking game on the system that wasn't available anywhere else at launch. Like, when you bought a Switch 2, Mario Kart World was a $750 game, because that's the only reason you were buying the console. Is this worth $750? Fuck no. Not in a million fucking years. This is not a console seller, and I think they expected it to be. And in some degree, it has been, because the fucking Switch 2 has sold like crazy. Even though I think it was like a botched launch. I think it was their worst launch console ever. So I think people like bought into the concept of Mario Kart World in the same way that I did, but in post, it's like, man, this isn't even as good as the previous gen's offering, which again is like basically perfection. I think Diddy Kong Racing is better than this. Diddy Kong Racing has some cooler ideas than this. I don't know that it's better, personally, but man, yeah, it was just a swing and a miss. Diddy Kong Racing is so sick. Yeah, we saw that way earlier back in the list, Meeks. Way earlier back. It was a crime, man. They look like cheap racing cars, so basically carts. Yeah, true. It's not even that. They look like toys, like rubber toys. It's hard to explain. If you've played it, you know exactly what I mean, right? If you've played it, you know. Has Animal Crossing made an appearance yet? New Leaf has made an appearance, but that's the only one so far. Even the kids prefer Mario Kart over Mario Kart World. I do wholeheartedly prefer Mario Kart 8. It's by far the better Mario Kart experience. They haven't beaten it. They didn't even come close to beating it with Mario Kart World. And yeah, I was so disappointed. And I feel bad I'm hanging all this shit on it, because it's not bad. It's not a bad game. It's just nowhere near as good as Mario Kart 8. It takes some swings, and I think those swings, except for the Knockout Tour, which was a hit, every other swing it took ended up being a miss, even though they sound great in concept. That's kind of my feelings on World. Super Mario Dollar Store Racing. That's it. Yeah, not spending an overpriced console for Mario Kart and Donkey Kong. Yeah, no. I mean, Donkey Kong Bonanza, I think that one is genuinely a very good game, but that wasn't out when the Switch launched, right? And for my money, I would probably not invest in a Switch 2 for another year, at least, until they get their shit together. That's my take on it. But we can, you know, I don't want to get sidetracked in that, because I got a lot I could rant on about with the Switch 2, personally. All right, let's move on. That's enough time for Mario Kart World. Oh, here we go. Number 41, the original, the OG Legend of Zelda. Oh boy. As I have a drink from my semi-transparent invisible water bottle there. 3 or 4 DLC updates later, Mario Kart World might be redeemed. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think it's too broken, not broken. Like I said, you can't get around that. Like, if they introduce the ability to race on the tracks for 3 laps, that's, I think, what would go a long way to redeeming it. But it's not that sounded bad in concept originally. It's only once you play it and you realize, like, I kind of can't get attached to any of these to love or hate them. If they brought that in, it would go a long way. I don't know that they will. We'll see. Boo! Legend of Zelda 1 at least 20th. Yeah, 41's a long way down. Legend of Zelda, it's criminal to be so low on this list. Is it though? Let's just think about this for a second, okay? Let's just think about this for a second. Yes, this was a, like, incredible game when it was released. Unlike anything else that was available at the time, really, right? It set a template. Open world, open exploration, go wherever you want, see what's around. That's amazing, right? But you could say that about the original Super Mario Brothers. You could say that about the original Donkey Kong arcade game, right? That yes, they were groundbreaking titles when they came out. But do they deserve to be super high up on a top 100 of all time list because of that? Or are there better games that belong higher? I think that there are better games that belong higher. I would put Twilight Princess above this, personally. I would. Don't defend IGN. At least it's on the list. I'm expecting that Tears of the Kingdom is the highest rated Zelda game. Okay. We'll find out. We'll find out when we get there. They dropped the ball on this one. On the list? Dude, they've dropped the ball like... they didn't even bring the fucking ball. We've had 2 that we've agreed with. And that's it so far. Really agreed with. Like, yeah, that's spot on. You're just wrong, Jamie. Hey, look. Fucking hate on it all you want, man. I don't see how you could say that this belongs in higher on the list, but Donkey Kong and the original Super Mario Brothers doesn't. You falter on your own logic, I think. Especially on the NES, it was never seen. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, you mean like NES was mostly side scrollers, or yeah. No one ever seen a game like this. Absolutely, yeah. That's what I'm saying. At the time, I get it. I 100% get it. I totally get it. But we're not talking about what were the best 100 NES games of the 80s. We're talking about what are the top 100 Nintendo games of all time. And I think that this is about the right spot for this. I do. OG Mario is fine. This is great. I'd put TP higher because he's simp for Midna. Look, that's just my take, okay? Look, that's just what I think. That's my opinion. I'm not right and I'm not wrong. That's the wonderful thing about opinions. I think this is about right. I think it's an important game. I respect it. I haven't played much of it, to be fair. Like, I've played it a couple of times. I haven't never dabbled in it hard, right? Again, when you've played Ocarina of Time as your first entry to the series, it's hard to go back to this. But if you had never played a game like this and this was your onboard, holy shit, it would have been fucking mind-blowing. Of course it would have. So much so that they went back and based Breath of the Wild on this. You know what I mean? Don't you shit on my nostalgia and call it IGN's carbonara. That's the low blood sugar kicking in there, G. That's the low blood sugar talking. We will see what trash IGN put ahead. You know, that's true. What's going to be better than the original Legend of Zelda? I'm not angry that this is here. I'm not. Sorry, I'm not. I think this is fair. In the top 100 games ever, today, now, as it stands, I think this is fair. Except that I would put Twilight Princess ahead of it. I would. I do think it's a better Zelda game. I do. All right, moving on. Oh! Super Smash Brothers Melee at number 40. Holy shit. God damn. God damn. Is this going to be the highest ranked Smash Brothers? Does this stand in for the series? I think it should stand in for the series. If this was the only Smash Brothers on the list, I'd be okay with that. It's my favorite. Does it belong higher than 40? Does it belong higher than 40 in the top 100 of all time? I think it does. I think it does. This is probably one of my most, in terms of pure hours, this is one of my most played games of all time, largely because it was one of the only GameCube games I owned. And I would just play the shit out of this game, man. Super Smash just improves with each iteration. I don't know that that's true, G. I don't agree with that. I think a lot of people disagree with that. I think this is a lot of people's favorite Smash Brothers. There's a reason that Melee is still the one that's played in tournaments as opposed to the more modern ones. Now, that might be because they've made them more approachable over the years. I didn't find Melee unapproachable. I've never really understood that argument, to be fair. You know? Like, there are people out there who think that it's quite hostile. I don't get that at all. I think this is a great game. No PD Piranha means it's not as good. Your favorite fighter's not in there. And you know what was great, right? And what I've always loved about the Super Smash Brothers games is that you fucking know, right? That if any other company made this game, every fucking character past the first 8 would be DLC. Would be microtransactions. You fucking know that would be the case. You know it. This is back in the good old days where you had a fucking roster of like 40 fucking characters and you could unlock every single one of those bad boys by just playing the game that you bought. Oh, yes. That's the good shit right there. I grew up on Brawl, and I had a friend who owned the original Smash Bros. On N64, so I rarely played Melee, even though I had a GameCube. Yeah, I played a lot of Brawl. I played a lot of the original. The original is probably my next most played Smash Brothers after Melee. I played a hell of a lot of the original. I never owned it, but my buddy owned it, and we'd play it all the fucking time. It was such an interesting idea back then too. Like, not only conceptually for bringing all these Nintendo characters together to fight each other, but just for what a fighting game could be, right? It's so fucking different. I don't think it gets enough credit for making a fighting game that's super approachable. Like, Smash Brothers does something, I talk about this all the fucking time, I feel like a broken record, but it does something that I wish more fighting games would do, and that is have the exact same button moveset for every single character, but what the button does changes based on the character. I don't have to learn different fucking combos for every single guy. If you can play one character in Smash Brothers, you can play all of them. You might not like them all equally. You might not be as good at all of them equally, but you can fucking play them immediately. Immediately. You know what the B button does. You know what up and B does. You know what side and A does. You know what A does. You know what all of them do because it's the same fucking thing for every guy. I love that. That is like the best part of this game. Like, I would just choose random. Like, when you pour so many hours into the game, you put like a bunch of like level 9 AI bots versus you, and you go in like with just random. You just pick random and just see how you go. I love to throw them down with those like Dragon Ball Z style fights against level 9 AI. That was so good. It's largely been the most balanced Super Smash Brothers. Yeah, I think that's why it's tournament based, right? Because of the balance. I miss those days. Yep. Roster of 16, you mean? Oh, wait, N64 might be 16. Yeah. The N64 didn't have many characters at all. Melee had shitloads. Melee was the first one that was like, holy crap, this is a lot of fucking characters. I think Ultimate is my favorite, mainly because of the huge roster it had, but I did like the Subspace mode from Brawl. Yeah, Subspace was cool. And Ultimate's like, you know, they're all good. Right? Because they're all more or less the same fucking thing, right? Let's be honest. They're all more or less the same fucking thing. Like, there's little tweaks here and there that, unless you're like an absolute hardcore tournament level player, you're not going to fucking know. But Melee's my favorite because it's the one I played the most. And I just put so many hours in there. I'm going to be interested to see, like, I think this is the stand-in for Smash Brothers. I think this is the only Smash Brothers we're going to see. We'll find out. Maybe I'm wrong. But I can't see more than one Smash Brothers being in the top 40. We'll find out. Who knows? All right, moving on. Melee, good pick. Agreed. I would put it higher, definitely, but I'm glad it's on here. Holy shit. Okay. I was literally just talking about this game earlier in the list, saying that I thought the Forgotten Land Kirby game looked pretty good and I wanted to try it out sometime. The 39th best Nintendo game ever made? What? This is better than Super Smash Bros. Melee. Has anyone played this and can confirm or deny that that is complete horseshit? There's no way, right? Like, this looked like it looked good. Don't get me wrong. It looked good. It looked fun. But there's no way this is the 39th best Nintendo game ever made. Ever made. Legend of Zelda 1 is better than this? What indeed? Who's played it? Before we sit here like hanging shit and passing judgment, who's played it? Who can actually like speak from experience? Anybody? I want to play it. I think it looks great. I do. I think it looks really fun. I think it's got some interesting ideas. It just looks like a fun 3D platformer. I fucking never thought I'd be the one to say that, right? But here I am. But it's got to be like... We're talking the 39th best Nintendo game of all fucking time. Of all time. This has to be spectacular. I haven't heard people raving about this. I haven't heard people saying like, holy shit, this is one of the best games I've ever played. I haven't heard anything even remotely like that to warrant that being 39th best Nintendo game ever. No fucking way. Fake news? You think so? Only played the demo? Okay. You played it, it was too easy. Well, easy or hard, that's relative, right? Like that doesn't mean anything. Like a game can't be like too easy or too hard. It can only be too easy or too hard for you, right? So I don't take that into account as to like whether the game's good or not. 39th best game ever. Give me Kirby on NES before that one. Really? Wow, Hellguard. So you like the OG more than this? Not the OG, the Kirby's Adventure. Marketing scheme, you think, Meeks? You think this is here to sell copies of Forgotten Land? You think Nintendo said to IGN, hey, listen, we need to move more fucking units of this Forgotten Land. We're piling up in the warehouse here. Make sure that shit's high on the list, all right? Can you imagine? Oh, man. Oh, yeah, I don't know about that one, fellas. I don't know about that one at all. That's it seems like a bit of a wild pick. I'm going to throw it out there. That's better than Twilight Princess, by the way. Not just better than Twilight Princess, twice as good as Twilight Princess, just about. All right? Really? Nah, dude. No way. No fucking way. No shot. It would be making way more waves if that was true. And it's not. It came, people enjoyed it, and it went. And nobody's fucking talked about it since. Of course, games you can still buy new are having boosted ratings. There's some massive conspiracy going on here. Hey, if you play it soon, Jamie, you'll let us know where it truly ranks. That's true, man. Yeah, if I get a hold of it, and I do want to check it out. I genuinely do. Because I do think it looks fun. I don't think it looks like the 39th best Nintendo game ever made. I think that's fucking crazy. Better than Twilight Princess. Yeah, exactly. Nuts. I'm assuming you're saying that sarcastically, G, because... Otherwise, like, you need to, like, hey, call the fucking nurse over because they've taken too much blood, man. All right. Oh, here we go. 38, Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars. So this is on my playthrough list. This is on my to-play list. I'm looking forward to it. I never, ever would have, like, fucking looked sideways at this game. But now I'm curious. I'm very curious to see what this is like. I know a lot of people like it. It got a remake for a reason. It's a very well-loved game. I expected it to show up here somewhere, and I expected it to show up somewhere pretty high. I think this is a pretty good ranking for it, right? It's not a lot of people's, like, favorite game ever made, but the people who've played it tend to speak pretty highly of it. Twilight Princess is the lowest Zelda game behind the disc ones. You're such a fucking troll. Legend of Twilight Princess. What do we think of this one? Super Mario RPG 38. I think that seems pretty fair to me. Again, speaking as a layman who hasn't played it, if I was to play this, I'm trying to think, like, would I do the Switch remake or would I play the OG, like the SNES OG? I think they're basically the same game, just with a new coat of paint, right? Like, they haven't actually changed much about the Switch version. And if that's true, I kind of want to play the OG. I think that's the one I'll do my playthrough on, is the original SNES one. just to experience it, you know, just to see how it looked and all that sort of thing. Fair call for Mario RPG. Yeah, I agree with that, G. I think this is another rare IGN thumbs up here. Hey, Dingleberry, what's cracking? Played as a 10-year-old and loved it, man. Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Again, I'm looking forward to having it as like a very unique experience. Like this is going to be unlike a lot of other games I've played. And I like that. I like that it's very different, right? Paper Mario owns Mario RPG. Well, I've got both of them on my list, to be fair, to try out. Interesting to see if Paper Mario shows up here somewhere, right? Like Thousand Year Door especially. I know people fucking love that one and we haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen any Paper Marios yet. All right, let's push on. 37. Metroid Zero Mission. Oh, nice, dude. Look at that fucking cover art. Oh, yeah. Okay. Man. So this was on Game Boy Advance. Yes, Game Boy Advance. Gorgeous looking game for sure, as all Game Boy Advance games are, I think. Mario RPG was made by Rare. I thought it was Squaresoft. No, yeah, it was Squaresoft for sure. Yep. I get the joke though. That was a good one. You're on fire, G. You're on fire, buddy. Just sit there and donate your platelets, all right? Let's go. Can't wait for that playthrough for Mario RPG. All right, cool. Nice one. I'm glad you're looking forward to it, Meeks. Zero Mission. I can't comment on this one. I haven't played it. I know Metroid Fusion is a big, like, popular title. We still haven't seen Super Metroid. There's no fucking shot that Super Metroid's not going to be on this list. We haven't seen the original Metroid for that matter, right? We still haven't seen the original. I think Super Metroid's going to rank higher than that. But Zero Mission was, well, it was a remake, right? Hang on, let me have a read. Nintendo isn't always, oh, right, yeah, big on remakes. So I wasn't surprised when it announced the return to the original NES Metroid. Okay, so this is a remake of the original Metroid. Okay, so plus Metroid. So what they're saying is that this is also the stand-in for the NES one. Okay, I understand now. So we are seeing the original NES version here. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That game fucking drove me nuts, I'm going to be honest. That made me wanted to pulp my forehead on the desk. That game is so fucking brutally difficult. It's crazy. Played it for the first time this year on the channel. You can go and check it out. Was more Metroidvania than I expected it to be. I was really surprised. I won't talk too much about it because I'll talk about it more at the rank when we do our tier list for all the games I played this year. But yeah, it surprised me, that game, for sure. So that, yeah, Zero Mission plus Metroid, they include the OG. Yep, this is a stand-in for both. I think this is pretty fair, because again, like the original Legend of Zelda, right? Metroid, the original Metroid was another game that came in and did something brand new that you'd never really seen before. Like, you'd had like action platformers like Mega Man and the like for years, right? Or like there's plenty of those. You had traditional platformers like Mario. There's plenty of those. But having like this kind of pseudo open world 2D action platformer exploration / horror vibe sci-fi game was totally different. Totally different from anything else, right? So yeah, and I think it holds up surprisingly well. More so than I think a lot of NES games do. Metroid on the NES is not for baby kids. Yeah, that's right. Definitely not. Just give Jimmy his Mario one day. He has trouble with big boy games. He does. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. I struggled with Metroid. I did. 100%. But I still thought it was a good game, for sure. It just surprised the crap out of me as to just how open-ended it was. I didn't expect that. I expected something like the original Castlevania. I think that's what I went into it thinking it was going to be, and it was not like that at all. So there we go. Metroid / Zero Mission, number 37. Oh! There's no... There's no way. There's no way. $36. I expected this to be in the top 10. 36. There's 35 better games on Nintendo consoles than GoldenEye 007. An absolute revolutionary landmark title that changed gaming. Every time, like, this is such an emotional fucking roller coaster, this list, man. We go through, like, so much shit, and then every now and then, it's almost like to keep us reading, right? To keep us scrolling, keep that ad revenue coming in, we'll throw them a bone and give them one that they agree with. And then we fucking run them down again. We beat them down again. And then we throw them a little bone, and then we fucking beat them down again. I'm beaten, IGN. I'm beaten and broken. You don't need to keep throwing these at me. Don't keep throwing the hits. Holy shit. Would have thought this was lower down, maybe 50s, only because I don't like FPSs. No, it'd be lower on your list for sure, G, right? Jamie's worst nightmare. Zelda 2 higher on this list. No fucking way. No fucking way Zelda 2 is going to be higher than GoldenEye, right? Right? I should have got a drink when I got up. I should have fucking got a proper drink. Oh my God. That's... What's... Oh my... No, I don't even know what to fucking say. I don't even know what to say. I thought it was bad when... I saw Perfect Dark, like wherever the fuck that showed up, and I was like, oh, that's crazy, but at least GoldenEye will be way up there, right? That's kind of what I was... At least they've got it right with GoldenEye, at least. 36! I find it funny that GoldenEye as a landmark title should be higher, but OG Zelda should be, and it's arguably more influential. Scott, you don't know what you're talking about. You all right? Sit down. Take your medication. What are you doing? The reason GoldenEye should be higher is because GoldenEye still holds up. I don't think The Legend of Zelda holds up as well compared to its like titles that have come after it. GoldenEye still fucking holds up in spite of titles that come after it. That's why it belongs to be higher, deserves to be higher. It's crazy. Too high for 007? That's nuts. Should definitely be top 20. At least. It should. I would concede to it being top 20, right? It would be in my top 10, absolutely, right? But I that's subjective. I get that. I can make concessions, right? But objectively, it should be in the top fucking 20, right? Surely it should be in the top 20 at least. Oh my God. All right. 36, GoldenEye, apparently. What a crock of shit. All right, moving on. Super Mario 3D World. Better than GoldenEye. To be fair, a lot of people fucking like this game. And this is specifically the Bowser's Fury, right? Like they're talking about the Switch version, right? I don't like this game. I don't. I know a lot of people do. I dislike this game. The reason I dislike this game is because I have terrible depth perception, and an isometric 3D platformer is a fucking nightmare for me. Absolute nightmare. I'd rather play the original Turok with clunky FPS platforming than this. I just can't do it. I don't. I just get fucking lost. I'm such an old man. This is such an old man shouting at clouds moment. It should be number 7. You're goddamn right. It should be number 7. Hellguard. I agree. OG Zelda does hold up. That's not nostalgia talking either, as I played it later in life. Yeah, but you're a different breed, Scott, okay? You can't be a metric for the common man. All right? 3D World is a good game. Yeah, lots of people like this one. Like, I'm the outlier here. And I even look at it, I'm like, fuck, that looks like a fun game. Like, it looks like a good game. But then when I play it, and I'm just, it's a mess for me. I can't play it for the same reason, like similar to how you can't do FPSG. It's not a motion sickness thing for me. It's just like my depth perception is terrible for this specific game. I can't do it. Every game from now on, is it better than GoldenEye? You're goddamn right. That's the question that's going to be getting asked, Hellguard. And Super Mario 3D World is not. It's not. All right? And that's just how it is. All right, kicking on. 34. What do we got here? Okay, we're back on track. They've thrown us a fucking bone. They've thrown us. They're like, we're losing them. We're losing them. GoldenEye was too much. GoldenEye was too much. They're leaving in droves. Get them back. Get them back. Get them back. Here we go. We're back. Star Fox 64. Also known as Lilac Wars, if you played it here or anywhere in the PAL region. What a game. Incredible game. Amazing game. Love this game so much. It's not better than GoldenEye. I'm sorry. It's not. It's just not. But let's talk about it on its own merits. It is fantastic. This is what they wanted to do with the original Star Fox and just couldn't. They just couldn't do it. They didn't have the tech. They didn't have the, like, they were so limited in scope of their idea. Like their idea just, they couldn't squash it down into this fucking little gray plastic box and make it work. But they could make this work. Like this was the dream, right? And it fucking sung. This was such a good game. This was such a good game. Let's go. Love Star Fox. Yep. Lilac Wars is okay here. Yeah, you think it's a good rank? I agree. This is a good spot for Lilac Wars / Star Fox. I don't think it holds up now. I think it does, G. I genuinely do. And the reason I think it holds up now is because it still gives us an experience that isn't replicated anywhere else, really. Like nobody's really made third-person shoot-'em-ups. There's not many. We've got that Wild Blue coming. I can't wait. I'm going to play the shit out of that when that gets here. Made by the guys who made Star Fox and Star Fox 64. It looks great. It just looks like Star Fox. I can't wait for that. But like, I'm trying to think of a game that does what Star Fox 64 does even now, and I struggle to think of any. Like, there's lots of shoot-'em-ups, right? Shitloads of them. But they're all top-down or side-on and 2D. There's lots of rail shooters, right? Time Crisis, that sort of thing. But that doesn't give you free-form movement in the way that a shoot-'em-up gives you. So there's not like, it's such a niche, interesting idea that was just never replicated. You know what I mean? And I like that because I like shoot-'em-ups. Like I played shoot-'em-ups when I was a kid. I enjoyed them, and taking it to a third-person perspective was like, holy shit, this is awesome. Third-person shoot-up ID. I'd take MechWarrior 2 or 3 over Star Fox. I don't think it's the same, man. I don't think they're the same game at all. I think you're reaching there. But yeah, this is great. This is good to see on the list. Glad it's up here. It belongs up here. It's a fucking good game. And I do think it holds up surprisingly well, because it gives you something that you can't really get anywhere else. In fact, Scott just played this for the first time. What was it, last year, Scott? And I think you enjoyed your time with it from memory. I think you thought it was pretty good. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe you were being polite. It would be weird to do a barrel roll in Time Crisis. It absolutely would. Yeah, exactly. And even Time Crisis, like, again, it was just a rail shooter through and through, like a static rail shooter. This is like an evolution of that formula, big time, I think. Great game. Amazing game. Oh, here we go. 33, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. This is a good platformer. I like this game a lot. I thought it was great. We played G and I played this. Well, I mean, I was there, and every now and then I lost a bunch of lives to the group. But G played this with a bunch of our friends at our gaming retreat. What was that, last year? G? The year before? Something like that. For the first time. And we just kind of like tried to get through it over the course of our trip. And we did it. And it was great. Like, this is such a creative, gorgeous, interesting collection of ideas for a platformer. Like, the levels in this game are fucking unhinged, some of them. Like, in terms of like creativity and pushing the boundaries of what you can do with a 2D platformer. I'm yet to see anything that really comes close to Tropical Freeze. It was last year. Okay, yeah. It's such a good game. This belongs on here. I wouldn't put it this high, but I would put it on here somewhere. I think it's a fantastic platformer. If you haven't played, it's brutally hard. It's really difficult. The boss fights are fiendishly long. Like, they go on way too long. Like, they grind you down like crazy. But if you like a 2D platformer, especially if you're a fucking Donkey Kong fan and you haven't played Tropical Freeze, you've got to try it out. It's amazing. It's my favorite Donkey Kong platformer for sure. Not that I've played many of them, but it's one of my favorite 2D platformers, full stop. Donkey Kong Jungle Beat and the Donkey Bongos for this one. You're a big fan of the bongos, G. I know that. All right, 32. Oh shit. Okay, Earthbound is going to make the list. Well, there we go. So we saw Mother 3 earlier and weren't really sure if that was a stand-in for the Mother series, but no, Earthbound is here and it's at 32. Wow, that's really high. That's crazy high. So yeah, like I said, when we're talking about Mother 3, this is on my playlist. I'm looking forward to it. It looks so weird and quirky. I'm very keen to get into it. It's supposed to be quite funny, quite touching, a really good JRPG in a very different kind of style and theme. Yeah, I'm keen for this one. I think it's going to be fun. Is this your longest stream? Am I kind of liking it more than normal? I am kind of liking it more than normal. This is by far my longest stream. Random guy, for sure. Absolutely, man. Yeah, I knew it would be too. I kept my schedule largely free so that we could get into it. I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. That's awesome. That's really cool. Earthbound may be a little high, but I didn't play it much. Okay, all right. It's a very niche game, right? Like, again, one of those cult classics that if you love it, you fucking love it, or you probably haven't played it. You're probably in one of those two camps, right? But yeah, keen to check this one out when we get there at some point in the near future, hopefully. 31. Oh, yes! Yes! Mega Man 2. There it is, baby. Is this my favorite Mega Man? It probably is. It's the one I've played the most. Like, I'm dog shit rubbish at Mega Man. You will know that if you've seen me play any Mega Man on the channel. Absolutely horrendous at the game. But there's something about it that I just love all the same. Like, it's so nostalgic. Like, my NES nostalgia is not Mario. Like, I never owned a Mario game from my NES. Didn't really ever play Mario games on the NES. My nostalgia for the NES is Double Dragon 2 and Mega Man 2. Like, that's when I think of the NES, they're the games that I think of. And they give me the warm and fuzzies for that period of time. Not Mario. Boo, Mega Man 1 owns Mega Man 2. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy talk, G. Although Mega Man 1 is very good. Absolutely. Only because I didn't own or beat Mega Man 2. Really? No shit. You haven't played it. Huh. If you're a Mega Man fan, I think it's pretty widely regarded as the best one on the NES. I think that's a fairly lukewarm take, right? A lot of people like this game, and it is excellent. It's very, very good. Like all Mega Man games, incredibly difficult. I've never finished it. I've never beaten it. Never even come remotely close. But it's just so nostalgic. I rented this one out so many fucking times and got nowhere. I played Woodman's level a lot, a lot of fucking times. Crazy. Good one. Number 31. I don't even disagree with the placement. Like, it's such a good 2D action platformer. You played it, but you played one more. Yeah, one's great as well. One's really good. I played an arcade Mega Man. Was so much fun. I need to figure out which one it was though. I want to say it was number 2. Yeah, I mean, was number 2 in the arcades? Maybe. It's great anyway. Like that, but they're so fucking hard. Holy shit, they're hard. It's one of the hardest games I've ever played for sure. Oh wow, Pikmin 4 at number 30. Damn. All right. So yeah, Pikmin. I'm pretty confident this is going to be a stand-in for Pikmin as a series, and I'm fairly sure that 4 was pretty well received. Right? I haven't played it. I know Scott played 4 and really enjoyed it. Scott's a bit of a Pikmin fan. I need to try Pikmin because I'm a big RTS fan, and this is kind of Nintendo's like family friendly crack at an RTS on a console. It's just like and I wouldn't call it an RTS. It's kind of like RTS adjacent, right? Boo, Pikmin this high. You're not a Pikmin fan, G? A lot of people are, man. I can't say that I am, but that's because I just haven't really played the games. I dabbled in Pikmin 3 on the Wii U. I played a little bit of Pikmin 3, but not enough to sit here and say that I've played it to form an opinion on it. Not as good as Legend of Zelda 1. Not as good as GoldenEye either, man. I agree. But there we go. Pikmin 4, and I'm guessing the Pikmin series. Very highly ranked. Yeah, I need to give this a proper shot at some stage, for sure. And especially now that Pikmin 1 and 2 got remastered for the Switch, I've really got no excuse. Like, I need to try Pikmin 1. Maybe we could try a Pikmin 1 playthrough for the channel. That'd be kind of fun, actually. Oh, hang on. I'll add that to my list as well while I think of it. Because if I don't do it when I think of it, it'll be gone. Pikmin. There we go. Done. Pikmin is fantastic. 3 and 4 are my faves. Yeah, 3 was fucking gorgeous when it came out. Like, graphical powerhouse for the Wii U, I thought. Absolutely stunning looking game. And 4 looks great. But I'm keen, like, if I'm going to play one, it's usually I want to start at the entry point. I want to start at number 1 and just see what it's like. So I think that's, like, even though I've played a little bit of 3, I'd probably go back to 1 and just check it out, you know? I think number 2 was a controversial one as well, though, wasn't it? Like, didn't 2 do some weird things that fans weren't overly fond of? I think it's sort of like the black sheep of the series a little bit. All right, here we go. Top 30. Oh, there it is, G. We were saying it was going to pop up at some point. Paper Mario, The 1,000-Year Door. Yep. Another classic that is on my list to try. Looking forward to it. Very funny game, apparently. I know G's a big fan of this one. I know a lot of people are a big fan of this one, including IGN by the looks of it at number 29. I think that's well-deserved. I think that belongs there. Like, this is such a well-loved game. This is like, we're getting into the territory now of talking about people's favorite games of all time, right? Like, this is a lot of people's number 1 game ever. So I think well-deserved to be in the top 30. I'm very, very much looking forward to trying this one out, for sure, and just seeing what Paper Mario is all about. Like, G was saying that he likes Paper Mario better than Super Mario RPG. I'm interested to know what the differences are. If Sticker Star beats this, I'll eat my hat. No, there's no way. There's no fucking way. This will be the number 1. Like, the fact that we've seen this, I don't think we're going to see the OG Paper Mario either. Because I know, even never playing it, I know this is the big boy, right? This is the big hitter that everyone loves. So there we go. 1,000-Year Door, number 29. Yeah, looking forward to it. You'll see that one coming up on the channel at some point, for sure, no question. Oh, here we go. The original, the OG, Xenoblade Chronicles. Wow, so this did end up beating out Xenoblade X. Interesting. So this is the one, like I said, that I tried fairly recently with my kiddo. She didn't gravitate towards it as much as I thought she might. But I can see it being, like I said, on X, this being a game that if I had more time on my hands, I would definitely sink into this one because I like what it's got going on. It's very unique. It's got a very interesting world. It's got a combat style that I think is quite interesting. Very reminiscent of World of Warcraft, actually, surprisingly. Like, it's not really action combat. It's like pseudo turn-based combat / pseudo real-time combat. If you played WoW, and a lot of you obviously would have, that's how Xenoblade plays combat-wise. Like hitting buttons while you auto-attack kind of thing. It's interesting. I haven't really come across another game other than WoW that does that. Haven't played but heard good things. Yeah, this is a very well-loved a series, not just single game, but series. And I think if you're a Final Fantasy fan, but you want something like, if you're a Final Fantasy fan and you like World of Warcraft, this is a fucking no-brainer, I think. Absolute no-brainer. Hey, here we go. And it's been a while since we've seen a Pokemon. It's been a long fucking time since we've seen a Pokemon, right? We've only seen Black and White 2 so far. That's got me a little bit concerned. Like, that's a lot of Pokemon to cram into the top 30. I'm a little bit worried that we're not going to see any more. What do we think? Do we think this is the highest it'll... I don't know. Has Dynasty Warriors / Hyrule Warriors been up yet? No, we haven't seen any of those yet. I don't think they're going to be this... Like, we're talking about Pokemon Red and Blue. I don't think you can stack those up next to that. I mean, I wouldn't. Maybe IGN would. We haven't seen Wii Fit either, as I keep saying. So who fucking knows? Who's that? Number 27 on the list. It's Pikachu. Yeah, what a fucking legendary game. Absolutely legendary game. Like, we don't need to talk about this one. You all love it. I love it. It's one of my favorite games of all time. Some of my best memories around gaming are from Pokemon Yellow, Red, and Blue. It's incredible. Held together with fucking duct tape and dreams, that cartridge was. And yet it, like, inspired an entire generation of kids. And like I was saying earlier, like if you weren't around in 1998 to experience Pokemania firsthand, there's nothing I can do that will accurately describe it to you. It's just one of those things that you had to be there for and live through. It was just fucking crazy. It was something else. It was everywhere. You don't think other Pokemon games except maybe Stadium should beat this? No fucking way Stadium's better than this. You're crazy. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow so low. Well, it makes me wonder whether we're going to see Gold and Silver still to come, right? Because I have always said, like, even though Pokemon Yellow, Red, and Blue are probably my favorite games nostalgically, like in here, right? They're rough. They are very rough games. It's definitely no question it's nostalgia talking. But Heart Gold and Soul Silver, I think are objectively the best Pokemon games ever made. So I think that maybe we're still going to, I fucking hope we're still going to see those because they're incredible. And objectively, I think they are leagues better than this, even though these are my favorites. Does that make sense? Don't really care for the Pokemon's Hellguard. Man, one of the few. Wii Sports might be up. Yeah, we've seen Wii Sports already, G. I understand their importance. Yeah, they're important games. Yeah, that's right. Like it's similar to like The Legend of Zelda and Super Mario Brothers, like all those like classics. This is an important landmark game that was really responsible for bringing like JRPGs to a lot of people, right? Because this is straight up a JRPG, but it doesn't feel like it when you play it. Like it's very clever at fitting squarely in the middle of, like it's hiding in plain sight. It's through and through a JRPG, but it does not feel like one. Which is why I loved it, because I did not like JRPGs. Like this is the exception to that rule for me. It's always been Pokemon. Oh, we will. Gold and Silver is peak Pokemon. They will be here. They better be here, Scott. Well, I mean, fuck, we'll see, man. We'll see. GoldenEye was like in the low 30s, so you know what I mean? Anything could fucking happen. All right. There we go. We don't need to talk about it much more because, I mean, we all know. We all know. If you know, you know. And most of us my age will know. 26. Wow. Aria of Sorrow. This high. Damn. Okay. I know this is a good one. I know this is a well-loved one. It's a gorgeous game. I'm looking forward to playing it. It's on my list. Can't wait. A lot of Castlevanias are on my list. Castlevania is, again, one of those franchises that have just completely missed me, and like I'm very confident that I will like. It's everything I like. I like everything about it. I've just got to play the fucking games. But I know people love this one on the Game Boy Advance. I thought Dawn of Sorrow was probably the more loved one, but maybe that's just more recency bias than anything. Recency bias. These came out ages ago, but you know what I mean. But yeah. And this one was set in the future, I believe, right? Like this was like not sort of like in ye olden times, which is an interesting spin as well. But yeah, keen to try this one at some stage for sure. Absolutely. Start with Castlevania 64. I would play I would definitely try Castlevania 64. I know people shit on it and say it's a piece of crap game. I'm intrigued. I'd give it a go. For sure I would. Haven't played, but Castlevania 1 is definitive. Yeah, absolutely. And like, it's interesting that Aria of Sorrow is here, right? Which I know people love, but I don't. And I know like gets discussed when you're talking about the best Castlevania games ever, but Symphony of the Night and Super Castlevania 4 always seem to beat it out in that discussion. And yet Super Castlevania 4 was way back in the fucking 90s on this list. Like they think this is exponentially better in every conceivable way, which is interesting. So yeah, anyway, there we go. Aria of Sorrow, 26. Back when Konami made like good games or games at all, really. Holy shit. Holy shit. Wow. What do we make of that one? Jesus. Super Mario 64 at 25 on the list of, just to be clear, the 100 best Nintendo games of all time. No fucking way that this is not rage bait. No way. Spicy. Would have put it higher. IGN is looking for a fight now. That's nuts. In before New Super or Super Mario Brothers U is higher. No, there's no way. There's no fucking way in the world. This... I don't think it'll be the highest ranked Mario game. Because we still haven't seen World. We still haven't seen 3. But 25? I thought this was... I genuinely thought this was going to be number 1. I did. I thought this was a contender for number 1. I can't believe that's down here. That's wild. Wow. And it's still good. I know people think it's dog shit now. I don't think so. I just played it for the first time this year and I fucking loved it. It was great. It holds up. I like it better than Odyssey. Man. Yeah, wow. What do you even say? Top 5 at least? Absolutely top 5 at least. At least top 10? I don't think top 10 is doing it justice. I agree with Helgard. Top 5. Had to be top 5. Like I said, I thought it would be number 1. I was like, here we go. Another top 100 Nintendo games or another top Nintendo games list where Super Mario 64 is number 1 because it's always fucking number 1, right? And even if it wasn't number 1, even though we're going to wrong foot you, we're going to throw you a fucking curveball here. Maybe if it showed up like number 6, and I still would have been like, what the fuck? Wow. 5 games better than this. Nintendo games. 25? Oh, Jesus. Oh, here we go. Scott, yeah, here we go. Super Mario 64. I think that's fair. Still holds up and I like it more than Odyssey, but it's that infernal plumber. That's right. You've got fucking Mario rage syndrome, Scott. Your opinion does not count here at all. Okay? You hate that motherfucker. Mind blown? Yeah, Meeks. Yep, absolutely, dude. What's the next game at number 24? Ocarina of Time? No. No way. No. But now, like I thought it'd be like Mario 64, Ocarina of Time, and maybe Super Mario World, something like that. Top 3. That was like, if you pressed me, that's probably what I would say. Something like that, right? Now that this is at 25, I've got no fucking idea. I've got no idea what's going to be up there. This is nuts, man. This is nuts. We've thrown the baby out with the bathwater with the whole fucking house on this one. Not one of my favorite Mario games, but I can see what it did for gaming. But I would say top teens. Okay, that's still higher than 25. What 24 Nintendo games are better of all time than Super Mario 64? Number 1, Hello Kitty Island Adventure for the win. If Mario 64 is 25, I'm sure they shit on Ocarina of Time. Yeah, I'm really worried, especially now that I've seen GoldenEye further down. I've seen Perfect Dark further down. Now here's Super Mario 64. Like we're just lining sacred cows up to the fucking abattoir here on a conveyor belt, and we're pressing the fast forward button on that bad guy. We're just filing them into the chipper shredder. This is crazy. All right. Obviously, I don't agree. I think that's nuts. The funny thing is though, I would have agreed with this last year, right? But having now played it, experienced it firsthand, finally, that's wild. That's absolutely insane. All right, here we go. Let's just fucking compose ourselves here for a second. All right, before we move on. Oh my Lord. Okay, let's do it. 24. Come on, we can do this, guys. We can do this. Everyone hold hands. All right. What is going on? Nothing is sacred. Up is down. It's the end of times. The number one is an Xbox game. Oh, Jesus. I don't know if I can do this, guys. I'm old, guys. I've got to look out for my blood pressure. I've got to think about shit. Like, you guys might not get this if you're not 40, right? You might not understand the sorts of things that you need to start thinking about at, like, mine and G's age and Scott's age. You know what I mean? I can't do this. I was close. You were close, Helgard. COD looking like it's going to take number one. Oh, my God. That's insanity. Majora's Mask is one of the most unique games, not just unique Zelda games, but one of the most unique games, full stop, that I've ever played in my life. It's incredible. Nothing, to this day, nothing has done what Majora's Mask did, which is kind of crazy to think about. It's this one lone video game in like the fucking pantheon of all of gaming that did this one really unique thing that's never been replicated. Like, just how often does that happen? Just think about that for a second. It doesn't happen. People find something and then they just like iterate on it themselves, or people copy it and you get a bunch of imposters coming in, right? Legend of Zelda Groundhog Day, that was it. But it was so unique and it fucking worked. It worked so well. Anyway, look, I'm going to talk about more of this at the end of the year ranking, right? And the tier list. But the fact that this is at number 24, oh, Jesus Christ. I'm running out of words. I don't even know what to fucking say. This is crazy. What 23 games are better than Majora's Mask? What do we think? COD, Wii Fit, FIFA 26, you think, G? The one unique thing, stealing old mate's bed while it's missing rain. I've never had another game that's let me do it. To be fair, another game has never let me do it. So yes, that too. Depression Postman, haven't seen it. Haven't seen it in another game. A workaholic depression postman. Oh, God. All right. Brace yourselves, fellas. We're moving on to 23. You all ready? Assume brace positions. We are heading directly into the mountainside. Here we go. Mega Man 64. Fucking hell. All right, here it comes. Okay. Okay. I can handle that. I can handle that one. 23, Super Mario Galaxy. I can't comment on whether it's better than Mario 64 because I haven't played it. I want to play it now that I've played Super Mario 64. I didn't have any interest in it pre-Super Mario 64. But this feels like it belongs up here. Is it better than Super Mario 64? That's for you guys to say. Who rosters themselves on to the end of the world? I know. Fucking dedicated postman, that's who. Forza Horizon 5 is probably on here. Galaxy's okay. 23 is fine. All right, so we agree that this one is in the sweet spot. It feels nuts that it's above Super Mario 64 to me. I've never played it, but that feels kind of crazy. Above Super Mario 64, no, but 23 is okay. All right, so we're kind of back on track a little bit. Let's look forward now. Let's not look behind. Behind is scary and sad. You can only look forward in life, okay? I do like Super Mario Galaxy, but Galaxy 2 is my favorite Mario game. Oh, nice one, Cobras. Okay. Very cool. All right, here we go. 22. Holy shit. No, wait, what? No, hang on. Sorry, I'm banging the microphone. I'm unraveling here. Donkey Kong Bonanza, 22. Was it that good? Was it really that good? Gee, you finished this game. You're the only one I know who's finished this recently. Mario 64, Odyssey, Sunshine, and Galaxy are all just personal preference. Okay. They're all, excuse me, iterations or takes on a similar sort of thing. Okay, I can buy that. Where does Donkey Kong Bonanza belong here, G? Donkey Kong Bonanza is a little new to be this high. Yeah, some recency bias kicking in. This is of all time, by the way. We're talking of all time. The 22nd best Nintendo game. Remember what I said about boosted ratings? Hellguard, you might be fucking onto something. You might be onto... You've unraveled something here and brought it to light that we all suspected all this time. Here it is, in plain sight. I haven't played enough of the... I played a little bit of it. I haven't played enough to say, again, to say that I've played it. The 22nd best game is a big call. It's a good game. It's a good platformer. If you like 3D platformers, it's a good one. But man, that's above Super Mario 64. Of all time, below 64 Odyssey and below Smash. Yeah. I think it would have to be. Like, it feels like this needs to, like, how many months has this been out for? Like, it's not even out for 1 year. And we're already calling it the 22nd best Nintendo game ever? Sure, Jesus, man. It's good, but I'm not keen to go back to it anytime soon. Well, that says a lot. I think that says a lot. Because people play things like Super Mario 64 every year for, like, their fucking whole life. You know? Bonanza does look like a good game, but I would not suspect it to be this good. Again, like, this is another thing like Forgotten, what's the fucking Kirby game? Forgotten Land, where if it was the 22nd best Mario game, well, basically fucking is, let's be honest, the 22nd best Nintendo game of all time, we'd know. Like, people would be fucking raving about this in the same way that they did something like Breath of the Wild. This has not gotten the same buzz as Breath of the Wild. No, not even fucking close to the same buzz. People have said it's good. Yeah, okay. I'm sure it is good. It looks good. But it's not like... It's... Jesus Christ, this is nuts. Donkey Kong better than GoldenEye. That's Bonanza. That's right, Meeks. 100%. I'll play through it after a year or two. Yeah, give it a rest and come back to it. M64 was happy to tool around post-content. Yes. Game's only been out half a year. This is nuts. This is a crazy call. Who made this? Logan, our buddy Logan. He's fucking back again. He's a Donkey Kong fanboy. Isn't that the fucking dude who, like, put the Donkey Kong Game Boy game above GoldenEye or whatever the fuck it was? Jesus Christ. Logan. Get off the bananas, dude. Holy shit. All right, on to the next one. Oh, okay, here we go. This is interesting. A Link Between Worlds. At 21. Ooh. Better than Majora's Mask. Now, before we go apeshit, okay? Before we go off the rails here, I have heard that this is a spectacularly good Zelda game. Has Breath of the Wild come up yet? No, it hasn't. Bonanza's overrated? Okay. A Link Between Worlds. What do we think? It's supposed to be excellent. I'd like to play it. I own it. It's sitting on my shelf behind me. I haven't played it yet. It's on the list. Better than Majora's Mask. Oh, man. I don't see it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I often am. I don't know that I'm wrong about this. Nope, Majora's Mask and Link's Awakening are better than A Link Between Worlds. Okay, Scotty, you would know, man, because, like, A Link to the Past is your number one ever, right? And this is the sequel to that. But it is supposed to be good. 21. No. Jesus. I'm looking forward to playing it. I am, just because of its reputation. Like, what I love about this is it was kind of like... It kind of came out under the radar. It didn't get a big splash, especially for being the sequel to... Is it a sequel or a prequel to A Link to the Past? It's got some relation to A Link to the Past. I know for sure, right? For being connected to one of the most loved video games of all time, this really didn't make a lot of waves when it came out. but it's almost like had the Wind Waker effect, where over time, it's sort of like crept up and crept up and crept up in people's estimation as more people have discovered it and played it and tried it and gone, oh, actually, holy shit, this is really good. You know what I mean? Never played it, but going to watch your future gameplay of it. Yeah, okay, yeah, this will be on the list for sure. Like, I'm definitely keen to check this out. But I mean, I need to play A Link to the Past first, right? Like, it'd be criminal to play this before that. That'd be insane. It's a link to the past. There's a marketing thing there that they totally missed out on, Helgard. Totally missed that one. That would have been great. All right. I've struggled to believe that this is better than Majora's Mask. I really do. I'm sure it's good, but Majora's Mask was like this. I'm sure it's good, but it's also another top-down Zelda adventure. There's nothing like Majora's Mask. Anyway, there we go. 21, apparently. Best Nintendo game ever. We'll find out when we get there, I suppose, and we can pass judgment of it then. See what we think. Oh, yes. Okay, there we go. It is a sequel to A Link to the Past. There we go. Good to know. Man. Yeah, that came out with like a whisper and a fart when it released, didn't it? Like, for being the sequel to that game. That's kind of crazy. Oh, here we go. Here we go. We're back on. We're back on form. Resident Evil 4, number 20. That's respectable. I think that's respectable, for sure. Absolutely. People fucking love it. I played it for the first time about a year or so ago, and liked it more than I thought I would, because I fucking hate zombie games and I don't like Resident Evil. But I was encouraged to give this a shot, and I was always kind of curious about it because it didn't look like your typical Resident Evil game. And I only played a very small amount of it, by the way. Like, not barely even enough to say that I've played it, to be perfectly honest. But I did definitely like what I played, for sure. I heard A Link Between Worlds is one of the better 2D Zelda games. Yeah, that's exactly what I've heard as well, Cobbers. But it took a while for it to earn that reputation. Like, it didn't make a huge smash, like fucking cacophony when it came out. It sort of crept up in the same way that Wind Waker did. Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's right. We're back. We're so back, Meeks. This is it. So I think this belongs here. This is a fucking classic. Like, even for someone like me who doesn't like Resident Evil, could still play it and look at it and see it and go, yeah, this is a fucking good game. Like, this is really fucking good. Seems like 4 is majority of Resident Evil fans' favorite for sure. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think there's some, like, I know Scott, for example, he definitely is more of an old school Resident Evil fan, and I think that's completely fair, because this does shake up the formula quite a bit. Like, this is a step towards, you know, being a third-person action game, even though we're not quite there. Like, it's not fucking Ninja Gaiden, but compared to the original Resident Evils, we're certainly leaning that way, right? It's a multi-platform game, not a Nintendo exclusive. Was it a GameCube exclusive for a while though? I think it was for a while. Like, I'm pretty sure when Resi 4 first released, it was only on GameCube. It did eventually make its way to other platforms, but I'm sure it was only a GameCube game for a while. Certainly when I think about it, it's synonymous with GameCube. Like, this was one of the GameCube's big hitters. So yeah. Or was it at the time? I think it was only exclusive at the time. Oh, here we go. Look, for a full year, the GameCube was the only platform where you could play what is often considered to be the best of the series. There you go. So it was Nintendo exclusive for a year. And this sold GameCubes. Like, it did. Right? Like, this is definitely, like, when you think of GameCube and you think of some of the best GameCube games, this is fucking on that list. Absolutely. I'm with Scott too. I like the older ones. I've got to check a history with the older ones. I want to like them. Scott actually played, if you guys haven't seen it, if you're a Resi Evil fan, he played through the GameCube remake of Resi 1 on his channel. Like, did a live playthrough, full playthrough. I sat in with him for pretty much that entire playthrough and got like a completely new appreciation for the old school Resident Evil games. Like, that was a great playthrough. Really, really fucking good. If you haven't seen it, like, go and sub to Scott's channel and give it a watch if you're a Resi fan, because that game still looks absolutely fucking spectacular graphically. It's one of the best, like, I can't believe it ran on the GameCube. It was kind of fucking crazy. Those pre-rendered backdrops, man, like bring them back. I'm a huge fan of that. Huge fan. Makes sense then? Yeah. Yep. I like Resi 4 and 5. Oh, yeah, okay. Was it 5 that was a much more action game, G? Or was it 6? I always get 5 and 6 mixed up. I think I might be thinking about 6. All right. Moving on. Final Fantasy VI at number 19. Okay. Wow, that is really fucking high. Holy shit. That's up there. I know, like, is it this or 4? Like, obviously 7's in the mix. When we're talking about the best Final Fantasy games of all time, 7's always in the mix. But it always gets stacked up against either 4 or 6. I can't remember which one. Maybe I'm tripping balls. Bro, being a kid playing Resident Evil, scary as shit. Oh, dude, that's why I hate zombies. Literally why to this day I hate zombies is because I was exposed to the first Resident Evil on the PlayStation way younger than I was supposed to be. Absolutely. Yeah, if this is the one I'm thinking of, then yes, this is a very well-loved game. And that often gets brought up as being one of the best in the series. 7 was PlayStation. Yeah, I know 7 was PlayStation. I know it's not going to be on here, but I'm talking about when we're talking about the game that gets pitted against it as being the best one. Is it 6 or is it another one that I'm thinking of? If it is 6 that I'm thinking of, then yeah, I'm not surprised to see it here because I know it's got its fans. Oh, Kefka. Yes, it is the one I'm thinking of. The one that had Kefka in it. Yeah, this is the one. Eternal Darkness. Has Eternal Darkness been on this list? Gee, you need to go back and have a look at the start of the stream once this is over, my friend. Eternal Darkness has been on the list. Very well ranked too. Accurate, I think. Better horror than Resi Evil. Ooh, that's a big claim. That's a bold one. All right, there we go. Resi 6. Final Fantasy 6, number 19. Not surprised to see it on here. I know a lot of people love it. Absolutely. Chrono Trigger has to be higher. I would suspect so, Helgard. Yeah, we haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen Chrono Cross or Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger is the one that, you know, is the big one. I'm expecting we'll see it somewhere at the top, right? Holy shit. Okay. Fire Emblem Awakening on the 3DS. Wow. At 18. Wow. No way. Holy crap. That's kind of crazy. Yikes. Okay. I haven't played it. I like the style of game. I'm sure I'd like this one. But man, that's really high in the list for a Fire Emblem game. That's kind of a very niche genre, really. Like turn-based strategy is not really, you know, a mainstream thing in the same way that like Super Mario 64 is. Have I played Eternal Darkness? No, and I know you want me to. And if I can figure out a way to play it, I would give it a shot. Yeah, I'd try it. Professor Layton over Fire Emblem. Yeah, you think so? You're more of a puzzle boy? I mean, I'm more of a turn-based strategy boy, so I'm sure I would like this. But I mean, that's crazy. Being this high, it feels like it's crazy to be that high up for such a niche game. Anyway, yeah, maybe I need to chuck it on my list to try out. I mean, I liked Fire Emblem. I liked what it had going on. If this is better than that, then I'd try it out. Wow. Look who it is too. It's our buddy again. He likes monkeys and he likes turn-based strategy. Okay. 17. Oh, okay, here we go. New Horizons is on the list. So New Leaf was not a stand-in for the whole series. We are seeing New Horizons. It is much higher than New Leaf, and probably deservedly so, right? Like this really is like the Mario Kart 8 of Animal Crossing, or at least that's how it feels looking at it from a layman's perspective. Yeah, this is my kiddo's most played game of all time. Holy shit, she poured some hours into this. Absolutely loves it. Not my cup of tea, but yeah, it's cool that that's got its own separate spot. I don't agree that it's number 17, but that's because I don't like the genre, right? So I have to be like, a little bit, you know, admit my bias here that I just don't like these types of games, and therefore, like, it would not be on anywhere even remotely near the top 20 for me. I played a little bit of Fire Emblem Awakened as my only one in the series years ago, and I remember enjoying it. And from what I know, it is regarded as one of the best in the series. Okay, all right, nice. Okay, I'm going to have to try and track that down then and have a look, I think. New Horizons had a place in history with C19. What the fuck? I don't even know what that means. Can't believe it's above Super Mario 64. Yeah, above Super Mario 64 is kind of crazy, right? Like, I think it's one of those things where if you like these games, then you fucking love these games. Like, again, we're talking about Animal Crossing New Horizons is a lot of people's #1 game of all time, but so is fucking Super Mario 64. And I would think a lot more. Like, are we just getting fucking old? Is that what's going on here? Are we getting aged out of this shit? Is this like a stark, you know how you have those stark moments in life where you like realize that you're getting old? Like, it's when you try and play like soccer with kids and you know, thinking in your mind that you can still do this, and you get very harshly reminded that no, you can't fucking still do this. Is this one of those moments right now where we just have to sit here and go, holy shit, this is higher than Super Mario 64. Maybe we're just getting fucking old. In 20 years, nobody will be talking about that game. That's a really good point. People will still be talking about Animal Crossing, I think, no doubt. But will they still be talking about New Horizons? No, because I think another one will come along that will improve on the formula again. Like, people talk about this as a series rather than talking about Super Mario 64 as a landmark game, right? I agree with that, 100%. Oh, COVID-19, right, gotcha. Yeah, you're right. It did come out, it was almost the perfect game for that period of time, wasn't it, G? Like, it just happened to release exactly when it needed to. New Leafs just had better replayability in the New Horizons. The character personalities were better in the older games. No shit, okay. My kiddo's got New Leaf, but she hasn't put as much time or very much time into it at all compared to New Horizons. Like, she just keeps going back to New Horizons. Maybe because, like, she's just so invested in that island, you know, those characters, that world, that life. It's hard to start all over again, maybe. I do like how much New Horizons you can build on your island. That makes it harder to go back. Yeah, true. Yeah, and maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's why she keeps coming back to New Horizons rather than trying out New Leaf, right? Because it's iterating, and the next Animal Crossing will iterate on it again, and the next one will iterate on it again, which kind of makes it hard for any one of these games to stand out because they're all kind of in a soup of similarity, just with the like slightly better bits bolted onto it. You know what I mean? In terms of what Helgard was saying about standing the test of time, like the series will stand the test of time, but probably not any one individual game. Not sure, but about Animal Crossing, I think definitely a staple for the younger generation. Yeah, absolutely. This is definitely one of those "are we just getting old" moments, I think. You think about how many people have not played Super Mario 64 now. I was one of them until before this year, you know? It's kind of nuts. A single island by console was bad though. Yeah, true. Yep. Both have nostalgia for the original Animal Crossing on GameCube. Yes. That was more of a, I guess, quote unquote landmark. Not that it was really a landmark game. Not that I would think it's a landmark game. But yes, that's the one that sort of like set the formula. And then we're just iterating on it. A bit like Mario Kart on the SNES, right? But they've just gotten better and better and better. It's not like the original Mario Kart on the SNES still stands out as this like incredible Mario Kart game all these years later. All right. Oh, here we go. The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker, number 16. I was expecting it to show up somewhere. It was just a matter of where. I agree with this. It's one of my favorite Zeldas. It's not my favorite Zelda. There's a couple I like more than this, but this is a special one for me. This is nostalgia talking because this is my kiddo's very first ever video game. So this will always have a special place for me. But a lot of people, this got like, people did not like this game when it came out. This did not get received very well when it was released. Critically it did, but not publicly. And it took time. It took time for this one to grow on people. And I think it has its flaws for sure. It's not a perfect Zelda. I would argue that Twilight Princess is a better Zelda game. But fuck me, like there's so much charm in this. There's so much charm and joy and whimsy in Wind Waker. It sort of captures the spirit of Legend of Zelda much, much, much better for me. I hate the fucking ocean. It's a desert. I hate cruising around it. There's nothing to see, nothing to do. You could tell, like, in the past when I've talked about Wind Waker, I've said that you can see the crumbs of Breath of the Wild here, right? You can kind of see what they wanted to do, but didn't have the tech to do it just yet. Like to go fully open world, like fully explorable. You could see that they were like, that's like they were just like banging on that door with Wind Waker, but they just couldn't quite get through it. And eventually, years later, we would get Breath of the Wild, where they finally do. Like imagine if they did a remake of Wind Waker now in a post Breath of the Wild world. Oh, that'd be so fucking good, man. That'd be so fucking good. Wind Waker is good. I heard the remix was even better. The remix certainly takes some of the grind out of it and the bloat. Like there's a lot of padding in the game, unfortunately. It's one of the downsides of it. It's very, very padded because it is ultimately a very simple, straightforward, linear Zelda game, right? And then it's padded out the wazoo. Like if you took the padding out of it, it'd probably be like a, I don't know, 8 to 10 hour game maybe. Like it'd be quite straightforward, but I don't think that's bad, right? But they did add a lot of fucking padding and backtracking and, you know, travel time, unnecessary, that sort of stuff. The remake on Wii U fixed a lot of that, like streamlined a lot of that. But it also changed the graphical style just slightly in that it like put in a lot of like lighting bloom and a lot more like high definition. And not everyone liked that. Like it sort of like took away a little bit of the charm of the cell shaded graphics to some extent. I flip-flop backwards and forwards about which one I like more. Like I feel like maybe I like the Wind Waker OG look better. I think so. I think it's just so unique and stands the test of time. Both of them will stand the test of time graphically. But certainly the gameplay of the Wii U version is much smoother and more streamlined for sure. Wind Waker, definitely a good one. Yep, for sure. Absolutely. Wind Waker is good. I heard the remake. Oh, sorry, I just read that one. Here we go again with Twilight Princess. No. I think this is a better game than Twilight. Like, I like it more than Twilight Princess for lots of reasons. I think Twilight Princess is, if you're looking at the formula on paper, Twilight Princess does the formula better. But I think Wind Waker, despite its flaws, is just like, it's just more Zelda. It feels more like Zelda, which is a big part of these games, I think. I really like the art style of Wind Waker, and it looks beautiful on the Wii U. Yeah, it does. Yeah, they're both great looking games. They actually absolutely are. Wind Waker owns Twilight Princess. I agree. Twilight Princess owns Skyward Sword. I don't necessarily agree with that one. I rave on about Twilight Princess. It's actually not one of my favorite Zeldas. I like Twilight Princess due to it being my first Zelda game I ever tried out, but the art style of Wind Waker I love. Yeah, man, you don't ever beat your first, right? Your first Zelda is always a special one. You'll never be able to trump that, really. But yeah, Wind Waker, not a controversial pick, belongs up here. Great game. I do think it has more flaws than people talk about. Like the padding and the backtracking especially is problematic in it, I think. It's can be a laborious, grindy game to play, but the highs are very, very good. Like what it does well, and the dungeons are pretty uninspired. I'm going to be honest. Like they're not great dungeons, but it's not trying to be the most difficult puzzly Zelda game ever. It's trying to be, you know, your kid's first video game, and it was my kid's first video game, and it was perfect for that. It was amazing for that. So it'll always be special to me for that reason. 15. Here they are. Okay. All right. I feel vindicated a little bit now. I feel vindicated. I feel validated. This is good. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, number 15. I keep saying I think they're objectively the best Pokemon games ever made. I am expecting these will be the highest ranked games. I think they're better than the originals in every way. These are fantastic. These are absolutely amazing games. I don't know how you would go about playing them now without dropping a shitload of money. I'm lucky that I own Heart Gold. or, you know, emulating, of course. But if you haven't played these and you're a Pokemon fan, you are missing out big time. These are incredibly good games. Not just good Pokemon games, but just good games full stop. I'm probably sorry, but Zelda Team Ocarina of Time for me. Yeah, look, that's the special one for me too, Meeks. Like, absolutely. I think if you're of a... That was my first Zelda, so it'll always be special. I rank that one very, very highly. Right, let's go. Yeah, let's go. We're not going to get any argument on this one. I'm sure you've all played it. I'm sure you know what's up if you've played these ones. They are fucking amazing. Amazing. Great games. Oh, here we go. Super Mario Galaxy 2 is higher on the list than the original. Quite a bit higher. Wow, okay. I know that there's some contention as to which one is the better game. And people go backwards and forward. Like, it's kind of like a fairly even split, you know? Like, some people prefer the original, some people prefer 2. I think the consensus is that they're both very good, right? Again, I'd be interested in playing it now in a post-Super Mario 64 world that I've tried that now. I'm more open to trying some of these amazing Mario platformers that I missed out on. I'd be open to trying the Galaxy games for sure. They're easily accessible too, which is good. Yeah. I rank Heart Gold, Soul Silver in my top 10. They'd be pretty close to my top 10 as well, Cobras, for sure. They have so much content compared to the later games. They're amazing. They're just incredible games. Like, I can't praise them highly enough. If someone's never played Pokemon before, that's where to start. If you want to know what is a Pokemon game, Heart Gold, Soul Silver. That right there is what is a Pokemon game. Super Mario Galaxy 2 being so higher is weird, as 2 feels more like DLC, as they are too similar. Okay. It's your favorite Mario game, Cobras. Okay, interesting. Scotty, a bit of a Super Mario Galaxy 2 naysayer. That's all right. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird that it's a bit like, not divisive in the same way that Mario Sunshine is divisive in that some people love it and some people hate it, but divisive in that 2 games that look, at least on the surface, to be very similar games, people can't really decide which one is the better one, you know? Like, obviously IGN thinks it's Galaxy 2, but I've seen just as many, I've watched enough YouTube essays on Nintendo games and things to see that it's split just as much the other way. All right, 13. Oh, here it is. I knew this would be fucking on here somewhere. Metroid Prime. I knew this would be coming up. Number 13. So this is an interesting one for me because I have tried twice to play Metroid Prime and I haven't gotten into it either time. I've bounced off it both times. I want to like this game so much, right? The first time I played it, I think it was not what I expected, and that's why I bounced off it. It was, I was expecting something like Perfect Dark and GoldenEye, but Metroid, like a run and gun, you know, shoot a bunch of aliens kind of game. And so it was like a slower, methodical, puzzly Metroidvania, not at all what I was expecting. And I was like, oh, fuck, this is not what I thought it was going to be. This is not what I wanted. And I just bounced off it when I played it on the GameCube originally, right? I actually owned it on the GameCube, bought it, looking at the back of the case and thinking like, and again, my only experience with Samus at that time was Smash Brothers, but just thinking like Smash Brothers, oh, Samus is one of my favorite characters. Fucking love it. Never played a Metroid before. This looks like fucking GoldenEye Metroid. This looks incredible. Bought it. I think I might have even got it for my birthday. I might have actually asked for it for my birthday. Played it and just like, boing, just bounced straight fucking off it, man. Holy shit, straight off it. Not at all what I was expecting. Then the remaster released. Years later, the remaster released. I thought, you know what? I like Metroidvanias. I like that genre now. I like Metroid. I'm going to give this another shot, right? Surely, like, what am I missing? I'm missing something here. Because people fucking love this game. They love this game. Tried it again. I just still couldn't get into it. I don't know why. I don't know if it's something about the fact that it's a 3D Metroidvania that's throwing me off. I don't know if I just wasn't in the mood for a Metroidvania when I tried it. I don't know, but I want to try again. Like I'm determined. I'm determined to like this game because I feel like I should. Because it's like it just seems to have all the elements of a game that I would really like. but every time I try, I just can't quite get into it. So yeah, I feel like I've got unfinished business with Metroid Prime. I need to give it another shot to try and break through that wall that's keeping me out for whatever reason, right? Whether it's like my mindset or my expectations, I don't know. But something keeps pushing me away from it. But I'm determined to have another go. Be warned, there is a top 10 game on here that should not even be on the top 100 list. I don't doubt that at all, Cobras. After what I've seen so far, yeah, I've got no doubt. No, fucking anything could be in the top 10 at this point, honestly. All right. Metroid Prime deserves to be here, I'm sure. Lots of love. People love it. I'm determined to be one of them. One day I will be a Metroid Prime fan. It's not yet, but one day. Wow, okay, here we go. That's a big boy. Super Mario Bros. 3. Again, I was expecting this maybe to be in the top 5. Number 12 is respectable. It makes me think that Super Mario World is on here and is higher, because we've seen World 2, but we haven't seen World yet. I've played Mario Bros. 3, again, fairly recently. I liked it. Like, this is, I say fairly recently, it was a couple of years ago now, when I was pretty staunchly anti 2D platformer. Like, I don't like this genre, but everybody loves this fucking game. What is it about this game that people love? Let me try it and find out, right? I wouldn't say that I loved it, but I liked it more than I thought I would. It kind of snuck up on me. Like, I went in there like with a very like grumpy fucking, all right, you fucking game, let's fuck it. And by the end I was smiling, right? It kind of got me a little bit. Not enough to say like, oh man, I want to do a full playthrough of Mario Brothers 3. It's still not really my cup of tea. I don't like momentum-based platformers especially, of which this definitely is one. Fucking hate it. But it did kind of charm me. It did. And this is like, yeah, again, this is a fucking generational game. Like, you know, people's childhoods, if you're of a certain age, were defined by Super Mario Brothers 3. So no arguments from me whatsoever about it being here. It really did sort of, again, lay out a formula that the Super Mario Brothers games would follow for years and decades afterwards. 100%, you know. Super Mario 64 owes a lot to Super Mario Brothers 3. And I think every Mario game that's come after it owes a lot to it. 100%. Possibly even more so than the original. So there we go. No arguments from me for that one on 12. They're kind of doing it. They're doing all right. They're doing all right so far, you know. They're doing all right. Let's see. Let's keep it going. Number 11. Here we go. Oh, okay. Did not expect to see that. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Look, I'm not going to argue. Again, they're all iterations of the same fucking thing, right? Like, they're basically the same thing. This is similar to where I would have put Melee if it was me doing the list. Like, I would have put Melee much higher in my Nintendo games of all time. So, like, it's kind of like pick your poison, right? Like, choose your flavor. If Ultimate's your flavor, great. If Brawl's your flavor, great. If the original's your flavor, great. I'm glad to see Super Smash Brothers of some stripe being up here somewhere. I'm surprised that it's this high, if I'm being honest, even as a series. But man, a lot of people love this game. Like, I like Melee a lot, and I've played it a lot, but I would not say that Super Smash Brothers as a series is one of my favorite games. Like, I don't know that I even put it in my top 20 or 30, really, right? I like it a lot. I've played a lot of fucking games, to be fair, so even being that high is pretty good. But this is very, very high. I think this is very much more reflective of the general populace, right? Like, and just its popularity and how much people love this series. And yeah, apparently Ultimate, people like it. I know some of you guys in chat have said that Ultimate is your favorite. Yeah, I couldn't argue with you. Like, it's Smash Brothers. At the end of the day, it's still Smash Brothers. I haven't played much of Ultimate at all. I played a bit of Brawl. I think the reason is because I just totally burned myself out on Melee. Like, I played so much Melee that I kind of like, turned myself off the series a little bit. Like I got tired of the entire formula for a long time, and I haven't really gone back to it since, to be honest. But I've still got those Melee memories, man. Like I still love it. And yeah, if you said to me like, nah, Ultimate's better, nah, Brawl's better, it's like, okay, cool. I wouldn't argue with you for sure. All right, here we go. Top 10. Top 10. We're finally here. Here we go. Let's do it. Let's blast through it. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe belongs here. 100% belongs here. The best Mario Kart game ever made. Still don't know how they're going to top it. We talked about this when we talked about Mario Kart World. This is just Mario Kart perfection. I don't understand what they can do to improve on this. I just don't know what they can do, right? I don't think it's possible to improve on this. So, yeah, props to this. I get it. 100% belongs in the top 10 Nintendo games of all time. 100%. No arguments from me. Number 9. A Link to the Past. Okay, again, no arguments from me. I haven't played it, but this is a lot of your guys' favorite game of all time. This is a lot of fucking people's favorite games of all time. Yeah, there was no way that this was not going to be in the top 10. I'm not surprised to see it here. I am surprised to see it like not higher up, if I'm being honest. So I'm curious as to what's beaten it. But you know that there's a playthrough of this coming to the channel. You know I'm going to be playing this for the first time very soon. And I'm very much looking forward to finally crossing like an absolute titan of the gaming industry off of my to play list. 100%. Number 8. Super Metroid. There it is. Again, I'm not surprised at all to see this here. I knew it'd be on here somewhere. Top 10. I feel like it's a good spot for it. Incredible game. I have played Super Metroid. I didn't finish it. I was playing through it with a friend of mine, actually. But I think because I was such a big Hollow Knight fan, somebody said like, have you ever played Super Metroid? And I was like, no, I haven't. And they're like, oh my God, you need to go and try Super Metroid. If you like Hollow Knight, go and try that. And they were right. It's great. I don't like it as much as I like Hollow Knight, but I certainly could see like the bones of Hollow Knight on full display in Super Metroid. And I enjoyed my time with it. I can't remember how far through the game we got. We got a decent way through, I feel. We didn't get to the end, but we did get a good, decent chunk of it sort of played through. Yeah, would have been pretty amazing when it was released, but not so different from the original Metroid as I was expecting. I really did think that the original Metroid was going to be much more run and gun action platformer than it ended up being. Like this is clearly an evolution of that formula rather than a reinvention of that formula. So yeah, but yeah, no arguments from me. People putting that in the top 10. It wouldn't be in my top 10, but I liked it a lot. I definitely respect it. Here's Chrono Trigger. You guys called it. You knew it would be on here. There it is. Number 7. Wow, number 7. Fuck, this must be a good game. I need to play this. I need to try this out. I've got to give this a shot at some point. This is again a huge omission in my gaming library, in my gaming repertoire. I've never experienced Chrono Trigger. Like that just seems wrong if you like video games, you know? So definitely you can expect to see this one coming up at some point. And again, I know we've got Chrono Trigger fans amongst you guys who watch the streams, and I know you guys have asked to see it. So rest assured you will see it at some point for sure. The final fight is epic. You have to finish Super Metroid. It's something that we like chip away at whenever my buddy comes to visit. Like if we don't get to see each other very often, which is a problem, but we do chuck it on occasionally and go, yeah, let's go play a bit more. Let's go a bit further. And we've just kind of slowly been making our way through it over a period of time. It's been fun. You got to play this one? Yeah, for sure. I need to play Chrono Trigger. I need to see what all the fuss is about. Like I'm probably the most curious about, of everything that's on my list, I'm the most curious about this because like people fucking love this game, and it's like I've got to see what's going on with this game. Like what is it about this game that people adore? Yeah, very, very keen to get this one played for sure. Number 6. There it is. Ocarina of Time. Okay. I'm not upset that it's here. I'm not. I think this is as a trying to take a grand scope of things. I think this is pretty fair. Like, it was incredible when it came out. It's one of my favorite games of all time. I'm sure it's one of your favorite games of all time if you're watching and you're of a similar age. Man, I need to go back and play this again. Because, like, now that I've played Majora's Mask, it's been such a long time since I've played Ocarina that I can't... It annoys me that I can't directly compare the two easily. Do you know what I mean? Like, I need to re-experience Ocarina to get it, freshen it in my memory so that I can then sort of, like, reconcile how I feel about Majora's. It sort of feels like there's I can't fully form my thoughts on Majora's Mask until I've given Ocarina another shot to just to give myself like a baseline, you know? Like, was Majora's Mask better than Ocarina? I don't know. I love Ocarina so much, but I need to play it again to really answer that question, I think. But yeah, you know, one of the greatest games of all time, often considered the best video game ever made. I would be in that camp for sure, but I need to play it again. I need to refresh it, but glad to see it on here. Thank fucking God it's on here. Jesus Christ. All right. It's actually on here. Whew. All right. Top 5. Oh, no, man. No way. Oh, look. Oh, hang on. Is Tetris one of the best Nintendo games ever? Is it one of the best Nintendo games ever? I don't like Tetris, all right? I'll just say that straight up. I don't like Tetris at all. I fucking hate I hate Tetris. I really do. I don't like it, right? But, man, it sold a lot of Game Boys. Holy shit, did it sell a lot of Game Boys. It's kind of the perfect portable game for the time that it came out. It's spawned how many imitators over the years? And it's still, if that's what you like in a puzzle game, it's still just, you would like it just as much now as then. It hasn't deteriorated, right? Tetris on Game Boy was huge. It absolutely was huge. Portable gaming royalty. Think just a big revolutionary staple for sure. Tetris should not even be on this list. Look, I wouldn't put it on mine, okay? But that's because I don't like puzzle games and I don't like Tetris. But I respect it, right? I respect it. I think it's too high. I do think it belongs in the top 100. I do. I genuinely think it belongs in the top 100 games of all time for Nintendo. I wouldn't put it in the top 5. I think the top 5 is kind of nuts. I'm not angry that it's on here. I think it deserves to be on here. In the same way that the original Legend of Zelda deserves to be on here. In the same way that Super Mario Brothers deserves to be on here. Like, it deserves to be here. It does. But top 5 is way too high. Way too high. I'd put this like in the fucking 60s or something, probably. They have tournaments for Tetris, don't they? Absolutely, they fucking do. Like, there's Tetris 99 on the Switch, right? Like, you can like enter you can go and enter a Tetris tournament right now. I rank it in the bottom of the list if I had to put it on here. I would too. Like, if I was doing my own personal game from my perspective, like, it would be like at number, like, oh, not 100 because that's for that dog shit fucking, like, G game. But maybe at 99, right? Way too high. It's still a massive seller and has a huge following despite how old it is. Absolutely. I'm in the minority. And I know I'm in the minority on this one. But I do feel like there's a lot of people who think of Nintendo and think of Tetris. A lot of people. I'm not one of them. But that's true for a lot of people. And it's kind of like Wii Sports in the way that it transcended gaming as a hobby, right? Like, your grandma could play Tetris and have a good time. Your mum and dad could play Tetris and have a good time. That's pretty special. So for that, it deserves props. It does. Even though I don't like it at all, I have to respect it. I wouldn't play it now if you paid me, right? But I have to respect it. And I have to admit that it does belong here. It doesn't belong in the top 5 Nintendo games ever. For me. I don't think anyway. Top 90 maybe. Yeah, look, yeah. You can argue about where it would go. I think that's for personal preference, like how much you like or don't like this particular game. And you could say that about any of them, right? But I do think it belongs in the top 100. I will say that at least. I think it should go to 39 and 39 to 5. That would be my list, Meeks. Absolutely. 100%. Just switch them over, man. Easy done. Easy fix. It wouldn't be in my top 5, but for a lot of people, it appears to be a perfect game. Yeah, and Scott's right? Like subjectively, we wouldn't necessarily rank it this high. And even objectively, I still don't think it belongs this high. But objectively, it does belong on the list. Okay? That's where I'm going to leave it. That's my take. Here we go. What's better than Tetris? Fucking anything. Mario Odyssey. Wow. That is high. That is very, very high. I disagree. Even before I played Mario 64, I disagree. It was a great game, a really good game. It's a good video game in the same way that Banjo-Kazooie is a really good, like, stereotypical video game, right? Like, you could also give Mario Odyssey to somebody who's never played a video game and say, this is what video games are. It's good. It does that really well. It's very joyful. It's colorful. It's playful. It's a fun game. It is. And even I liked Mario Odyssey even before, like, when I hated Mario games, I still liked Mario Odyssey. But now that I've played Super Mario 64, this above that is fucking crazy. That's crazy. Mario 64, like, wouldn't wipe its ass with Odyssey. It's so much better. It is. I think so. As a playground, as a 3D platformer, as an acrobatic fucking adventure game, as an open-ended collectathon, I think it's better than Mario Odyssey in every conceivable way, except visually. That's literally the only thing with it that it brings down. Odyssey better than the Galaxies? Well, I haven't played the Galaxies to make a judgment. I have played Odyssey and I liked it. But the only thing I've got to compare it to is 64, and I think 64 shits all over it. I really do. I even like Mario Sunshine better than when I played Odyssey. Yeah, Odyssey can jog on. It was a good game, but the absence of the Mushroom Kingdom felt egregious. Well, it sort of feels a bit like Bonanza, right? When that, like, you can look at it and appreciate it and go, yeah, it feels like Bonanza because it's made by the same fucking people. But what I'm trying to say is, like, you can appreciate that, yes, this is a good game. This is a fun game. This is a well-made video game. Is it the 4th best Nintendo game ever made of all time? No fucking way it's not. No, of course it's not. Anyone with a fucking brain can see that. You're about to see the biggest disappointment of the entire list, number 1 and 2. Really? The biggest disappointment? Oh, okay, we'll see. Mario Sunshine and Luigi's Mansion. Those were fun. Yeah, yep. Good shit. Luigi's Mansion, I think I said at the time, I enjoyed that one. But maybe I like Odyssey better if I ever replay it. Okay. Maybe. You'd have to, I guess you'd have to try. I don't think Odyssey will stand the test of time. Right? I think in 20 years, nobody will be talking about Super Mario Odyssey. But in 20 years, people will still be talking about Super Mario 64. I think they need to do a remake of 64. I know they did like a dog shit try-hard one on the DS that didn't work at all. That was a piece of crap. Like, because you like fucking trying to play that game with a D-pad. Are you kidding me? That's insane. But if they did a remake of Super Mario 64 with Mario Odyssey's like level of graphical fidelity, that would be a fucking thing. That would be something. Or a sequel, like a direct sequel to Super Mario 64. I'd love to see it. But yeah, I can respect Odyssey as a good game. It's not the 4th best game ever. That's ridiculous. That's insane. Super Mario World. I said it was coming. This is my favorite 2D Mario game. Speaking as somebody who hates 2D Mario games, I enjoyed this one the most. I thought the controls were the most precise in this. The momentum got turned way down in Mario World, which was a fucking godsend. And I no longer felt like I was wrestling with the controls of the game, and I could just enjoy the game. I enjoyed my time. I played it for the first time on the channel this year. You can go back and watch that video and hear some of my thoughts about it. I went into it very trepidatious, went into it very jaded, and it won me over. Yeah, it did. I was like, holy shit, this might be the first Mario platformer, 2D platformer that I actually like. It was a good game. And Scott did a full playthrough of this on his channel. Holy shit, you want to see some gamer rage? You want to see some gamer rage? Go and watch that playthrough. That is something to behold. I tell you that right now. Amazing playthrough. But he did it, to his credit. He fucking did it. He was up against it. He was not working under great circumstances, as you'll see if you watch the playthrough. But it was a fun time. That was a really fun time watching him triumph over this one. So yeah, again, make sure you go give Scotty a sub if you haven't done so already. If you like what I do here, you're going to like what he does there for sure. No question. Super Mario DS was great. Don't hate on it. But was it great compared to Super Mario 64? Let's be real. If you had a choice of one or the other, there's no question which one you're fucking playing. Right, John? No question. To be fair, my first experience of Mario 64 was the DS version. No shit. Wow. Damn. That would have been interesting. Odyssey can jog on. Super Mario World can fuck off. Yeah. Scott's got like trauma, deep-seated trauma for Super Mario World. 100%. Go and watch the playthrough, guys. It's something. It's so good. And he plays it on original, like, you played it on original hardware too, which is like really cool to see. So there's no save stating, no bullshit. Does it legit for the first time ever. It was great. One of his best series, I think. You had Wario and Luigi playable characters plus tons of crazy mini games. What was wrong with it? I can't imagine trying to do some of the platforming challenges with a D-pad. I think that I've never played it, right? So I'm hanging shit for funsies here. I've never played it, but having played Super Mario 64, I just can't fathom trying to do some of that precision platforming without a joystick. Like, it just doesn't seem like it would be fucking possible. Like, I would go insane. I nearly went insane with a joystick. You know what I mean? Like D-padding that, oh man, I don't know how, like, hats off. If you've played it on the DS and you finished it, fucking big ups to you, because I think that's a fucking achievement right there. All right, number 2, here it comes. Ah, there it is. Okay, I knew this was going to be on here somewhere. I thought Super Mario 64 would be number 1. I thought this might be like 2 or 3. So this is about where I thought it would be. Which I wonder if this has like given away number 1, actually. I guess we'll find out in a second. I love this game. It's one of my favorite games of all time. It's one of a lot of people's favorite games of all time. I think this is an incredible achievement. I think the fact that this runs on the Switch is fucking batshit insane. I think this is one of the best launch games for a console in the history of launch games for consoles. To show you, to bring you into a new console, into a world that you know and love, and a franchise that you know and love. This was like the perfect launch game. Yeah, incredible. I can't speak highly enough about it. I really can't. I absolutely love it. It would be in my top 10 as well, like my personal top 10, not just Nintendo games of all time, but just games of all time, full stop. Breath of the Wild would be way up there for me. I love it. Skill issue, James. Yeah, 100%, man. 100% skill issue. No hate to new gen Zelda games, but come on, really? Like, really? Breath of the Wild found empty. I disagree, John. I don't disagree, but I appreciate what Breath of the Wild did with its pacing. And I think I appreciate it a lot more than a lot of people do, right? I'm assuming, I'm just going to say it now, I'm assuming Tears of the Kingdom is number 1. If this is number 2, I'm guessing Tears of the Kingdom is number 1. So I'm going to scroll ahead and just see that for a second, okay? If it's not, I apologize for the spoiler. It is. Okay, all right. I like Breath of the Wild a lot more than I like Tears of the Kingdom. Here's why. Breath of the Wild understands when to be quiet, which not a lot of like modern video games get that at all, right? They don't understand pause. They don't understand silence. They don't understand when to just let you stop and breathe, right? Breath of the Wild did that perfectly. I adored its pacing. You had these like ebbs and flows of like unhindered exploration in this huge like fucking world where there was stuff to find everywhere. It wasn't just like, can I get to the top of that mountain? Yes, you can. And there's something there to find, right? It's not just like the achievement of getting up there. But it also just lets you like put your fucking horse on the road and just wander along and just appreciate the sound and the graphics of the game and the world you were in and just like absorb it before you moved into the next confrontation and the next conflict, right? Tears of the Kingdom forgot how to be quiet. And that's why I didn't like it. Not even that I didn't like it as much as Breath of the Wild, but it's one of my probably least favorite 3D Zelda games. Because I think it's just like, it's loud noise all the time in terms of like throwing stuff at you. Like it just doesn't know when to just like fucking chill for a second and take a breath. You know what I mean? You can't walk 10 steps anywhere in Tears of the Kingdom without tripping over something to fucking do and something that needs your attention. You can't put your horse on the road and just gallop along and like absorb what you've just done before you go into what you're about to do without some shit popping up and having a go at you, right? Or being distracted or being pulled off the path or like there was a fucking cave or a chest or a bandit group or a moblins or a fucking blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? That's why, and I understand that like everybody loves Tears of the Kingdom more. Everybody thinks Tears of the Kingdom, like Breath of the Wild is just a tech demo for Tears of the Kingdom. I get that I'm the outlier here. I get that I'm in the minority, but that's why I love Breath of the Wild more, a lot more, is because it just understood pacing so much better than Tears of the Kingdom did. I'm not surprised to see this here at number 1. I'm not surprised at all. It's almost like the ultimate video game, right? Like it's just so you could play Tears of the Kingdom forever. But I like Breath of the Wild a lot more. That's just me. It was on Wii U also. Yes, it was. Yep. As someone who is not a big Zelda fan, I did really enjoy Breath of the Wild. Yeah, absolutely. Right. And that's the other thing that Breath of the Wild did is that it brought people into that franchise that maybe didn't like the stereotypical Zelda formula that had sort of developed over the years. It went back to basics, went back to the OG on the NES. And sort of modernized that game. Like that's basically what Breath of the Wild is. It's almost like a remake of the original in a lot of ways. Breath of the Wild was the only one where it hooked me in. Yeah, it fucking sucked me right in for sure. Like I just played the shit out of that game. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. And I loved it because, like I said, I don't want to repeat myself, but I think the more chaotic your real life is, the more you appreciate what Breath of the Wild does. I'll say that. And it was kind of a case of right game, right time. Whereas Tears of the Kingdom was, I think if I had have tried Tears of the Kingdom at another point in time, and maybe I will, maybe I'll go back to it and try it, you know, when things are a bit more settled and quiet in real life, and I'll appreciate what it does more. I'll want that frenetic bombardment of distractions and stuff. But when I played it, I was like, oh man, fucking hell. Like I've got so much going on in real life. I'm in this game where it just expects so much of me. I just bounced off it for me. Not that it's a bad game. I don't think Tears of the Kingdom is a bad game at all. I think it's an incredible fucking achievement. I think it's an insane achievement of a video game. But I'll always like Breath of the Wild more because of its understanding of ebb and flow. Its understanding of like loud and quiet, if that makes sense. I'm with you, John. I was not a fan of Breath of the Wild. Yeah, I know you weren't a big fan, Scotty. You love that. You love the traditional formula. Called it, Josh. Yeah, you knew it was coming. I've not played Tears of the Kingdom yet, and I really enjoyed Breath of the Wild. It's hard to say, like... It's hard to say, like, oh, if you like Breath of the Wild, you'll love Tears of the Kingdom. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think if you liked the activities of Breath of the Wild, but just want more of them, you didn't feel like there was enough, then you will absolutely love Tears of the Kingdom. But if you liked what Breath of the Wild did in the same way that I do, I can't necessarily say that you will like Tears of the Kingdom. Like, it's something you just have to, like, try it and see for yourself. I don't think it's a guaranteed one-for-one recommendation for me. Not in the same way as, like, if you like GoldenEye, you will like Perfect Dark. Like, that's pretty much a given. I don't think it's like that. And I know, again, not a lot of people have this opinion. Like, I'm pretty out there on this one, but I'll die on that hill. 4-hour stream. Did you ever take a pee break? You're a champion. It is a huge stream. 5-hour stream at the moment. That's the longest stream I've ever done in my life. Yes, I did have a pee break. We took a break. We took a break we split it into the top 50 and the bottom 50. I had a break then. And I will be taking another pee break very shortly. There are two things about future Zelda. They're going back to a darker tone like Majora's Mask, and the other thing was space. A possible future where it takes place in space. That'd be fucking interesting. Yeah. That would be a hard sell. I don't mind them taking another crack at a darker tone, especially like a Majora's Mask, where it's not like a grim dark tone in the way that Twilight Princess is, but more of like a Grimm's Fairy Tales darker tone, like Majora's Mask. Like, that's what Majora's Mask reminds me of, right? Like one of those like dark fairy tales. I like that a lot. If they don't, like, you know, like a Guillermo del Toro kind of fucking Pan's Labyrinth kind of deal. Like, I like that vibe. I'd love to see them have another crack at that atmosphere for sure. Space, I don't know. Space is a harder sell, much harder sell. Saw some concept art for it, and I got to say, it caught my attention. I think they had a bunch of concept art when they released. I think it was Breath of the Wild. They released a lot of like the concepts that didn't work, and some of them were spacey and futuristic. I've seen those. If that's what you're talking about, if that's getting sort of pitched as like, oh, here's concept art for the new Zelda game, that's not true. It was actually concept art for Breath of the Wild, where they were looking at how to reinvent the genre. But it was interesting. Like, one of them had like him like on a motorbike, but he was like dressed up like a fucking like modern sort of like he was out of cyberpunk sort of thing. That was like, they're all interesting ideas, but I don't think we'll ever see Zelda stray too far from its fantasy roots. I think that would be a misstep. It'd be ballsy. I'd give them props for being ballsy. You know, it'd take cojones to do it, but I don't think they will. They were not going to do anything like too outlandish with their, what is essentially like next to Mario, their flagship series. Might be the same. What I saw was fan art inspired of it. Okay, yep. There was some cool concept art. Go and check it out if you haven't. Like, I don't know how easily accessible it is. I saw it on a documentary or a presentation that Nintendo did, where they shared some of this concept art of like things they were playing with in the lead up to Breath of the Wild. Like, one of them had like aliens coming down in a spaceship and all kinds of weird shit. And he had like a sword that looked like a futuristic Buster sword kind of thing. And yeah, it was cool. Interesting stuff. But again, I don't think they will ever actually go that way. This one has spacesuit and everything. Olimar like helmet. I mean, it could be interesting. Yeah. If they did it right, I'd be surprised if they went that way. But I'd respect it for sure. Story in Tears of the Kingdom was better than Breath of the Wild. Yeah. I thought the story of Tears of the Kingdom was very like oddly labored. You know, like you're really laying it on. It had its moments, yes, for sure. I like parts of it, but again, like I said it right at the very start of this video, right? Like, I love a good mystery. I fucking love a good mystery, and the setup of Breath of the Wild, where you literally just wake up in a fucking tomb, stasis tomb, You walk out and it's like, off you go. I loved that. That cold open where you've got no idea who you are, where you are, what's going on, what you've got to do. It's just like, it reminds me of Hollow Knight. And in fact, I played Hollow Knight after the Breath of the Wild because I wanted another game like Breath of the Wild. I wanted another game that gave me that sense of mystery of like trying to figure out what the fuck is this place and what's going on and what's happened. And Hollow Knight delivered that in spades, better than Breath of the Wild did, to be honest. But it gave me that same feel. Like, I love that feeling of like not being spoon-fed a story, but being like kind of like Elden Ring, right? Is another good example of just like not knowing and having to figure it out as you go along, like work out the mystery. I love that. Because it actually has a story. Yeah, like if you like story-based stuff, like, yeah, obviously Tears of the Kingdom's got more for you. Absolutely, no question. But I like Breath of the Wild's approach to storytelling more in my game, which is why I love Hollow Knight so much. That's one of my favorite games ever. I'm being a hater. That's so good, man. Oh, and Sci-Fi Zelda, isn't that too far off to technology in Breath of... Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right, to be honest. Like, there's a surprising amount of sci-fi in Breath of the Wild, especially in Tears of the Kingdom. Like, they really fucking amped it up. It's one of the things that turned me off Tears of the Kingdom, to be honest. Like, I don't like Minecraft. I didn't want to play Minecraft in my Zelda, you know? That was just another thing that I was like, oh, man, I don't have to build this shit. Did you finish Tears of the Kingdom? No, I personally did it. I played a bit of it, and then I kind of sat in with my kiddos' playthrough. So I've got all the beats. Like I got out of it the story, and I saw what happened and all that sort of shit. And I'm really enjoying watching her play the new Hyrule Warriors that goes back and shows you like what happened in the interim time. Like they do a really good job of giving you that story as well. Like that's been really cool. So no, I didn't play through it myself. I played it, tried it, played, I don't know, 10 hours maybe. And then was like, I'm just not feeling this. And then I just kind of sat in on her playthrough. Did I not call it? IGN are that predictable. Yeah. Well, they've thrown a few fucking curveballs here, Josh. Like, I'll be honest, there was some shit that's been up on this list that I would not have expected in a million years. Like Super Mario 64 not being in the top 10 or even in the top fucking 20. That's... I would not have predicted that at all. The cold open of releasing Old Mate and then Zelda disappearing to reappear later, that was great. Yeah, that was cool too. That was a good setup. Absolutely. But it wasn't as what the fuck is going on here as Breath of the Wild was for me, you know? Like Breath of the Wild gave you nothing. Absolutely nothing. Tears of the Kingdom was like, okay, yeah, that's a bad guy. I've lost my arm. I've like there was a series of events you could track. Breath of the Wild was like, open your eyes, Link. Off you go. You know? I liked that. And I liked going along and figuring out like, holy shit, I've been asleep for 100 years. What the fuck? What the fuck has happened to this? Like, it's like almost like a post-apocalyptic world. Like, I loved that. I thought it was so good. Like that incidental, like, indirect storytelling. I get a lot out of that because I love a good mystery. I don't want to be told. I want to figure it out. I might be mistaken, but I swear I saw an interview where they said they would like to give Space Zelda a shot. Yeah, maybe. Like, again, like a bold direction. If they go for it, it would be bold. It would be very brave. Two things I'm predicting: the Smash Brothers Cinematic Universe and Space Zelda. We'll get there. You'll see. Yeah, maybe, John. You might be right, man. You might be right. We will see. 3 things. Jamie getting monetized. Yeah, maybe one day. Maybe one day. We'll see what happens. All right, guys. We have had a gargantuan... I thought this would take like 2 hours. We're at the 5 fucking hour mark. This is insane. I don't know. No one's going to fucking watch a 5-hour video. But if you've been here live for the actual process, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had a good time. It was fun hanging out. Like, this is the first time we've done one of these streams where we just kind of hang out. Like, we're not playing anything. We just get to hang out and chat and talk shit and like... I like that. And we've got a few more of those coming up. They won't be 5 hours long, I promise, okay? We'll clip through those much quicker than we have these, except maybe the marathon. This is about the length of time I was expecting the marathon to go for. Holy shit. Okay. But yeah, I'm looking forward to just doing some more Hangout streams as we sort of run out the year. I'll be having a break as we go into Christmas week, and then I'll be back after that, kicking off with a new adventure, guys. The new adventure. What's it going to be? Well, make sure you come and tune into the next live stream, which I believe is next week, Tuesday next week, my time, Monday next week for a lot of you guys, where we'll be going through what is on my to play list, my retro to play list for 2026 and beyond. We're going to be going through a deep dive of the games that I've missed out on and what I need to play, why I haven't played them, what I'm looking forward to, what I'm not looking forward to. And on that stream, we'll talk about what our next adventure is going to be. I'll let you know what it's going to be then, okay? Also, guys, like I said, we've got an end of year marathon coming up. I think it's next week, next Saturday, Friday for you guys, or for a lot of you guys. I'm going to be putting a post on the channel soon where you guys can nominate what games you would like to see me play during the marathon. And I'll sort of put a compilation together, and then we'll run some polls during that stream where you guys will actually get to pick what I'm playing during the marathon. So keep an eye out for that post. Make sure you put your nominations in if there's games that you think you want to see me play. It'll be stuff that you can easily access on Switch Online is pretty much the only limiter I'm putting on it, just for, ease of use sake, just so we can get at it nice and easy. But otherwise, you can go bananas, and we'll see what we end up with on our to play list. I'm sure you guys will be very kind, and there'll be no rage baiting at all. Just all chill, relaxing, easy breezy. IGN do have some genuinely great reviewers, but usually it's just it was good 7 out of 10. Yeah, they're very much the 7 out of 10 website. Oh, fuck, I haven't been on the IGN website for like decades, I want to say. Like, I'm surprised they even still have a website, to be honest. It was great, brother. Nice one, Meeks. Glad you enjoyed it, man. Don't forget to get wrecked by Scott in golf games next year too. Yeah, definitely. Scott and I have plans for next year. If you enjoy our collaborations, if you enjoy watching Scott and I like talk shit and have a good time, you hopefully are going to get a lot more of that next year. We are talking about some fun things that we've got coming up, and I'm really looking forward to them for sure, as I always do with hanging out with Scotty. He's one of my favorite humans, and I don't like many of them. All right, guys, I'm going to get on out of here. I need to empty my bladder. I'm sure all of you guys do as well. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had fun. Sorry it went so long. I didn't expect it to go so long, but I just, time flies when you're having fun, right? This was fun. I'm looking forward to doing more of them over the next week. Make sure you give the video a like, guys, if you enjoyed it. Subscribe if you feel like it. Otherwise, I'm going to see you all on the next one. All right, be good. Catch you then. Take it easy.